The Devante Adams saga continues. The drama actually spices up here just a bit. If we're going to go through and look at the reports that came out today, obviously we can talk about injury stuff here as well, but definitely want to focus in on Devante Adams real quick. Shefty says Devante Adams, quote-unquote hamstring, not expected to play week 5. But let's go through and let's find some more of the updates that we've had with Devante Adams himself. Obviously, we can circle back to a lot of these injury updates as we were previously mentioning. But the Steelers interested in trading for Devante Adams. Now, this is a new development that we have where obviously the majority of people are speculating that Devante Adams is going to find himself as a New York Jet. You have Sauce Gardner coming out, Sauce Gardner tweeting about the Devante Adams situation. I'd imagine that this is a spot that reminds a lot of people about how they were tweeting back when they thought they were going to get Aaron Rodgers. The Jets ended up getting Aaron Rodgers, of course. But to be honest with you, I think the Steelers would be a natural fit for Devante Adams. Be very bad for fantasy football purposes just because the passing volume is probably not going to be in the offense. But a team that's definitely a contender to win a playoff game or two. I mean, a team that looks really good and a team that really does need a second wide receiver alongside George Pickens. So if you end up getting Devante Adams over to the Steelers, I think it'd be good from a real life perspective. From a fantasy football perspective, probably not so much. But before we dive into your questions, before we actually get some updated fantasy trades and start sets, definitely want to dive into some of the injury updates that we've saw today. So Trey McBride did get in a limited practice. I'm expecting that McBride will be playing this next week. Obviously, no Devante Adams. I'd imagine we probably don't see Adams as a Raider again rest of season. Clyde Edwards-Helaire designated to return from the non-football injury list, 21-day practice window open. So if Clyde Edwards-Helaire comes back, just muddies his backfield even more, just kind of a little gross. I did see that in the Flock League. Danny did drop Carson Steele officially. Dameon Pierce doesn't practice. Joe Mixon doesn't practice either. We'll talk about in a second. Odell does practice. For the love of God, don't pick up Odell. Has no impact. Raheem Mostert practices. Raheem Mostert's practiced, I'm pretty sure, every Wednesday over the past 3 weeks. Hasn't played. Evan Ingram, David Njoku, both getting in practice on Wednesday. This is a very big deal. It seems like Ingram and Njoku may finally be back this week. And if you were streaming tight ends, playing guys like Zach Ertz, I think if Njoku does play, I'll pivot right back over to Ertz. Nick Chubb gets in a limited practice today as well, which is extremely encouraging. I do think that we should have Austin Eckler good to go this week. Eckler practices. Brian Robinson does not. So honestly, I haven't been able to see too much about this Brian Robinson situation that leads to me thinking that he's going to miss this Sunday. I ranked him as if he will be playing. Now, of course, that's something that we will continue to update you with every single night. And if Brian Robinson does not play and Austin Eckler does, then Eckler's probably a must-start running back in that instance. Brandon Cooks has a knee infection, expected to return in about 1 to 3 weeks. So I actually did not rank Jalen Tolbert in the wide receiver rankings that came out earlier today. But obviously, I recorded those rankings yesterday. So honestly, now with this update that we have with no Brandon Cooks in this offense, I do think this gives a bump up for Jalen Tolbert. And Tolbert definitely can be a desperation flex spot if you really needed him to be. So Anthony Richardson said he wasn't going to practice today. He ended up getting in a quote-unquote limited practice anyway. Obviously, we have no idea if A-Rich is going to play. If A-Rich does not play, you move up Michael Pittman Jr. dramatically in your rankings. Kittle doesn't practice. Probably expectation Kittle will probably play. Singletary doesn't practice. From what I've seen, I think Singletary will most likely play. Shakir doesn't practice. Warren doesn't practice. Warren's going to be the big guy here to make sure that we are monitoring. And Christian Watson will not be placed on the IR. So not great news regarding what you have with the waiver wire pickup, Dontavian Wicks. Joe Mixon doesn't practice, but honestly, I do think we most likely see Mixon in this week. And then, Deontay Johnson doesn't practice, but Deontay Johnson didn't even practice on Thursday last week and was still good to go. And then TJ Hawkinson, I actually recorded that buy low video on Hawkinson yesterday. For it to drop today, thinking that we weren't going to get any Hawkinson news and you could really pick him up for absolutely free. But he is designated to return from the PUP, 21-day practice window to be opened. So really good news for TJ Hawkinson here. Tank Dell sounds like he is going to be playing as well. But I think those are all the injury updates that we have. Let's go ahead and let's dive into some of these questions that we have over on flockfantasy.com. And definitely, I do want to reiterate, if you ever wanted to ask a question on flockfantasy.com, you can do so during a live stream. You can do so even when we're not streaming. And whenever we answer the live stream, the question in the live stream for you, you'll actually be sent the exact clip from that live stream. So you can ask a question at any time, get your answer, whether you're in the stream or not. Obviously, I'd rather you hang out with me and I'd rather you be in the stream with us. But yeah, if you wanted to go through and if you wanted to ask a question, just go over to flockfantasy.com. This is a site where you can obviously take advantage of the bunch of free tools like we have, like the free rankings page if you want to go look at rest of season ranks. But go over to that button in the top right corner, hit expert advice, and then you ask a team review, trade question, or a start sit question. But if you wanted a team review, definitely the cheapest way to get that and what I would recommend is actually heading over to Underdog Fantasy, where if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you'll be getting a free Kirk Cousins pick for this Thursday night game. That will be a more than less than half a total yard for Cousins. And you'll get a free team review over here on flockfantasy.com. All you have to do is make sure that you are using promo code FLOCK on Underdog and set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address. That way I'm able to go ahead and that way I'm able to accredit your account with that free team review. This is one of those free team reviews from the Underdog promo, chip or bust. Going to be excited to check this team out for you. Says, hey, Mason, appreciate the content. Recently traded Garrett Wilson and a draft pick to upgrade at quarterback, Hurts/Olave in return. Wondering if there's any 2-for-1 deals we should be going for. Running back, possibly with the situation of Miami and HN looking useless for a while. Appreciate any suggestions. Thanks. Appreciate you, my guy. Obviously, as soon as we had the Tua injury, I went through and I panicked on HN. But to be honest with you, going into the future, I still think HN will be a startable back, particularly in a full PPR format. So definitely not the high-end RB1 that you were looking for, but still definitely a running back that you can say we have that baseline usage with the receiving role. And dear God, this is a freaking nutso running back room. Honestly, I wouldn't mind if you wanted to bench HN here just because how strong our running backs are. But looking at the team, I'm assuming that this is a super flex format. Actually, no, never mind. This is a one quarterback league. I was just trying to figure out if we have Jalen Hurts, why the hell we are rostering Goff and Joe Flacco. The league analyzer is telling us that this is a one quarterback format. To go through and look at other teams in this, you have a team rostering Lamar and Fields, Kyler and Lawrence. So it does look like the majority of teams are rostering 2 QBs. This team's rostering 3, but it's with 2 on the IR. But I think the issue that we maybe have is we just have Jalen Hurts and Jared Goff on the bye, obviously. So we kind of need a third quarterback to go through and fill in for this week. I don't know if Joe Flacco actually does start for the Colts. If Flacco does start for the Colts, I definitely think you could go ahead and you could get him in. But yeah, phenomenal quarterback room here in the long term. If we could sell Goff and get literally anything in return once you added in Jalen Hurts, obviously we do it. Just much easier said than done. And going over to running back, it's a league where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly. So it's either a 3 wide receiver, 1 flex or a 2 wide receiver, double flex. But nonetheless, the depth does matter a little bit more in this league. And we have a ton of depth at RB. I still think once Tua does come back in, Devante goes back to being that mid RB1 in fantasy in a full PPR format. In the short term, probably you're looking at that high-end RB2 instead. People are going to hate us for saying that, but I still think you have the receiving usage, so it is kind of whatever. Joe Mixon, 3-down running back in a very good offense. Josh Jacobs, 3-down running back in a very good offense. Montgomery, committee back, but in a very good offense behind the best offensive line in the league. At the same time, Montgomery having more receiving involvement than I was expecting coming into the season. So this is a phenomenal running back room here. And to be honest with you, there's not much that we can be doing. I'm surprised that this is ranked as the 3rd running back room in this league, according to the league analyzer. I guess this team has Barkley, Taylor, Najee, Moss. So that team is pretty damn strong. This team has Brees, Kamara, Connor, White, Ford. So pretty strong as well. But yeah, I absolutely love the depth that we have at running back. We also have another wide receiver 1. We have Jamar Chase. We have Chris Godwin, Chris Olave as really high-end wide receiver 2s or low-end wide receiver 1s, particularly in a 12-team format. Terry McLaurin, George Pickens are perfect examples of wide receivers that I would probably look to go ahead and sell if possible if you're playing in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league where we could go ahead and package together like Terry McLaurin and a running back like David Montgomery to just go get that bona fide stud upgrade at RB. But specifically in a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly, I actually think that you are in a phenomenal spot here. I don't really think that you need to be making any move when it comes to the wide receiver depth on this team. And then looking at Travis Kelce, I mean, Kelce does appear to be the tight end 2 yet again for me. Now that you have the Rashee Rice injury, Kelce should have just a considerable amount of volume in this offense. So as we look at this, really across the board, my guy, I'm very sorry to say it. And obviously it's the worst answer that I can give when we are looking at any teams for anybody. But I don't know what we could do. I think you have a great squad. I think that you should be chilling. I mean, I would drop Joe Flacco, of course, if it does look like Anthony Richardson is going to start and pick up a different quarterback to play this week in place of Hurts and Goff on their bye. If you could somehow, some way go to a team with the garbage quarterback room, like go to the team with streaming Sam Darnold and say, I'll give you Jared Goff. And I mean, the issue is this is the one of the worst teams I've ever seen. So yeah, I don't even think we can possibly make a trade with that team. They're so much worse than us. But honestly, yeah, I think you're chilling with the team as is. I don't really see anything for us to do. I really do appreciate you. I really hope that we're able to take it down this week. I was going to say, I really hope I was able to help you out in some way. I definitely am not able to help you out with this team. Number 1 team in the league analyzer, a juggernaut here with that second team. So really, I think you're just chilling and you're not really making any moves, which I know is boring for me to say, but great squad, great construction. I think it's perfect for the format. Now let's move this over to another one of those free Underdog team reviews. We're actually going to be skipping by this one real quick. We'll get right back to it. For whatever reason, it's having a little bit of difficulty, but looking at the trade question that we have from AC, this is CeeDee Lamb, Trey McBride versus Bijan Robinson, Travis Kelce, and Rico Dowdle. So I would rather have Lamb over Bijan at this point. I would rather have McBride over Kelce, but this is an extremely close call here post Rashee Rice injury. I know a lot of people on the site, like if you have the expert rankings on the site right now, I do actually think the expert rankings have Travis Kelce higher than McBride, given the injury that you have to Rice. Can everybody please spam the chat? What side would you prefer? Would you rather have not which side would you prefer? Would you rather have Travis Kelce or Trey McBride rest of season? Would you rather have McBride or Kelce rest of season? Not the package here. I just want to know your opinion on the tight ends, because this is something that I'm definitely struggling with myself. McBride, Kelce, McBride. Kelce, McBride. What's actually funny is if you go and look at the Underdog pick'ems that you have right now, Travis Kelce is higher, lower 61.5 receiving yards. This is by far and away the highest projection I've seen from a tight end all season. And once I saw that, I really thought, like, crap, do I need to move Kelce to tight end 1? Regardless, I do think that they are very, very close. I would rather have Lamb over Bijan, and I don't think Dowdle makes too much of a difference here in this deal, even if he is the RB1. So I'm going to go ahead. I will take Lamb and McBride here, but it's a close deal. It's a close deal. I think it comes down to what you think with the tight ends. Now let's go over a massive dono from that Morris kid. So saying no question here, just wanted to show support, seeing where you are. Jinxie in the chat as well. Yes, it was insane. Jinxie was in the chat. You've helped old Greg to 4 championships and continuing to collect Infinity Stones. Keep grinding. Really do appreciate you, my guy. Thank you so much for the kind words here. And yeah, I mean, looking at the squad, we are about to get a bunch of players back in. We're about to get Brooks back in. We're about to get A.J. Brown back in. We're about to get Hawkinson back in. So thank you so much for the kind words. Thank you for the donation. Thank you for supporting the stream, my guy. But let's move this over to our next question. This was coming out from Resdog. This says, should we drop Benson and grab Jacobs? Jacobs is backup running back. I was thinking, oh my gosh, Josh Jacobs on the waiver wire for you? Could you pick up Dowdle, but I don't like having the handcuff. Okay, so looking at this, I would be completely fine dropping Trey Benson for Rico Dowdle. If I'm looking at Benson in our rest of season ranks, I think I really just have to put him as a premium handcuff back where, yes, he does touch the ball this past week, but it's really because the game just gets completely out of hand here in Arizona. Where going into the future, can I expect that Benson ever really becomes, like, at what point is he a viable starter? I think he could be a viable player in this backfield for the Arizona Cardinals, but outside of a James Conner injury, it just doesn't seem like you're going to be able to go through and start the guy at any point here. So I think I'd be fine dropping Benson for Rico Dowdle, where it does appear that they are really moving off of Ezekiel Elliott and expanding the role for Dowdle. And real quick, let me just double check the wide receivers we have if we were to drop any of the receivers. I'm assuming Ricky Pearsall is on your IR. If Ricky Pearsall's on your bench, then we cut Pearsall and we hold on to Benson, because Benson's still a premium handcuff back. Now, Johnski coming out says, should we trade Harrison for a better running back too? We have Bijan and Davante, Kupp, Terry, and Shakir. So we can actually go over and look at my rest of season ranks here, just so I can tell you where we have Walker and where we have Harrison rest of season. I mean, obviously, I'm tinkering with the rest of season rankings every single day. And definitely want to reiterate, just in case you're confused when you go over to the site, the expert rankings that y'all see for free, that is a list of the average of all the experts that we have on the site. You can see exactly when they each individually updated their rankings. I update my rankings every single day. I'm tinkering. But anyway, for my rankings currently, rest of season, I do have Harrison at 18. I have Kenneth Walker at 20. So honestly, if you wanted to pivot over from Harrison to Walker, I think it'd be completely fine. I'm viewing them in a very similar light. Just kind of depends on what we need. If we have Bijan, Davante, Kupp, Terry, and Shakir, you probably don't make this move right this second, because we have no Kupp right now. We have no Davante right now. Shakir's banged up as well. So I think here we have Kenneth Walker, RB10. We have him at 20th overall. We have him pretty much back-to-back with Harrison. But specifically on a team that needs the wide receiver production, and probably hold on to Harrison. And of course, this is specifically in a full PPR format. Non-PPR league, you sell Harrison for Walker in a heartbeat. I don't care what the roster is. Now, Junior coming out with a massive dono for the team review says, hey, Mason, currently 3-5. We get an extra game against the league median. Oh, if I had that in my league this year, I would be getting freaking cooked. Thank God we didn't do that. Was just ravaged by injuries this week. Any help with roster construction would help going forward. Oh, and on trade advice, I'm always terrible with trades. So typically 8-team league, very basic advice. I mean, obviously you've heard me say it 1,000 times now, but really the way that we get over our league mates in an 8-team format is every trade we make is a 2-for-1 deal. Every trade we make, we are trying to give up 2 pieces, get the best player in return, open up a roster spot, because specifically in an 8-team league, you'll be able to go to the waiver wire and you'll be able to find a very exciting player to just pick up for effectively free. Now, looking at the squad here, we are Breece's pieces. So we are currently sitting at 5 with the league analyzer. This is a team where Breece obviously has been falling. I still personally view Breece Hall as the top 5 running back rest of season. A little bit lower in my rankings this week than that, just given the fact that it is a very, very tough matchup here. But if we are looking at Breece Hall, the saving grace is the man is averaging about 5 targets per game at this point, which is just going to give him that safety and give him that floor that you're looking at. But anyway, in an 8-team league, to be honest with you, we are trying to chase upside. Now, looking at what we have with quarterback, Kyler Murray, I'm very excited about in a 12-team league. Do I think Kyler Murray is a top 4 QB? No. So for you to be an average QB1 in an 8-team league, you either got to be the QB, you got to be about the QB4. So I think Kyler's okay to slightly worse than average, specifically in an 8-team format. Going over to running back, this is the strength of the team where we have Breece, Gibbs holding down the fort at the very top. We have CMC for the long-term upside. We have Bucky Irving, Kareem Hunt as these depth plays that, obviously, throw in Dowdle. You can go ahead and you can start one of these running backs in place of Gibbs with the bye week this week. If I was starting one of these RBs, it's probably going to be Dowdle if we don't know the availability of CEH for this game. Real quick, John updates the profile pick. Okay. John, I'm sorry to do this to you, but we gotta check out the updated profile pick for John here. If y'all don't know, John takes, I believe the accurate assessment, 25 grams of creatine a day. Looking at the new profile pick, I would say we need to up the daily dose. I think we probably need to be getting that to about 30 grams of creatine. I think we need to be, 25's not cutting it. 25's not cutting it, my guy. Yeah, we got to get those numbers up. But anyway, looking at what we have at running back, this would be an obnoxiously good room in a 12-teamer. 8-team league, like to effectively have Bucky Irving, Kareem Hunt, Rico Dowdle fighting for our RB3 slot. I don't know if we're nearly as excited about it. Going over to the depth, that is. Going over to wide receiver, we have Smith, Devante Adams, Puka Nacua. So very, very difficult spot in the short term. I mean, this is an 8-team league where this week we have no CMC, we have no Gibbs, we have no Smith, we have no Adams, we have no Puka, we have no Jameson. In an 8-team league here, we're going through and we're starting Dontavian Wicks and Jackson Smith and Jigba at receiver. We just lost Rashee Rice. Well, typically in an 8-team format, every move that we want to be making, we want to be trading 2 players to get 1 in return. There's no way in hell we can look to do that here. This is not a team where we are super confident about the depth with how this thing's currently sitting. Going over to tight ends, we have either the tight end 1 or the tight end 2 in fantasy, depending on how you cut it. But we are very excited about Trey McBride. And obviously, if we are looking at McBride here, I will say that having an elite tight end is one of the very few ways that we can differentiate our roster in comparison to what you are going to have with the rest of the league. Knowing with the rest of the league, you should expect that it's an 8-team format. Everybody's very strong at running back. Everybody's very strong at wide receiver. So love having McBride. But the issue that we're looking at now is this is a situation in which we don't particularly have the depth, even in an 8-team league, to go get an upgrade into the starting lineup. The last thing I want to be doing in an 8-team format is trading for depth, knowing that we are going to have exciting players available to us off the waiver wire. Honestly, I think something that we could consider and think about, and not something we have to do, definitely we're just considering it, is if we're 3-5, we just saw the injury to Rashee Rice. We still are dealing with the injury to Puka Nacua. Looks like Devante Adams will not play until he is no longer in Las Vegas. I think this is a situation where it does make sense for you to potentially go ahead and package together one of the depth players that we have. Not one of the depth players. One of the injured players that we have with either McCaffrey or with Puka Nacua. And see if we can go get a 2-for-1 upgrade to a player that we can start right this second. Or, we can throw Adams on the trade block, see if somebody is fine that he's not going to be playing anytime soon, or at least this week. Obviously, we don't know when we are going to get him back. But maybe they're sitting here going, oh, okay, he's going to get dealt to a phenomenal situation. Maybe they're sitting here dreaming that he's going to be a Buffalo Bill, that he's going to be a Kansas City Chief. And we can squeeze them by selling, say, Devante Adams and JSN to get a locked and loaded wide receiver that's going to be able to help us this week and in the long term. I think that'd probably be the main thing that we are looking at, specifically with a roster where we're 3-5. We're dealing with a bunch of injuries. It's an 8-team league, so we still want to make a 2-for-1 deal. But I think that 2-for-1 deal, based off the amount of injuries that we have, probably needs to include one of the injured guys to just get that upgrade in the lineup if possible. But I really do appreciate you. Really hope that we were able to help you out in some way, my guy. But yeah, this is a team that has just had the absolute worst injury luck possible. And I think we, honestly, once you lose McCaffrey, Puka, Rice, and now Adams isn't playing, we probably have to go sell one of the injured guys, just get some production in the lineup. But appreciate you and hope I was able to help you out in some way. But let's move this over to what we have with Kaler's question. And real quick, ladies and gentlemen, we are one like away from hitting 300 likes on the stream. If you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on this live stream. We'll probably be live for 5 hours answering questions tonight. We were live for 5 hours answering questions last night. And once we hit 500 likes on the stream, we'll pivot over and we'll start answering some of the live chat questions for free. I'm looking at Kaler's question. It's a trade where we are currently 4-0, so we are hunting long-term upside. And Garrett Wilson is not my wide receiver 10. If you're looking at my updated rankings over there on flockfantasy.com, I will be moving Garrett Wilson down. We can figure out exactly how far down y'all want to move Garrett Wilson here. Let's go ahead and let's pull up the rest of season ranks. Obviously, I think you have to be moving Wilson down now that you're in a situation in which we are getting confirmation that it is a possibility for us to see Devante Adams to the Jets. I think at this point, based on the volume that we've had with London, probably move Wilson down to behind London, behind Debo, behind Godwin. Wilson to Olave, I think is very close to us. I know a lot of people would rather have Jaden Reed over Garrett Wilson. I'm sorry, I'm not there yet. But yeah, we'll move Wilson down to wide receiver 13. If you look at my overall rankings, obviously Wilson was a round one player. He's been very disappointing through the first 4 weeks. We have Wilson down at 30. But let's go ahead and let's update this. And going from Wilson to A.J. Brown is a massive upgrade. You get A.J. Brown back this next week after the bye week. Perfect timing for the bye for A.J. Brown. Fields to Andy Dalton. I'd rather have Fields, but honestly, they're both kind of streaming quarterbacks, not the end of the world. And then we are looking at Kirk versus Dobbins. I'd probably rather just have the running back. So if we're 4-0, I think we just want to go ahead. If you face this person this week, I'm less excited about the trade because obviously you have Dobbins and A.J. Brown on the bye. So if we were to play against them this week, we get to have those zeros in their respective starting lineup. But yeah, I still think you have more long-term upside with the best player in the deal with A.J. Brown. And definitely, I think A.J. Brown will be back this next week after the bye week, and it's perfect timing for the bye for Brown. Now, moving this team review over for Zigster, we're looking at Chase Brown and Jerry Jeudy versus Jackson Smith and Jigba. So if you think that we are going to see a pivot over to Jameis Winston, or if you think we are going to see Amari Cooper get dealt from Cleveland, then at that point, Jerry Jeudy becomes a viable flex consideration for you every week. And I think you honestly could go to the Chase Brown and Jerry Jeudy side with Chase Brown expanding his role. If you look at my updated rankings over on the sites, we have moved Chase Brown up to RB 29. But if you think Deshaun Watson will be Jerry Jeudy's quarterback through the rest of the season, and at the same time, Jeudy will be behind Amari Cooper in the target totem pole, then at that point, Jerry Jeudy is really a wide receiver that is insignificant here. And in that case, we probably do want to pivot over to JSN. Now, let's move this over to Coda's question. This is another trade question. This is Javonte and Brandon Ayuk versus Garrett Wilson. So Wilson's been probably the most disappointing round one pick if you're not including injuries. Ayuk has not hit 10 fantasy points so far this season. We're trading two guys that we believe are talented but have been turds so far through the first 4 weeks for each other, and we're paying Javonte Williams to get it done. If I am looking at Javonte, I do not see how he is a viable running back long-term here in terms of the upside. I think maybe in a spot start, you could go ahead and you could look at Javonte Williams. But realistically speaking, I don't know what the upside is in what should be one of the worst offenses in the league. Like, I have Javonte Williams currently in the Flock League. I would love to be able to use Javonte Williams to go pivot and make a 2-for-1 deal where we're able to get a significant upgrade at wide receiver. I don't want to overreact and assume that Wilson is a significant upgrade over Brandon Ayuk. If you're looking at my rest of season rankings, I currently have Wilson wide receiver 13. I have Ayuk wide receiver 22. But I'm really squeezing any value out of Javonte. I'm willing to do it. Okay. So let's move this over. This question coming out from Dark Unix, something like that. This is Harrison and Stevenson for Hopkins and Bijan. So I'm really not valuing DeAndre Hopkins. I mean, Hopkins, wide receiver 1A, wide receiver 1B. It doesn't matter what he is with Calvin Ridley. It's one of the least efficient passing offenses that you have in the NFL. But with that being said, and I actually need to see if we already updated the Ramondre rest of season rank because of this. I don't want to do it because it's going to drop my team down even further with the Flock League Analyzer. Yeah, but we have updated the rest of season rank with Ramondre Stevenson. We put him at RB31 because we had a report drop today that J.K. Dobbins potentially is the starting running back for the New England Patriots this week. We talked about this being a possibility when you had the fourth fumble straight for Ramondre Stevenson every single game. You're getting a fumble. I think you have to pivot over to the best player in the deal. I think the best player in the deal is Bijan Robinson. I'm not even really valuing DeAndre Hopkins here. And yes, I mean Antonio Gibson. I don't know if I said Dobbins. I apologize. Antonio Gibson may end up being the starting running back for the New England Patriots. They're in a 5-hour stream. We're going to mix up some players' names a decent amount. We're running on 2 brain cells at this point. Now, Kier coming out with a massive dono for a team review. Really do appreciate you. This is Help Me Step Burrow. This is the second team in the League Analyzer. Looking at the League Analyzer, right now, we are currently in this little 3-way tie with the other top 2 squads. Saying, hey, Mason, we're currently 3-1. Are there any moves I need to make, or is the team currently good enough to compete? I'm a Packers fan, and I want to keep Jacobs, but hasn't been what I've drafted him to be. I think Jacobs is going to be great going into the future. We had the Packers options last week, like Josh Jacobs, Jaden Reed, as buy low candidates for us with the assumption that's going to be a very good offense. And Jaden Reed being the wide receiver 1 in said offense, being an explosive player. Josh Jacobs being the RB1 in said offense, seeing a considerable amount of volume. Obviously, Jacobs is disappointing in comparison to what you would have hoped for. But still, it was more so the game environment where what we ended up seeing is you ended up seeing the Vikings get to the early lead and the Packers being forced to kind of abandon the run. Jacobs should still be the 3-down back. He should still have a role as a receiver. So no, do not trade away Jacobs. I think it's going to be much better going into the future. We also got offered Ayuk and Marshawn Lloyd for Drake London. So Marshawn Lloyd is an absolute zero. I don't even care if you can stash him on your IR right now. Yeah, I would way rather have Drake London over Ayuk at this point. Ayuk's played 3 games with Debo, and every single game he's played with Debo Samuel, he has had 5 targets. But let's move this over to what we have with the squad. This is a league where we can start 4 receivers every single week. And at the same time, you're in a situation in which waiver wire options will be a little bit more thin because it is a 12-team format. So if we can afford it, I still don't mind making 2-for-1 deals. But to be honest with you, y'all know where typically if it's a 10-team league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, every single trade I'll ever recommend in that kind of format, it's like, oh, okay, we're going to take this depth piece, combine it with this depth piece, and try to get an improvement inside the starting lineup. Here, it's a little bit of a different story. Where here, if it is that 12-team format where we can start 4 wide receivers weekly, I actually don't think it's as easy as just saying, okay, we're going to sell the depth. We're going to go get an upgrade in the lineup. The depth actually does matter here. Now, going over to what we have at quarterback, we currently are sitting with Joe Burrow. Now, obviously, in the case of Burrow, looks like one of the best QBs in fantasy right now from a passing volume perspective. Don't have a lot of rushing upside here, but I'm still completely fine with Joe Burrow as our QB1. Going over to what we have at running back, we have Josh Jacobs RB1. I would love Jacobs as my RB2. I'm okay with him as our RB1 with the expectation this is a very good offense going into the future, and he does have the 3-down workload in said offense. And then we have Jonathan Brooks here as our RB2. I think I'm very excited about having Jonathan Brooks as my running back too. Offense looks to be a lot better than it was at the beginning of the season. And then obviously with Jonathan Brooks here, you do have a considerable amount of upside as a receiver, which I really love to see. Jerome Ford's about to turn into a pumpkin when we get Nick Chubb back in. Jalen Warren, I mean, you have Trey Sermon in the short term to fill in, maybe for no Brooks, maybe no Jalen Warren. But yeah, running back room's completely fine. Definitely feel like we're maybe lacking a little of the production in the top end, but we could be okay here. Going over to wide receiver, this is the strength of the team. This is why the team is currently top 3 in the league analyzer. We have 2 top 5 receivers. We have CeeDee Lamb and Jamar Chase. I know a lot of people get upset with us for putting Jamar Chase top 5 wide receiver. I actually saw a comment in today's video saying that they don't see how you can rank Chase over Jaden Reed. But it blows my mind. I think Jamar Chase at this point maybe is one of the most disrespected elite receivers in fantasy. You have the volume, the efficiency, plus the quarterback play that supports it. Now looking at Puka Nacua, this is a wide receiver. Ooh, Kier says, that's my team you're currently reading. Please let me know if you have any questions. Let me know if you have any questions. But Puka's a wide receiver that we get the long-term upside with. Short-term, obviously very difficult. Jameson Williams is the perfect example of a player that if you play in a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, I think for you to ever get Jameson into your starting lineup, knowing that you are not going to have the consistent target volume and you're more so just hunting the random big plays, which could possibly be there. It's so tough to ever project that, specifically in a league where it's a 10-teamer, you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. But in a 12-team league where you can start 4 receivers weekly, this is a much better spot to have somebody like Jameson Williams. And I actually would not look to sell Jameson, even though we're sitting here and we also have the Puka injury. We have Leggett, we have Wan'Dale Robinson. Kier says I traded Gibbs, London, Pickens earlier for Lamb, Brooks, Jameson. So Pickens to Jameson, very close. London to Brooks. Give me London. Gibbs to Lamb. Give me Lamb. I really like the deal, specifically in the format that you're in. Tight end, you have David Njoku. David Njoku back at practice. I think Njoku is going to be a viable option this week, possibly. So to be completely honest with you, I love the squad. We have the long-term upside with Brooks coming in. We have the short-term production with either Ford or Trey Sermon to play while we wait. We have the elite wide receiver production here with Lamb Chase. We have the long-term upside of Puka Nacua. Quarterback tight end looks to be decent. So I don't see what we could do. Could you please let me know in the live chat if you have any like trade questions or anything? But yeah, I know you were asking about trading away Josh Jacobs. I think Jacobs is in a phenomenal spot going into the future. So honestly, I probably am sitting on my hands. I don't necessarily think you have to do anything. I think there's teams 3-1 for a reason. I think it's honestly going to get a lot better even when we have Jonathan Brooks back in. But I appreciate you. I'm going to keep monitoring the chat, see if you have any questions about the team. But I hope I was able to help you out. Our team says, what is the picks ranking on the right? So if you're looking at the league analyzer, and by the way, of course, y'all can always do this for free. For me to look at your team in the live stream, that will cost money because I don't have unlimited time. We've been live streaming for 5 hours a day, trying to look at as many teams as I possibly can, but obviously I'm constrained at some point. But what you can do is you can go over to the My Teams page on flockfantasy.com and you can look at the league analyzer. You can look at how your league power rankings are broken down by position. And this is completely free for you. So like if you can add a league on Sleeper, a league on ESPN, a league on Yahoo, whatever you are looking for. But yeah, If you're looking at what you have with the picks ranking on the right, I know this maybe is a little bit confusing for the people in a redraft league, which I apologize. This was initially built out on the site for Dynasty leagues. But the picks ranking on the right is just completely irrelevant for a redraft format. You can see the yellow bar does not exist here with the power rankings. It doesn't have any impact. It's specifically for Dynasty leagues where people trade rookie picks. It's only for Dynasty leagues. But let's move this over back to some of the questions that we have on the site. Definitely want to reiterate, once we hit 500 likes in this live stream, we're going to be answering a bunch of free questions in the live chat. So please drop them if you got them. Okay. Now let's see. Yeah, I don't see any more questions from Kier. Kier will be the first person I'll look at. Trevor says, do you need an Underdog account to get a review, or can you get it through the Flock website? You can get it through the Flock website. Definitely will be a lot more expensive than just depositing the $10 on Underdog though. But moving this over to the team for Francis says, I made this trade last week. Want your opinion? How worried should we be with ETN? I am way more concerned with Ramondre Stevenson than I am Travis Etienne. I have ETN ranked 50 overall in our rest of season ranks. I have Ramondre at 89 overall. I just moved Ramondre Stevenson down to, I believe, RB 31 in our rest of season rankings over on the site. But yeah, you have the report saying that Gibson may be the starting running back here now that you've had the 4 fumbles for Ramondre Stevenson in 4 games. I would way rather have ETN than Ramondre. A phenomenal trade. I mean, I have Ramondre for ETN. I offered this deal to Avery yesterday, and he pretty much laughed in my face. Yes, the rankings of the site are for PPR. So if you're playing in non-PPR, then you definitely want to go through and make an adjustment. If you look at my running back rankings, I have Derrick Henry ranked RB7. If you're playing in a non-PPR format, obviously fly him up over a lot of these running backs. But they're made for a full PPR league, so we're definitely taking into consideration the target volume you have. Okay. Beard PvP says, can you check if our team's still having issues? Yes, sir. Let me do that real quick. Are we good? Won't you be my neighbors? Yes, we are good. Yeah. Sometimes for whatever reason, when we pull up a team, it doesn't load initially. Apparently we get rate limited if like too many people are on the site hitting this endpoint at the same second, but usually when we go back to it, we're good to go. John says, y'all heard of ASMR? It's soothing. Well, what do you think this is? Did I not title this Fantasy Football ASMR? That's exactly what this is, my guy. But anyway, this is one of those free Underdog team reviews. Says, won't you be my neighbors? Say Mason, this is my first ever money league. Need your advice to draft and make a trade. Currently sitting at 1 and 2 because I benched neighbors for Terry in the first couple games. Then I traded Diggs for Harrison. Love the Diggs for Harrison trade. Give me Harrison there easily. Are there any other moves we should make, or should we let it ride? So, I mean, since you're in this live stream with me, my guy, please, if you have any questions, go ahead and drop them. I'd be happy to answer them as we go through this. Fire Ice Gaming says, how do we get a free team review? I'll answer this real quick, then we'll go back to the team. If you want a free team review, obviously, if you ever want to ask any questions on flockfantasy.com, go hit the expert advice button. I'll answer it in the live stream. It's either team review, trade question, start set. But if you wanted that free team review, or definitely a way that's much cheaper to get it than just going through the site normally, first, before you go through the site, just head over to Underdog Fantasy, which is the link in the live chat description and comment section, and use promo code FLOCK. If you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. You'll get the free team review in one of these live streams, like what we have here for this team right here. And you'll also get a free Kirk Cousins pick as well, more than less than half a total yard. And Underdog is available in the vast majority of states. It's in Florida, it's in California, it's in Texas, and you can find the link in the description comment section. But let's move this over to the question. And after you make your account and use promo code FLOCK and Underdog, just go back to flockfantasy.com and make sure you set up an account with the same email address. But moving this to won't you be my neighbors? We are one of the top 3 teams with the league analyzer. Significantly better than what we have with some of the teams at the bottom. Looking at the squad here, it is a 10-team league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So if it's a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, personally, I do not care at all about the wide receiver depth. Every trade we make, we are trying to sell a depth receiver, make an upgrade inside the starting lineup. And honestly, if it's a 10-team league, we should be able to just pick up a viable option down there on the waiver wire. Not saying that option on the waiver wire will be as good as the player that we just sold, but of course, if we get the upgrade in the starting lineup, could very easily be worth it. But looking at CJ Stroud, this QB that you do have no rushing upside with, but the passing volume I actually think may even improve from where it's at right now. I think you are chilling with Stroud here as our QB1. We have Tua on the IR. If Tua's on the bench, definitely go ahead and cut Tua. Going over to running back, we have the anchor RB holding the fort down with Jahmyr Gibbs. Really excited to have Gibbs. Obviously, in a full PPR format, he is a top 5 running back for me. James Conner, I think, is a viable RB2, specifically in a full PPR league. I may be a little bit concerned, but because if you look at the receiving volume, it hasn't been there for James Conner over the past 3 weeks, really. I think Conner almost every week has only had 1 reception. We have Brooks coming in the long term. So one thing that I could potentially see with this team that's specifically a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, it could make a lot of sense if you could potentially sell, say, Terry McLaurin and James Conner in a 2-for-1 deal to go get that upgrade. I think that'd be phenomenal. Obviously, McLaurin is a wide receiver that a lot of people are excited about right now, where Jaden Daniels just looks like the real freaking deal. Daniels looks incredible. But the reality is, in this kind of league, you're starting Lamb, Neighbors, Harrison every week, regardless of the matchup. You can't even get McLaurin in your lineup. You have the long-term upside of Rome. We have Jameson here as well. So I think by far and away, the easiest move in this league is seeing if we can take McLaurin and James Conner to go get a running back upgrade from a team that potentially needs a receiver. Going through and looking at teams that need a wide receiver, this team could potentially start Terry McLaurin right now. The issue is they don't really have a running back that we're super excited about. This team could maybe, the issue is it's a 10-team league. How many people really need them? This team has the Cup injury. They have the Cup and the Rashee Rice injury. Like if you could go through and sell maybe like Jameson Williams, and I know people are going to hate me saying this, but Jameson Williams and James Conner to pivot over to Josh Jacobs. I actually think I would prefer Jacobs there. I think Jacobs going to be in a much better offense than James Conner. Jacobs doesn't have the running back like Trey Benson behind him pushing for touches late in the year. Jacobs doesn't have the injury history of James Conner. And at the same time, in a full PPR format, Jacobs has a better workload as a receiver. And Jameson Williams in a 10-team league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex will never really make a difference for you. So I think going through and making that 2-for-1 deal, at least in my mind, would be an absolute no-brainer. And I would really love to do that by sending like Jameson and Conner to go get a running back upgrade. Beard says, I actually offered him that trade today and he declined it. Okay, dear God. The issue is what other teams could use a receiver? This team can't. This team I guess this team could. If they don't believe in Dell anymore. The issue is like, we're not going to be able to get to Derrick Henry. You can't get to Bijan. I mean, if you could sell Conner and Terry to get to Bijan or Henry, you do in a heartbeat, but that's just not going to be possible. That team doesn't need a receiver. This team doesn't need a receiver. This team has no Devante Adams in the short term, and at the same time, Ridley, Sutton don't look startable, so maybe they could actually use a player like Terry McLaurin. So if you could pivot from like Terry McLaurin and James Conner to get to Kenneth Walker or Joe Mixon, I would love that. Walker's probably not going to be possible, but instead, I think Joe Mixon potentially could be. I think that could be an interesting trade to try to go and offer. But I mean, obviously, this is a really strong squad. Saying I've been trying to trade Conner McLaurin for ETN or HN, but not sure if I should send the offers. I would easily trade Conner McLaurin for Devon HN in a 10-team league where you start 2 receivers and 1 flex. So we are just chasing the long-term upside here. That's really the main thing that we're looking at. But yeah, I think that's what you want to do is try to take some of that wide receiver value that you have and see if we're able to pivot off of it and get an upgrade long-term. But really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. Obviously, phenomenal squad. Way, way, way better than my team. But anyway, let's go ahead and let's get some free questions answered in the live chat. If you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. Would be happy to answer as many as we possibly can here. FG Average says, I traded Jameson Williams for David Montgomery. Thoughts? This will be funny for us to do. And y'all, this is something that maybe will upset some people. I will give you all a little sneak peek on our sell high video tomorrow. Jameson Williams is on there. To be honest with you, I went over to the trade finder on the site and I put in Jameson Williams. And the vast majority of trades that I saw, I would rather sell Jameson and get the other side. Like this trade, Jameson and Ladd versus Devante Adams, give me Adams. And we don't want to look at 2 QB leagues. I don't want to look at non-PPR. I don't want to look at 18-team leagues. I don't want to look at 14-team leagues. We're just going to be looking at half PPR, full PPR, 10-team, and 12-team, 1 quarterback redraft leagues. But anyway, looking at this, Jameson versus Swift. This is one I'm fine regardless. Hey, you can keep Jameson. This one, Jameson Moss for Braylon Allen, Brian Thomas. I'd rather have Brian Thomas over Jameson rest of season. Oh, dear God, these Jameson offers look way better than the ones we were looking at earlier today. Jameson for London, give me London. Jameson for Diggs, give me Diggs. Jameson for Olave, give me Olave. Jameson, Juwan Jennings, Raheem Mostert, James Conner, give me James Conner. Chris Olave, Jameson Williams, give me versus CeeDee Lamb, give me CeeDee Lamb. Jameson versus Garrett Wilson, give me Garrett Wilson. Jameson versus Adams, give me Adams. Jameson and Dobbins versus Brees, give me Brees. Jameson, JSN versus Wilson, give me Wilson. Y'all hate it, I know. Jameson versus Pickens, give me Pickens. Jameson versus Dobbins, give me Dobbins. Like, there are a ton of players I'd be looking to trade Jameson for. Ash says, is Shaheed legit? This is something else that I did in tomorrow's video. We're going to give away all the secrets for tomorrow's video, but Shaheed will also be a sell high candidate for me as well. I believe that Shaheed and Jameson are very similar players. I think Shaheed and Jameson are both extremely talented real life talents. However, the issue that you have surrounding them is they are options that are field stretching players that will not see consistent target volume in a full PPR format. And instead, you're going to be relying on big plays. Like, let's go ahead and let's look at this. This is going to be pretty funny to look at, or at least I'm assuming it will be. So Shaheed this past week had the best week of his entire NFL career if you were looking at the volume that you had here with his targets and with his receptions. This was the best week that you had. He had almost an identical stat line to Chris Olave. We can go ahead and we can pull up Olave here as well and show this off. I know a lot of people are wanting us to rank Olave and Shaheed next to each other in our rankings this week, where if you look at Olave, 10 targets, 8 receptions, 87 receiving yards. Shaheed, 11 targets, 8 receptions, 83 receiving yards. Pretty much an identical stat line. Now, with that being said, while this was a great stat line here for Shakir, can we go through and look at his game logs in other seasons? Starting in 2022, let's just go down the targets mark. 1, 1, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 4, 5, 6, 4. 2023. 6, 4, 2, 7, 2, 6, 8, 3, 3, 9, 5, 4, 9, 3, 4. Going to 2024. 5, 4, 5, 11. What looks to be an outlier from the rest? In my mind, it's this week that was the best week of his career this past week. Obviously, you've had bigger spike weeks where you get the long receiving touchdown. You didn't get the long receiving touchdown against Atlanta, but you did have the target volume, which is kind of what we've been missing. So Shaheed was great this past week, but historically, and I know it's a different offensive coordinator, it's a offense that we want to believe is decent in New Orleans. He has operated as a field stretching option that is not going to see consistent target volume. However, he is going to be a player that gives you massive boom bust weeks. And that's a valuable asset to the New Orleans Saints because it's going to make their lives easier when you have that vertical element in that offense. Okay. LSG says, why aren't you higher on Shakir? We can look at my rankings with Shakir and y'all can tell me why you think I'm off. Looking at Shakir, obviously it's a good offense. You're going to naturally expect that you have some pretty efficient wide receivers. He's yet to have a game with over 70 snaps. He's had one game with over 60 snaps. And he is currently averaging about a little under 5 targets a game. Averaging 4 to 5 targets a game for Shakir. Now, that being said, you're attached to Josh Allen. So you can be very efficient from a per target perspective. He's looked great. So I don't want to take too much away from him. I just want to be realistic. Like these players that don't command volume in a full PPR format, it's great when you get the touchdown, but it's extremely difficult to project that going into the future. Like right now you have 2 touchdowns off of 9. I'm sorry. I believe maybe you have did Shakir have a rushing touchdown this year? No, he didn't. Did he? No. You have 2 touchdowns off of 19 targets. I do think it probably comes back down to earth just a bit. Jonas says Swift or Connor week 5. Swift is a way better matchup, but I'd go Connor. If y'all want to like get a sense of what we do with our rankings and how we treat these players, and y'all can probably, hopefully y'all are starting to see this. I don't base everything just on what we've had this season. I don't base everything off of what we had in the past. But I think to just go through and look at, say, what we've had through the first 4 weeks or what we had this past week or over the past 2 weeks and just put that as like the base expectation going into the future, that's a very tough thing to do. So that's why I like zooming out. I like looking at the larger sample. That's why I'm looking at someone like Brandon Ayuk, where Ayuk has been a straight up freaking dud. Like Ayuk has been horrible, right? We can all agree. It's not a surprise. Anybody who's been playing fantasy football this year knows that Brandon Ayuk has not had a single week with double-digit fantasy points. But for myself, what I ask is, how much different of a player can Brandon Ayuk actually be this year in comparison to last year? It's the same quarterback. It's the same situation all in all, just minus no McCaffrey. And you go back and you look at what we had with Ayuk last season. And yeah, he's a wide receiver that's going to give you some dud games, but you get a 33-point drop against Pittsburgh, 20-point drop against Arizona. Bunch of these games with middling the points, 16 points, 15 points, 26 points, 13 points, 16 points, 16 points, 17, 24. Like personally, I think zooming out and getting a bigger picture view and not just ironing in on what's happened through the first 4 weeks and assuming the first 4 weeks are going to repeat themselves 3 more times and then the season's going to be done. I think it can help just a bit. So yeah, personally, I like looking at the larger sample that we have with some of these players. And that's a good example, like James Conner versus DeAndre Swift. The large sample that we have this year, Swift's been a bum and James Conner's been viable every single week. Obviously, last week, Swift was great. And this week, it's a good matchup and Conner is a bad matchup. But I don't want to completely change my rankings based off a week or a 2-week stretch. Now, Tier Up says, what's the special to use to get a free team review? So if you wanted to get like a team review, if you wanted to get a start set question answered, if you want to get any of that stuff answered over on flockfantasy.com, of course, you can go to the little expert button in the top right corner, the expert advice, either team review, trade question, start set question. If you're wanting this team review to be free or definitely the cheapest way that you can get it, you would go over to Underdog Fantasy, which is the link in the description and the link in the live chat, and use promo code FLOCK. And if you use promo code FLOCK and make at least a $10 deposit, you're going to be getting a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. You'll get a free team review in the live stream that we are doing every single night. and you'll get a free Kirk Cousins pick for tomorrow night, more than less than half a total yard for the Thursday night game. Just make sure if you wanted that free team review on flockfantasy.com, you set up an account after you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog and make your $10 deposit, so I know what account we should be accrediting with that free team review. But let's move this over and see if we can get to some more of these questions from the site. This next question coming out from Nidell. This is Josh Jacobs versus Kyler and McBride. So I stand by. I think Jacobs is an incredible buy low candidate. I view him as a 3-down running back in a great offense going into the future. But with that being said, give me Kyler and give me McBride. Give me the elite tight ends and give me the quarterback that has the rushing upside. I almost considered putting Kyler in the buy low video, but then I was like, oh, he's going up against the Niners this week. Maybe you can go ahead. Maybe you can actually get him for a little bit more. But a massive dono coming out here with Expired OJ. Appreciate you, my guys. Says, Mason, love the channel. Are there any possible trades we can do to improve the team? So looking at the league analyzer, dear God, you are crushing. Legitimately crushing. Like going and looking at my league in the league analyzer, while I'm 3-1, dealt with some injuries, but still, I'm down here at 7. Our league's pretty damn close with everybody, but Joe's team at the very bottom. We are right now head and shoulders ahead of everybody else. As Mason, love the channel. Are there any possible trades I can do to improve the squad? So this is a 12-team format where you can start 4 receivers weekly. So the wide receiver depth does matter in this kind of league. Now, going over to what we have at quarterback, we are currently sitting with Kyler Murray. Obviously, Kyler disappointing this past week, but you had no Trey McBride. I do think that Kyler is going to be much better going into the future once we get McBride back in. And at the same time, you have the rushing upside where we saw 50 rushing yards per game through the first 3 weeks. So completely fine building around Kyler Murray. Don't act like he's the QB1 overall by any stretch of the imagination, but very strong option. Going over to running back, we have Alvin Kamara. We have Kyron Williams. So we have 2 locked and loaded mid to high end RB1s we can play both in the short term and the long term. We have Jordan Mason, a locked and loaded high-end RB1 in the short term. We have Jonathan Brooks, the running back with upside in the long term. And we have Kareem Hunt, a free pickup that now could be a viable player as the starting running back and a pretty good NFL offense with the Kansas City Chiefs. I know we called the Chiefs a great offense in the waiver wire video. I know people lost their mind. The Chiefs are a great offense. I'm sorry, not sorry. But anyway, going over to what we have at wide receiver. We are currently sitting with Lamb as the anchor at the top. So if you were to redo fantasy football drafts today, Kamara, Kyron, and Lamb would all be round 1 picks. We have Deebo Samuel, Deontay Johnson. So Deebo, low in wide receiver 1. Deontay, locked and loaded wide receiver 2 now that you have Andy Dalton in. We have DJ Moore, Bryant Thomas, Shaheed, Yoshi Bosch. So I think this is an absurd team. Phenomenal squad. Very few trades could be made in my mind to go through and really take this to the next level. Specifically because you are this strong with the team. And I mean, we have the tight end 1 in fantasy. We have McBride. We're a leader. Like, if you look at the league analyzer, we have the number 1 ranked running back room with Kamara, Kyron, Mason, Brooks. We have the number 1 ranked receiver room with Lamb, Deebo, Deontay, DJ Moore, Brian Thomas, Shaheed. We have the number 1 tight end in fantasy, McBride. Like, reasonably, what could we possibly do? What could you do? If you could package together maybe like Brian Thomas, or I'd way rather sell Shaheed than Thomas, by the way. I mean, I would try Shaheed first and Kyler to get to an elite quarterback. Like, this team with the Puka Nacua injury could start Shaheed here. And maybe if they feel comfortable with Baker, if you go Shaheed and Kyler and pivot over to Jalen Hurts, I would love to do that. Going over to this team, they have Sutton as their wide receiver 3. If you could go Shaheed and Kyler to pivot over to Josh Allen, I would love to do that. But really, I think that's the only thing that I would be looking at here. I think you have a great squad in general. One of the best teams. It looks like it'd be a very good team in a 10-team format. For this to be in a 12-team league, it's an absolute juggernaut. And to be honest with you, there's not much that we can do outside of maybe going over there and paying up for the elite QB. But thank you again for being a member of the flock. I really do appreciate you. I'm really jealous of the squad and hope I was able to help you out in some way. But let's move this over. And also, thank you so much for everybody in the live chat right now. We just hit 600 likes in the live stream. Really do appreciate you. We're going to be live streaming for 5+ hours tonight, answering all the questions through the site, as well as answering as many free chat questions as we possibly can. Hernia says, is the league analyzer free? So for me to break down your team specifically in a live stream, I'm streaming for 5 hours every day. I'm trying to give you all the most time I can. There's just simply not enough time in the day. So that is not free. We do have to charge for that. But if you wanted to look at just the tool itself, where you wanted to link your team with the league analyzer, yeah, that is completely free. Just go to the My Teams page on flockfantasy.com. You can go Sleeper, ESPN, Yahoo. If you play in any of these platforms, you can link your team and view the power rankings for free. And dear God, I just accidentally deleted the Flock League from this. But anyway, let's move this over. Eric, welcome. Being a member of the Flock. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This one's coming out from Amy. Amy, really do appreciate you. Massive dono here. This is Devon Achane versus Nico Collins and Austin Eckler. So once we had no Tua in this offense, I immediately panicked and said, oh, let's sell Achane for Jefferson. Let's sell Achane for Jamar Chase. Let's sell Achane for Amon-Ra St. Brown. To be honest with you, back then, I did not have Nico Collins up there with those same true elite level receivers. But now at this point, I think you have to say that he is. And honestly, I'm very surprised that you're still able to cash out and get this kind of value for Devon Achane here. I do have Nico Collins ranked around wide receiver 5 in our rest of season rankings. If you look at the average expert rankings on the site, he is currently 7 overall. If you look at my rankings on the sites, I have Nico Collins at 5 overall. I have Nico Collins ahead of Jamar Chase, ahead of Bijan, ahead of Breece Hall, and definitely ahead of Devon Achane here. Okay. So we're going to go Nico Collins for sure. Now, Jordan coming out with a trade question. Says, you reviewed the team earlier. Tight end was the only weakness. Is this too much of an overpay? We would drop Evan Ingram or Kyle Pitts. Let's see if we can remember the team. Okay, so sadly, this team's not linked. So the thing with Ramondre Stevenson, obviously we just updated the ranks. We moved Stevenson down to being RB 31 in our rest of season rankings based off the news that he could potentially be benched for Antonio Gibson. Let's use the trade calculator here real quick. We're going to be giving up Stevenson and Deontay. I have Deontay ranked wide receiver 21, Stevenson 31. We're going to be getting back in Brock Bowers. I do think you're probably, and I would honestly probably agree with this. I think you're maybe giving up a little bit too much in the trade just with how good Deontay Johnson looks at this point. Obviously, with the assumption that Devante Adams will no longer be a Raider, Bowers does become a little more appealing. But can y'all please let me know in the live chats, would y'all rather have the Brock Bowers or the Deontay Johnson or Madre Stevenson side of this? If you use the average expert rankings, which not all the experts have updated their rankings as of today on the site, I literally update my rankings probably more than anybody else. I update them multiple times every day. There still has us as slightly losing with the expert ranks as well. We got Bowers, Deontay. Well, here's what we're going to do. Let's say if you have to cut Evan Ingram or you cut Kyle Pitts. If you're cutting Pitts, you effectively have to throw Pitts onto this side too, right? If you're getting Bowers and you're cutting Pitts, We're giving up this 3 for 1. Which, to be honest with you, I would probably rather have the Deontay Stevenson and Pitts side. If you wanted to, say, make this fair, maybe you, instead of selling Ramondre, you sell Pitts. If you can send like Pitts and Deontay for Brock Bowers, I think that's a lot more appealing. Now let's move over to a start-sit question that we have coming out from Murphy. Appreciate you, my guy. Says, between Reed, Wilson, Godwin, who should we stash as our wide receiver 2 in flex? Also, love the website. Much love. Really do appreciate you, my guy. So between Reed, Wilson, and Chris Godwin, I do think I have to have either Chris Godwin or Gene Reed as my wide receiver 2 this week. I probably go Godwin over Reed right now. So yeah, looking at how you have the starting lineup, I would love to go Reed their wide receiver 2 and Godwin in the flex or vice versa. But yeah, I don't think you can start Garrett Wilson in a very tough matchup against the Vikings over Godwin or Jaden Reed at this point. Now let's move this over for Canadian. Canadian coming out with a massive dono for this team review. Really hope this does load. And it does for us perfectly. Perfect. Now, moving this over, this is a Dynasty 2 quarterback, 10 team start 9 league. So Superflex Dynasty League, quarterback's not going to make up, a quarterback depth's not going to be nearly as important as it would be in a 12-teamer. Just with simple math, if you are looking at a 10-team Superflex League, we should expect that you have 3 to 4 starting quarterbacks in your lineup every single week. 3 to 4 starting quarterbacks on every roster. I'm just doing the simple math. 10 teams in the league, 32 starting QBs. On average, everybody's going to be able to have 3 to 4. Whereas in a 12-team format, it's not possible for everybody to have 3. It says, I could get Anthony Richardson for a first and a second rounder. Dear God, that would be scary. But let's go ahead and let's see if the team's ready to contend right now. I'm not wanting to sell the first and second for Anthony Richardson if we're just talking long-term value, because you do have the guaranteed production. And for everybody watching this, yes, this is a ton of players that we are looking at here, but this is a dynasty format. The dynasty rankings in the offseason, I keep up to date pretty much every day or close to it. During the season, we're focusing so much on redraft that it's harder for me to. So some of these dynasty rankings will be out of date for us. But regardless, at quarterback, we can contend with this QB room in the short term. We have Mahomes, we have Cousins, Minshew. Is this the best quarterback room ever in a super flex build to win right now? No, it is not. Would Anthony Richardson help this room out? Yes, he definitely would. But I don't know if this is a team that's a real contender to go out there and make this trade right this second. Because if we go over to running back, while Kyron Williams is definitely a running back that we can view as an RB1 in the short term. Long term, it would be impossible to maybe, I don't know. I mean, long term, it would be impossible to know that Kyron Williams is for sure the guy in Los Angeles, just with the typical churn that we see at the running back position time and time again. But definitely excited, of course, to have Kyron Williams. I think he does have the upside to be the guy. Going over to what we have with McCaffrey, just a contending asset. It's not giving us anything right now. Stevenson, J.K. Dobbins, definitely just contending pieces. Can't plan around them for the long term. Not excited to have them as my RB2, RB3 combo in a 10-teamer, even if we have Rico Dowdle here as some depth. Going over to receiver, we have the hit from the Tua injury for both Tyreek and Waddle. We have Cooper Kupp going down with his own injury. Chris Godwin is breaking out. Obviously, Godwin looks viable. I hate to say this, and I think that this is a team that would have been so damn strong, and I would have penciled out to be a contending roster coming into the season. But Mahomes looks much worse now than he did coming into the year. You have no Hollywood. You have no Rice. You have a team that wants to run the ball. Christian McCaffrey gets injured. Ramondre Stevenson is on the verge of getting benched. Tyreek Hill and Jalen Waddle are falling tremendously with the Tua injury. Cooper Kupp gets injured. Across the board, this is a this is a team that has no business in trading away future picks. I think that honestly, there's an outside chance that this team needs to pivot over to a rebuild. I would not be selling any future picks to get in any player at the moment. And instead, what I would probably be looking at doing is I would be just trying to scrap together wins right now if we can. And if we are, say, 3-3 and we get back in Cooper Kupp, Tua is close. We get back Tua when we're 4-3 or 3-4. And then all of a sudden we can push to contend as long as we're able to stay in the fight for that stretch. But if you were to like sell your future first to go get Anthony Richardson and then we don't get Tua back, as CMC doesn't come back, and then we just sold our future first and have no shot to contend, I think it's a really devastating spot to be in. I'm sitting on my hands for the next few weeks, seeing if we can just stay alive with the roster how we have it. And honestly, if we lose a couple more games, I think with the injuries to CMC, Kupp, Tua, Rice, Hollywood, I mean, this team kind of just getting decimated here top to bottom. We'd maybe have to throw in the towel and go, you know what, this isn't our year. And instead look to sell some of these veterans and get in future picks that could accumulate in value over the offseason. But I do really hope I was able to help you out in some way here and really hope that we're able to get something from this, my guy. And yeah, definitely do want to reiterate here as well that it's a team that I think could have been a strong contender coming into the year, but now it just looks so much tougher to be that. And since it's a 10-team league, quarterback's going to be easier to come by. Like, look at this team. This team has freaking Stroud, Love, Purdy, Goff, Tua. Like, there's going to be easy quarterback production to come by. But I do really appreciate you and really hope we were able to help you out in some way. Now, our next start-sit question coming out from Bo Peel says, lost with a 66 total. Do we drop Mostert for Kraft? We have Ferguson, so you definitely don't need to. But yeah, if you wanted to, no fault in doing so whatsoever. We have the Rashee Rice injury, so just an absolute brutal spot to be in. Wide receiver this next week. I mean, you're having to probably go through and start Garrett Wilson. And honestly, between Xavier Worthy and Brian Thomas, I don't think it's an easy call now that it looks like you will have Evan Ingram in this game. You won't have Rashee Rice. You won't have Hollywood Brown. So I actually, you know what? I think Flowers, Thomas, Worthy are all in the same tier for me. If you expect that this is actually a game with the passing volume against Cincy, go Flowers. And then obviously we're starting Kenneth Walker here at RB with Breece Hall down in the flex, or vice versa. It doesn't matter. Running back's great. But yeah, if you want to go pick up Kraft, drop Mostert, I definitely think you can with how bad this Miami offense is. But let's move this over to Biggie Smalls. This is a free team review with that Underdog promo. Really do appreciate you. I'm going to be excited to check this out. Now, definitely to remind you, my guy, I mean, you can, this is an ESPN team, so you could link this through the site. We could see everything. You could play around with the tools. So I definitely recommend linking with the site for sure. I mean, for the main reason too, for you to just be able to go through and play with the tools that the site has for you for free. And also next time, if you were to ever submit for review again, I could go through and I can look at all your league settings, and I could also look at all the other teams in the league. But this is currently a league where you start 2 receivers and 1 flex spot. So the depth is not going to matter too much, particularly at wide receiver. And instead, you are highly incentivized to chase the highest ceiling you could possibly get. Starting off at quarterback, we have Kyler and Fields, 2 quarterbacks based off their rushing upside that do have a pretty high ceiling in fantasy, and we are completely fine chilling with. Going over to running back, I mean, we are sitting with Devon Achane, who presumably is a running back 2 in the short term with no Tua. Once you do get Tua back in the long term, I personally would be viewing Achane as a running back that I don't want to say we can safely, but I mean, I would be fine penciling him out to be, I mean, a mid RB1 for sure. I think Achane's actually maybe swung a little bit too much, where he's the sell high guy a few weeks ago after the Buffalo game, and now I think he could potentially be, a sell low candidate, to be honest. A buy low candidate. Bucky Irving, RB2. Definitely not excited at Bucky Irving as RB2. I like the running back depth piece, just in case anything were to occur to Rachaad White, or he continues to expand his role. But down here on the bench, we have Jahmyr Gibbs as the real running back in the long term. The issue that you have with your running back room is we're just not rostering enough RBs. This is a team where wide receiver, we are so damn strong at the top. Wide receiver at the very top of this team. You have CeeDee Lamb. We have Malik Neighbors that we're starting every single week. Going down to the bench, you have Devante Adams in the long term. We have Jordan Addison in the flex. So I know we have Achane and Gibbs at running back, which we really love, but the depth beyond them, we have Bucky Irving, and that's it. That's the only guy we're rostering. So what this team needs to do in a league specifically where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, you need to be rostering significantly more running backs down on the bench, chasing upside, upside, upside. So what I would be looking to do here is, I think that you can go ahead, you can cut Jalen McMillan right now. You can cut Tyler Johnson right now. And we're picking up 2 running backs off the waiver wire that you think could be difference-making players if the guy in front of them were to go down. Obviously, the great examples of this are players like Braylon Allen, Zach Charbonnet, Tyler Algier. The lesser examples of this would be someone like Emmanuel Wilson. Tight end, we're starting Colby Parkinson in the short term with Sam Laporta on bye. Once we get Laporta back from the bye, then at that point, we drop Colby Parkinson and we pick up another running back for our bench. But yeah, overall, this is a really strong team at the top. I just don't like how we're allocating the bench spots. I think you get rid of these like low upside depth receivers like Tyler Johnson, Jalen McMillan, pick up more high upside running backs that are an injury away from making a difference on the bench. And then once we get Laporta back in, we do the same thing with Colby Parkinson. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. But let's smooth this over. Miguel says, where can I send you my team? If you're wanting to get a trade question answered, team review answered, or whatever you want, you can find it over there on flockfantasy.com. Just go over to the comment button at the very top right corner that says expert advice. You do a team review, trade question, or a start sit question. But if you did want that team review, definitely what I'd recommend doing, it's going to be a lot cheaper, is going through and taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, this is the link in the live chat in the description, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, on top of that, you'll get a free team review in one of these live streams that we are doing every single night. And you'll get a free Kirk Cousins pick on top of that, more than less than half a total yard. But yeah, make sure you use code FLOCK with the link in the live chat if you're wanting the team review. There you only have to deposit $10, which is going to be a lot cheaper than what it is on the site. But let's move this over to Corops 10. Always asking questions here on the site. This is a trade question. It says, getting offered Wilson and Rashad for Smith and Swift. Would you do Wilson for Smith? Okay, so if you're looking at my rankings right now, let's go ahead and let's pull these up. I have these players very close rest of season. I currently am sitting with Garrett Wilson at 30 overall in my rankings, I believe. Where I have Wilson wide receiver 13 at 30 overall in the ranks. I have Devonta Smith wide receiver 15. I have Wilson lower than this week because the matchup against the Vikings. But anyway, if you think that Adams is a New York Jet, then you take Devonta Smith. If you think that Adams is not a Jet, then you go ahead and you take the Wilson side. I actually probably still do prefer Rachaad White if it's a full PPR format over Swift. But yeah, I would honestly just get Wilson here as well. I know some of the other creators that we have on flockfantasy.com, which honestly, for the love of God, do not tell them I said this. I'm obviously talking a ridiculous amount of trash in the Flock League. But I'd say some of the other creators that we have on flockfantasy.com crushing me right now in the Flock League. Way better teams than I have. And those super, super smart guys. And I know a lot of them have Wilson as like their number one buy low candidate. Which obviously is under the context of everybody panicking with him. Now, let's move this team review over. Somebody drops a $100 dono. Negatron, the Dynasty. Thank you so much, my guy. Going to be super excited to go ahead and check this out for you. Saying, hey, Mason, this is a 3-in-1 non-PPR format. What can we do with the team? So in general, looking at a non-PPR league in comparison to a full PPR format, and I think this is maybe why we're a little bit lower with the league analyzer with this, is we are in a spot where you are highly incentivized to go after running backs. Running backs will make up a higher percentage of your starting lineup output at the very top ends, and running backs at the same time will be more appealing flex plays than they would be in a full PPR league. So 100% want to be building around running back if we can. And at the same time, in a non-PPR format, you are actually going to be incentivized to have an elite level quarterback if you're able to get one. Because specifically in a non-PPR league, obviously the expectation is that naturally running backs will score less, wide receivers will score less, tight ends will not. So if you can get a 5-point gap at quarterback between your QB1 and the average QB1, that gap's going to be harder to overcome for your league mates if it is a non-PPR league in comparison to a full PPR league. So we want the elite quarterback, and we want to build around running backs in a non-PPR format. The incoming trade offers Kareem Hunt plus one of DK, Garrett Wilson, T. Higgins, or DJ Moore. Who do we trade away? Do we deal around Amon-Ra St. Brown to go get a 2-for-1? No, we're going to keep Amon-Ra St. Brown. I definitely say in a non-PPR format, St. Brown's worth less than he is in a full PPR league. But if we're trading like Amon-Ra St. Brown for Kareem Hunt and Garrett Wilson, where Kareem Hunt's not guaranteed to be some massive difference-making player and he was just a pickup off the waiver wire, probably don't love it. I would hold on to Wilson here. And this is a league where as well, you can only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So a big thing that we're going to have with this team is we do not care nearly as much about these wide receiver depth names that we are holding on to. Now, quick side note for everybody watching this. We are currently 1 like away from hitting 700 likes in the stream. We're in a live stream for 5 hours tonight, answered as many questions as we can, both through the site and for free in the live chat. So if you have not done so already, hit that like button. But anyway, looking at this squad, obviously we have the strength at wide receiver at the top ends. I guess another reason maybe we are lower with the league analyzer is we have been extremely unlucky with trades so far this year. I mean, this year you get both the injury. I'm sorry, not trades. You're unlucky with injuries this season, where you have the injury to Isaiah Pacheco. Isaiah Pacheco would have been, honestly, maybe the most valuable asset for us in a non-PPR league in this. Now, looking at what we have with the running back room left over from the Pacheco injury, it's brutal. We had the Rashee Rice injury as well. Now, with that being said, it does appear that you are getting some positive reports with Rashee Rice in that it does appear that this may not, right away be a season-ending injury, which is positive in general. It's better than hearing that it is season-ending. But yeah, this is going to be a tough spot to overcome. So quarterback and tight end, we have Mahomes, we have Kincaid. I really wish I was smart enough to have told you week 1, hey, we probably want to go through and we probably want to sell Mahomes and pivot over to a quarterback with the elite rushing upside. We want to go pivot to Jaden Daniels. I wish I would have known, hey, Mahomes is going to have 2 of his top 3 wide receivers injured this season. They're going to lean on the run. They're going to play great defense. I wish I would have known all this, but sadly I did not. So obviously Mahomes isn't super exciting right this second. But with that being said, it's not a spot where we can now tell you to sell Patrick Mahomes now that you have everybody very much worried about Patrick Mahomes. Now, going over to what we're looking at with Zach Moss. Currently with Moss, he's our RB1. I'd be fine to have him as an RB2, specifically in a good offense where in a non-PPR format, we are trying to chase touchdown upside. We have Benson. Pacheco, Sermon, Steele, Bigsby beyond this. So Steele looks like he is nothing. Benson looks like you have long-term upside. Trey Sermon is somebody that we needed to pick up, kind of saves this team in the short term here. But going over to wide receiver, we have St. Brown, London, Deontay, Shaheed. I actually like Shaheed in a non-PPR league where we're chasing big plays and touchdowns. and then DeAndre Hopkins at wide receiver 5. So we do have plenty of wide receiver depth. And to be honest with you, I don't think we are in a spot where it's making sense for us to trade Amon-Ra St. Brown in a 1-for-2 tier down to get a wide receiver and a running back if that running back in return is somebody like Kareem Hunt. There are a couple different ways that we could go about possibly trading away some of these receivers to go get that upgrade at running back. One thing that you could look to do is just pivot off of DeAndre Hopkins to go get running backs that are those desperation flex plays / premium handcuff backs, such as Braylon Allen, Bucky Irving, Chase Brown. If you could sell DeAndre Hopkins and go pick up somebody like that in a non-PPR format on a team like this, I think that'd make a lot of sense. And if you wanted to sell Amon-Ra St. Brown, instead of looking to tier down and get like just another super low depth running back like Kareem Hunt and a lesser receiver, we're fine at wide receiver here. If you wanted to sell St. Brown, we could actually just look to go out and see if we can get a running back in return straight up. Like Amon-Ra St. Brown versus Kenneth Walker in a non-PPR format is a very interesting conversation to have. Amon-Ra St. Brown versus, if you did want to do a tier down, like I think you're looking for a running back in the range of like Montgomery. Amon-Ra St. Brown tier down to like James Conner, AJ Brown, Jordan Mason, AJ Brown in a non-PPR league where we lost Pacheco. I think that makes a lot of sense. And this team has the running back depth where you could see them going through and making that move. So honestly, I think this is kind of the trade that we are wanting to make here. Or if you could send Amon-Ra St. Brown and get to AJ Brown, Brian Robinson, Jordan Mason, James Conner, really any three of these running backs, I think that'd be great. I don't mind the 1-for-2 tier down given the context of your team. I just think that instead of getting like a pretty damn good receiver, I just think you need to be asking for more. I think that's what we're looking at. You need to ask for a better running back. And if you can't get that for St. Brown, if your league mates go, I know this is a non-PPR format, I have no interest in trading for St. Brown, then at that point, you probably go ahead and you probably just see if we can move on from one of the depth running backs, pick up somebody like Braylon Allen instead, just in case a Brees injury happens, then all of a sudden he's a league winner. And then if Adam Thielen, like if you need to move Rashee Rice to the IR slot and you only have one IR slot, just cut Adam Thielen, pick up another running back and take Thielen off the IR. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. But yeah, Kincaid, you're just shooting for a touchdown upside non-PPR format. He has plenty of it. But yeah, thank you so much for supporting the channel. Really, really, really do appreciate you. And really hope we get to hang out with you in a live stream soon, my guy. But let's go ahead and let's move this trade question over for Ethan. And yeah, real quick, if you just signed up to Underdog Fantasy right now and made a deposit with code FLOCK, so full transparency, what happens is Underdog every morning will get me the list of email addresses that signed up to Underdog Fantasy with code FLOCK the day before and made that deposit. So Underdog's going to send me your email address tomorrow morning. I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to forward it over to the developers of flockfantasy.com. One of them are going to go through and manually credit you with that free team review voucher. So it should show up for you tomorrow, my guy. But anyway, checking this team out for Ethan. Here, we're downgrading from Allen to Dak Prescott. We are upgrading from Tank Dell to Cooper Kupp. We are upgrading from Kincaid to Travis Kelce. We are downgrading from Brian Robinson to Austin Eckler. As of now, before Kupp is healthy, I think the best player in the deal is Josh Allen. I hate 4-for-4 deals like this. 9 times out of 10, I just want to keep our side. Like literally, we are just trading a wide receiver, a running back, a tight end, or we're trading our starting quarterback, our starting tight end for their starting quarterback, their starting tight ends. And we're trading one of our wide receivers and one of our running backs for one of their wide receivers and one of their running backs. Like the only way that this trade breaks is it is a robbery for one side and it is a horrible deal for the other when we look back 5 weeks from now. There's no way a trade like this turns out to be a win-win trade. But I'll throw it in the calculator. I hate looking at 4-for-4 deals in general, just because, like I said, I don't particularly see how this turns out to be a win-win trade in particular, my guy. But here, Josh Allen, Dell, Brian Robinson, Kincaid, Dell, Brian Robinson. I do want to say that Kelsey obviously looks very appealing now that you have the Rice injury. Dak Prescott looks more appealing now that you have a few key defensive injuries for Dallas. So Dak may end up being forced to throw the ball a little bit more. And Cup, Eckler. Y'all want to take a guess on what side the league analyzer is going to have winning this? What side do you think has more value here? Let's just label it the Josh Allen side or the Dak Prescott side. Allen, Robinson, Kincaid, Dell versus Kelsey, Cup, Eckler, and Dak. We got Allen. Looks like most people are on the Josh Allen trade. We got a few Kelsey, Dak Prescotts in here. We got a Dak for sure. Analyzer says left, but I prefer the right side. Actually, it does look like it's kind of split. It looks like it's 50-50. Well, let's go ahead and let's check this out. Submit. We slightly lose. Yeah, it slightly as the Josh Allen side as the better side. Getting the better player in the deal. I think it's a whatever trade. I just don't see why we're making it. If Cup comes back this week, give me the Cup side. But with the ambiguity around the Cooper Cup injury, I just don't think that it's a trade that we want to be rolling the dice here. But I think we can get to some of the free questions in the live chat. So if you have any questions in the chat, please go ahead and drop them. Be happy to answer as many as I possibly can. Celia says, should we trade Moss, Chase, and Kincaid for Harrison, Gibbs, and Bowers? Chase to Harrison, downgrade. Moss to Gibbs, upgrade. Kincaid to Bowers, upgrade. Yes, I take the Gibbs side. J-Way, if you never got your free voucher, if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy September 5th or after of this year, and you made a minimum of $10 deposit, and you have an account set up on flockfantasy.com with the same email address, the most likely reason you get your voucher is you probably set up your account on flockfantasy.com too late for when we did the run, but all you have to do is shoot me an email at mason.flockfantasy.com and I'll be happy to hook you up. Sean says DJ Moore and Zach Moss for Tyreek Hill. I'd very easily rather have Tyreek. Tyreek versus DJ Moore in the short term. Neither offense has a lot of passing volume. Obviously, the Bears' passing offense is a little bit better. But at the same time, Tyreek Hill is a much better receiver than what you have with DJ Moore. And you have a considerable amount of target comp with both Rome and Keenan now, and Komet getting involved. So I think I would very, very easily prefer Tyreek over DJ Moore rest of season. But I'm also personally expecting that you get Tyreek. I mean, you get Tua back in. Sam just flexing on us, trading for Zach Moss for A.J. Brown. Shay says, is JT out? Obviously, it's way too early to know. I made the running back rankings for tomorrow under the assumption that Jonathan Taylor will not be playing. Jonathan Taylor was not at practice today, if that helps you out. But, I mean, it's no guarantee. We don't know yet. Trevor says Higgins or Amari. I'd rather have T. Higgins. I think he's in a better offense. And Higgins had 10 targets last week as well. Okay. Sam says, Najee and Christian Kirk for Chris Godwin. I think it's a very fair deal up to your roster. I think most people would prefer Godwin. I could see it. I mean, some of the teams that we look at on the live stream, though, that are absolutely desperate for running back, I could see valuing Najee Harris under the environment where you have no Jalen Warren. Najee's actually had back-to-back games with at least 5 targets here in Pittsburgh. With no Warren, it does look like Najee is going to get used as a receiver. Okay. Now let's move this over. Gavin says Achan or Brian Robinson. So Brian Robinson now dealing with the knee injury, and at the same time, you are going to end up getting back, I mean, what should be a difference-making player in Austin Eckler, where we know Eckler can have a receiving role here. So for me, to be honest with you, I think it's kind of an easy spot to tell you to go ahead and take Devon Achan, particularly if it's a full PPR format, for sure. Okay. Jeffrey says, do I drop Goddard or Jennings or Waddle for JSN? You drop Juwan Jennings in a heartbeat. I mean, with Jennings, he will be behind the target. I mean, he will be behind Ayuk, Debo, Kittle in terms of the targets he's seeing, and you're about to get Sticky Ricky back into this offense as well. I know Jennings did lead the team in receiving yards this past week, and I know 2 weeks ago, Jennings was an absolute monster. But that's not something we can project every single week going in the future. And we are 1 like away from hitting 800 likes on the live stream. Thank you so much for everybody going down there and hitting that like button. Really do appreciate it. And yeah, if you have not done so already, show some love. Show some love. We'll be live streaming for 5 hours tonight. Okay. So TJ says, Leggett and Singletary for Joe Mixon. I'd very easily rather have Joe Mixon here. Coming as from somebody who has a ridiculous amount of Xavier Leggett in underdog drafts. Like, I'm set up very well if Leggett crushes. But, I mean, Joe Mixon is a 3-down running back, one of the better offenses in the league. Now, move this over. Artie says, do you think Rice is going to come back? So, the torn ACL has not been confirmed. We are seeing some ambiguous things coming out of Kansas City that may be indicating that Rashee Rice is not going to be missing. I mean, it's not going to be out for the season, so I don't know here, to be honest. It's obviously very, very difficult to say. If I was looking at Rashee Rice, my guess would be that if he comes back, it would be for the real-life playoffs and probably doesn't make a difference in fantasy this year. Morgan says Ayuk for Jaden Reed, PPR. I believe we do have Reed ranked ahead of Ayuk. I know everybody's going to say, oh, my God. I know that everybody has Reed well ahead of Brandon Ayuk. If you look at my rankings, rest of season, we have Jaden Reed, wide receiver 17. We have Brandon Ayuk, wide receiver 22. I don't think it's the largest gap in the world between the two guys, but I do prefer Jaden Reed. We have one 36 overall and the other 43 overall. So if we were to redo reports, if we were to redo drafts today, I think Jaden Reed goes in round 3. And I think I would rank Ayuk as if he was a 4th or a 5th round pick. But I think in reality, he'd probably go around like 7 or 8. Jared says, what do I do with Garrett Wilson? We answered this a lot in the live stream last night. Your options of what you could be doing with Garrett Wilson right now include 1, you can cut Garrett Wilson. 2, you could hold Garrett Wilson. Or 3, you can sell Garrett Wilson for pennies on the dollar with everybody in fantasy football panicking about Garrett Wilson. Between those 3 options, I probably lean on the, hey, let's just hold him. But obviously, I am about, like, whenever I make the sell high videos, we always try to look at players that people are excited about trading. I never want to look at the player that every single person and their mom is just panicking about and tell them, like, hey, it's a pretty good idea to trade them. The reality is I just simply don't know what you could expect to get if you were to trade Garrett Wilson. Nobody wants Wilson at this point. I mean, nobody. Okay. Let's This over. Ryan says Cole Kmet or David Njoku this week. I think we have to wait for more practice reports with Njoku. I'm going to be making our tight end rankings probably 2 days. It's going to come out 2 days from now. I'm going to be making them tomorrow, but I'm probably going to wait to record the video until super late because I really want to see the David Njoku practice report for tomorrow. And let's move this over and let's get some more of the questions on the site going. Definitely want to reiterate, if you ever want to get a guaranteed answer over there on flockfantasy.com, I always do so with this expert advice button on the site. You can get a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you're wanting. If you are wanting that team review, definitely would recommend going ahead and taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy, which is the link in the description, is the link in the live chat. And if you use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you'll get a free Kirk Cousins pick, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, you'll get a free team review in the live streams that we are doing every single night. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. That way I'm able to go ahead and accredit you with that free team review voucher. But let's move this over to our next question coming out from Jawit Hoodie. It's a start sit question here. It says, anything we should be switching around, debating between Rome or Keon for Zach Charbonnet. So it is a triple flex league. So we have Wan'Dale Robinson and here at wide receiver 2. I honestly think that Rome gives you the higher ceiling, but if you're playing in a full PPR formats, you probably just take the cheap target volume with Wan'Dale. Going over to what we have with the flexes, Rome, I think Rome is the player that I would want here if we're getting anybody in. I'm not... Rome versus Wicks, I think you can definitely go Wicks with no Christian Watson, a good matchup against the Rams. Chuba Hubbard looks like a must-start play. Keon Coleman should be a higher scoring game environment overall going up against Houston. Can y'all spam the chat? Who would you play this week? Would you be going with Rome or Keenan? I'm sorry, Rome or Keon? So look at the target volume that you have at the moment. Keon, you've had the receiving touchdowns. Why is this not loading? Come on, sleeper. Keon Coleman, bam. You've had the receiving touchdowns, but the volume hasn't really been there. You had 5 targets week 1. Since then, best game we've had is 4. Going over to Rome Odunze, obviously the target volume did dip dramatically with Keenan back in, but more so with the overall passing volume dipping. Looking in the chat, we have Keon, Rome, Keon, Rome, Rome, Keon, Rome, 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 Keon, Rome, 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 Rome. Pulling up my rankings right now. In my rankings this week, I had Rome wide receiver 37. I had Keon wide receiver 45. Probably stand by those. We probably go with Rome Odunze. You've at least seen the very high ceiling with Rome this year, which we just really haven't seen with Keon. And right now, if you actually look at the implied team total, I think the Bears have a 23-point implied team total this week. I like how I am the worst streamer of all time. I learned how to... One of the biggest mistakes that we probably ever made live streaming is learning how to make like a little box of just my floating head and move it around the screen randomly. Like, I don't know if I don't watch many people live streaming. I definitely, like, I watch YouTube constantly. I watch a bunch of videos, but I don't see many people. Can y'all let me know if y'all watch live streams? Is this like a thing that people essentially turn their head into a little floating box and move it around? But let's move this over to our next team. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. It's multiple scorigamis. Much love. Really do appreciate you, my guy. Says, hey, Mason, we need some help. I'm 0-4. Ooh. Ooh, 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 ooh. Do not like to hear it. Team Lewis and CD is what respond to trades. have already done a 5-for-5 player trade with Laporta. Want to trade CMC, Pacheco, Neighbors is untouchable. Thanks. Appreciate you, my guy. If I'm looking at what we have with an 0-4 team, I have a desperation play. Hail Mary. We have to do anything that we can to get points in the lineup right now, to pivot off of injured guys, to make sure that we are staying in the race. This doesn't mean, oh, this player is a bye week this week, I need to sell him for a player that's going to have a bye week 2 weeks from now. That does nothing for us. But that does mean, oh, this player's injured, he's going to be missing some time. If we could go through and move him in a 2-for-1 deal and potentially get back a different option here, that could be a viable trade. And going through and looking at what we have currently with these injured players, we have a considerable amount. We have McCaffrey, we have Isaiah Pacheco, we have Rashee Rice. So if we're looking at the players that we could potentially sell here, I will operate under the assumption that Rashee Rice, at this point, we're not going to get anything from him. The base expectation is he has a torn ACL. If he doesn't have a torn ACL, that is phenomenal news. I would really hope to hear it, but it's definitely not something that we can be banking on, even if it's what we are hoping for. But I think you could get some value out of McCaffrey. To be honest with you, I wouldn't be super confident that you would be able to sell Pacheco for anything either, to be honest. But if you could take McCaffrey and send him in a 2-for-1 deal with another player that has a long-term upside and get somebody in that would be viable right away, personally, that would be a move that I'm looking to make. Now, of course, the question is, what does that trade look like? I will say this is a start 8 format, so we're 100% wanting to prioritize upside here. And it's a 2-quarterback league. So when we have Hurts, it's an 8-team league. But it's a 2-quarterback format where you have Hurts and Lamar. Obviously, 2 quarterbacks that we comfortably rely upon every single week. No hesitation. Going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Jahmyr Gibbs, David Montgomery, Connor, Bucky, Hunt, Pacheco, McCaffrey. I think the play is if you could potentially send CMC and David Montgomery and go get a 2-for-1 upgrade that way, it would make a ton of sense. Go target one of these teams that is loaded at the top and see if they're willing to give us a running back that's going to be productive right now in return for this long-term upside. Like if you could go Montgomery and Christian McCaffrey and pivot over to Derrick Henry on a team like this, that may be a move that we have to make. Obviously, Saquon Barkley would be a no-brainer. It's much easier said than done. With this being a full PPR format, if we could go McCaffrey and David Montgomery to get to Alvin Kamara, would absolutely love it. Have no hesitation with it whatsoever. Another trade that you could be looking to make is effectively doing the same thing at wide receiver, where if we can go through and if we can try to package together Mike Evans and McCaffrey. And I know you said CD's nuts isn't going to trade with us, but if we can go Evans and McCaffrey to pivot over to like Amon-Ra St. Brown, Justin Jefferson, Nico Collins, I think that those could be very interesting moves because the wide receiver depth, even if we lose Rice, isn't a massive priority. And the main thing that we are just trying to do is cash in on some of that long-term production and some of that long-term upside that we have with the player that's currently dealing with a short-term injury and see if you're able to come away with an upgrade in the lineup right now so we can get some front-loaded points in and we don't have to lose another week here. But at tight end, we have Ferguson. I'd love Ferguson as my tight end 1 in a 12-team format. Is a tight end 1 in an 8-team league. It's kind of whatever, not nearly as excited. But I think that's probably all we are going to have for this. My guy, again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock, supporting the channel. I really hope that I was able to help you out in some way. I really hope you're able to get something from it. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. Be super happy to help you out any way that I can, especially if there's any way that I'm able to improve the site for you. But yeah, cash in on some of these injured players and go get an upgrade in the lineup. Somebody that can help us potentially win right this second on an 0-4 team. I mean, it's kind of do or die. But Tyler Do1 says, my wide receiver depth is Wilson, Terry, Thomas. So I'm assuming I stay with Nico since it's only a 1 flex league. So yeah, going from Waddle to Shakir downgrade, Nico to McBride downgrade, or let's go. Would I rather have Waddle and Ferguson or London? Probably give me Waddle and Ferguson. Would I rather have London or, would I rather have Nico or Debo and McBride? Maybe Nico. If it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, give me the best player in the deal. Give me Nico Collins. I'm sorry. I am very interested to see what the trade calculator has this as. This is a very big deal. I think we can dumb it down though and say like the wide receiver depth is kind of meaningless for you on this roster if we have enough receiver production right now and at the same time it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. We have Nico, Waddle. I mean, another thing is I think Tua is going to come back in. So I actually like Tua here. I actually like Waddle here in the long term. And Ferguson should have a ton of target volume, especially with the Brandon Cooks injury. Ferguson should crush. And in the return, Debo's probably the best player we're getting. If not, Trey McBride. Obviously, London and Shakir are quality depth assets in this format. But with that being said, we don't really need them. Saying that there's slightly more value on the McBride, London, Debo side of this. Assuming a lot of this has to do with the Tua injury, just severely knocking Waddle to be a unviable option in the first place. But specifically, if you're not going to be starting Shakir, and you maybe not even start London here, I think we just keep the best player with Nico Collins. I mean, if you wanted to make this trade, if we could keep Waddle and have them keep Shakir, I think here if we could sell Nico and Ferguson for Debo, McBride, and London, it would be a little bit better. But I don't want to also downgrade from Waddle to Shakir in the long term. Now let's move this over for Mother Flocka. Says, do I do this if I'm 1-3? Is our team linked? Please be it linked. Okay, thank God it's linked. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, so wide receiver depth doesn't matter. Wide receiver right now, we have London, Flowers, Addison, Keon, Puka, Dell. Running back, we have Brooks, Bijan, Moss. So really the only thing we're hunting is upside. If you look at where I have these guys ranked, I have them 84 and 82 overall. I don't think this trade does anything for your team. I don't think either player hits your starting lineup. We're swapping 1 depth option for another depth option in a 10-team league where you only start 2 receivers and 1 flex, so depth options don't matter. So I don't see why we would. I don't see the point, to be honest with you. Can y'all please spam the chat? In a vacuum, would you rather have Pittman or DeAndre Swift? Beard PvP, love to hear that we are getting Joe Mixon there. And thank you for coming by. Thank you for checking back in with the stream. Let me know that. But we got 1 vote Pittman, 1 vote Swift, 2 votes Pittman, Pittman, Swift, Swift. Bunch of people saying neither. I agree. I think it's kind of like a nothing burger trade. If you look at my rankings, I do have Pittman ranked 2 slots higher than DeAndre Swift. I have Pittman 82 in comparison to DeAndre Swift at 84. However, specifically in a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, I would rather have DeAndre Swift. In a 10-team league where you start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, I think the depth receiver in Pittman does nothing. Obviously, if Richardson was going to miss a ton of time here, then it would be a little bit of a different story. But that shouldn't be the case. But cooking up some love coming out. Love to see it. Says, currently we're 0-4. After each loss, I felt that the team can survive But after putting up 60 points this past weekend, I'm ready to make some dramatic moves. Any advice would be much appreciated. I'm thinking of shipping a Monra for something that would get Jordan Mason in return. So, couple different things. One, this is a team on Sleeper. My guy, if you're on Sleeper, you should very easily be able to link with the site. If you have any issues, please send them in the site issue section of the Discord. One of the devs would be very happy to help you out. But, yeah, I would love to see if we could see the rest of the teams in this league, so we try to come up with some offers for you. But anyway, a second thing, 0-4, we are entering into what we call desperation mode, where we are trying to get anybody that we can to help us win games right this second. Pistol Pete says, just link my league on Sleeper. All good. Okay. Much love, my guy. But we are trying to do anything that we can to win games right now. Looking at the squad, it's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, where wide receiver depth's not going to matter, and we are prioritized to go after the top end options for the starting lineup by packaging together wide receiver depth pieces. If they see a spike week, like the second that Pittman sees a spike week and he gets any kind of value, immediately in this kind of format, that is a player that we look to go ahead and cash in on. Now, going over to Jordan Love. Jordan Love is a QB that obviously looks like we are going to get a considerable amount of passing volume with. Don't need a roster backup quarterback. We don't have one. Completely fine to see it. Going over to running back, we currently are sitting with Ramondre Stevenson and James Cook. We have Achane down there in the flex. So to have Achane RB1, James Cook RB2, really like that in a full PPR format. We have Ramondre Stevenson down here as our running back 3. With Ramondre, it does sound like you are going to see him potentially benched for Antonio Gibson, which would just kill my team. It would freaking suck. But honestly, we may be in a spot where... Actually, I saw Jackson Smith and Jigba over Ramondre Stevenson this week. Like, I think you move Achane up to RB2, move Ramondre down to the bench, put JSN there at the flex. Going over to wide receiver, we have Olave, we have Brandon Ayuk, but we have Amon-Ra St. Brown. So to have St. Brown wide receiver 1, Olave wide receiver 2, Ayuk wide receiver 3, JSN wide receiver 4, I really do like the wide receiver room in the long run. Tight end, I agree. We probably start Pat Frymuth over Mark Andrews this week. I agree. I think we need to be selling players that aren't going to produce in the short term and go get production right this second. And I understand, while technically you're not going to be seeing anything from Amon-Ra St. Brown. With that being said, it's because of his bye. Like, there's a difference between going, oh my gosh, player X is going to be missing time with this injury. We need to sell him to get production in right now on a team that is 0-4 and needs points. Because the thing is, you sell St. Brown to get some points in this lineup, quote unquote, right now. And then all of a sudden you're in a spot where it simply just may not matter. In that if you trade for a wide receiver or a running back fill in, they're going to have a bye later in the season too. So you're still trading one player that's going to miss time for another player that's going to miss time. I mean, miss a game, that is. It'd be different. You're like, oh no, I'm going to trade Puka Nacua. He's going to miss 4 games. Then you got the bye week later in the year. So yeah. But so I actually don't want to trade Amon-Ra St. Brown. Instead, what I think you do with this team is, if we're looking at the construction of the roster, I think I'd probably just prioritize some of these running back upside plays down on the bench. Like Jordan Whittington is a player that's never going to hit your starting lineup in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league. So what I would probably do here instead, if possible, is I would love to just roster another running back that's like Jalen Wright, where he's an injury away from making a difference in fantasy. So I'd cut Jordan Whittington, pick up a running back in this format. You don't have any of these like rookies that we'd expect to get better as the season goes on. We don't have any of these injured players that have the long-term value but not the short-term production. those are the assets that we are looking to sell. I'll say again, I mean, if we can find a sucker to go through and buy Ramondre Stevenson from us, we'd 100% take that sucker up on it. I would love to go through and I would love to see if we could pivot off of Ramondre Stevenson. But the reality of the situation is that's probably not going to be possible for us here. And instead, you're probably just stuck with Ramondre. But yeah, I would bench Ramondre this week in favor of Jackson Smith-Njigba. Move Achane up to running back, move Ramondre down to the flex, and then obviously put JSN over Ramondre in that flex spot. Trying to think if there's anything else that we could potentially say. I don't think so, my guy. I think it's a fine team. It's a team that's been very disappointing, of course, but I think it should be better going into the future. HN could have been that sell high candidate, especially on a team that needs production right now with the Tua injury. Just the thing is with how bad he's been over the past 2 weeks, I think we missed the boat to sell HN. So I really do appreciate you and really hope that we were able to help you out in some way, but I think you just kind of got to be patient and maybe drop Winnington, pick up a running back in that format. Schlinky says, is this a big win? Needing running backs and was wondering what to look at next. So let me pull up the exact report that we have. Just because I don't think we showed the exact report on the live stream. And I would rather have Ramondre Stevenson over Jordan Love rest of the season. I just don't think I can say that it is a big win here. But let me go through and look at this. Let's look up Ramondre Stevenson. You never know what's going to show up on Twitter, so I want to do this on the other screen, get the report. I mean, we can maybe just pull this up on Fantasy Pros. Antonio Gibson could start over Ramondre Stevenson in week 5. Here, this is going to be the more important thing. Coach Peak Index. Head coach Gerard Mayo on whether he's considering starting Antonio Gibson over Ramondre Stevenson, who's fumbled in all 4 games. That's definitely under consideration. I've had multiple conversations with Ramondre. We can't preach the ball security is job security and then have him out there for the majority of the time. I'm saying this as somebody that has Ramondre Stevenson in the flock league with the team with absolute garbage running backs, and I need Ramondre Stevenson to come through for us. But I just updated my rankings, and we did move Ramondre Stevenson dramatically down. Like, I put Ramondre Stevenson at RB 31 in our rest of season ranks. Like, I am very, very concerned with Ramondre. Now, let's move this over to Blues. Next question. This is a trade question where we send Jacobs and Ferguson for Kenneth Walker. Our team is linked, so we can see if we have a tight end. We have Brock Bowers. If you have Brock Bowers, while I do think that Josh Jacobs is a great buy low candidate, I'm completely fine selling Jacobs and Ferguson to go get Kenneth Walker. Obviously, Walker looks like an absolute crusher. If you have Bowers, you don't need Ferg, so I like it. Now, Terps, a longtime member of the flock, decided to check this out. This is one of those free Underdog team reviews. Says, currently 0-4, need a running back upgrade badly. League mates have been difficult to trade with so far. Ladd is the only available on waiver wire right now, and somebody just dropped Waddle. Would love to hear any trade suggestions or moves you think we should make. Okay, so a couple different things real quick. You telling me that Ladd McConkey and Jalen Waddle are currently on your waiver wire tells me that this is a team where I don't care that it's a 12-team format. We are still looking to make 2-for-1 deals to try to improve inside the starting lineup. That is still by far and away the number one priority that we have here. By far and away the number one priority. I would love to create some space to get these guys in. Looking at where we are at currently in the league analyzer, we are currently at 4. Not a bad ranking, but in reality, if you look at the league analyzer here, it kind of looks like the flock league. Everybody is extremely close outside of these 2 teams at the very bottom. But anyway, going through and looking at the squad. Why is this team 0-4? How bad has it been? So this is, I figured it out. We are looking at the culprit here. Mr. Mark Andrews, come on down and bring the 0-4 record shame with you. Yeah, if you have Andrews, obviously it's a spot where we can blame a lot of the struggles that this team's dealing with, maybe with Mark Andrews. But anyway, looking at quarterback, we have Kyler. I do believe that Kyler should be a quarterback that you're able to start almost every week, regardless of the matchup. Obviously, this week against the Niners, expectations are a little bit lowered. But even if you're rostering a second quarterback, like, would you go out there and start Sam Darnold over Kyler Murray? Probably not. So, I mean, I do think that we're in a great spot here with Kyler. You don't need to roster a backup QB. Now, going over to what we have with running back, we are currently sitting with Travis Etienne, Zach Charbonnet, Braylon Allen. So Etienne has been extremely disappointing as well. I mean, cannot move off of that. Cannot act like that has not been the case. Charbonnet, Braylon Allen, Tajee Spears, all three of these running backs are very similar players, where all three of these guys are running backs that you have the handcuff appeal, where if the starter were to go down in front of them, then all of a sudden they do kind of look like straight up league winners. But with that being said, of course, they're not exciting plays. With Kenneth Walker healthy, you don't want to throw in Zach Charbonnet. You can do it. Do we want to? Probably not. I don't want to start Braylon Allen with Breece Hall healthy. Can you do it? Yeah, probably. Same thing with Tajee Spears. I don't want to start him with a healthy Tony Pollard. I love rostering as many of these guys as we possibly can. But still, going over to what we have at receiver, we currently are sitting with CeeDee Lamb, Mike Evans. Love the wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2 combo. We have Brian Thomas, Jackson Smith, and Jigba. Great wide receiver 3, wide receiver 4 combo. We have Pittman, wide receiver 5. Completely fine with Pittman as our wide receiver 5. We have Tucker Kraft as that pickup off the waiver wire at tight ends. I think Kraft's going to be a much, much better option than Mark Andrews going into the future. I think Kraft does look like a must-start tight end with Jordan Love back under center. So as we sit here with the squad, definitely the issue that you're going to have is running back 2. I mean, if you're 0-4, we can't just sit here and go, okay, yeah, we're going to roster as many of these guys like Braylon Allen as possible, because if Breece gets injured, then all of a sudden we have a great running back 2 that we're able to start every single week. And we need a running back 2 we can start right now. So obviously, can't sell Mark Andrews for anything. I mean, people are dropping Andrews in some leagues. So I think instead the trade, if we can make it, is we go send Brian Thomas and Zach Charbonnet, or we go send Brian Thomas and Braylon Allen, and we go get to a running back that we start every single week. I mean, if you can somehow sell that long-term upside and go get a player like Jordan Mason, obviously it's an absolute no-brainer. Go get a player like Kenneth Walker. It's an absolute no-brainer. Go get a player like Devon Achane. It's an absolute no-brainer. James Conner, it's a little bit tougher. I mean, if you wanted to go like Pittman and Charbonnet, Pittman and Braylon Allen to get James Conner, so the long-term upside for short-term production. Go try to get to Josh Jacobs. That team doesn't have enough running back depth. That team doesn't have a ton of running back depth. Go try to get James Cook, with this team having Jonathan Brooks coming back in. I think it's a very, very easy sell and a very easy thing that you want to do with this team. You want to take the young, exciting, ascending wide receiver that has a ton of long-term upside, package him with a young, exciting, ascending running back with a lot of long-term upside, and go get some production in this lineup right this second, just simply because you can't afford to wait any longer, to be honest with you. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that we were able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. And definitely, I am rooting for us to hopefully win this week, but we need a running back to win this week. Now, going over looking at this for Schlinky, we're upgrading from DeAndre Swift to Kenneth Walker. We're downgrading from Brian Thomas to Dontavian Wicks. Give me the best player in the deal. The best player in the deal here is Kenneth Walker by a decent margin. Now, real quick, when we hit 1,000 likes on the stream, we are going to be answering more of the free questions in the live chat. So Go down there, hit that like button if you want your questions answered. I think we're only about 50 away. And this next team review is going to be another one of these free Underdog team reviews from Mick Conqueror. Here, looking at the squad, this is the 5th team with the League Analyzer. It's a 10-team format where you can start 4 wide receivers weekly. So, I mean, it's a 10-team league, so options on the waiver wire are going to be pretty strong. But with that being said, I mean, it's not like you only start 2 wide receivers in 1 flex where we can say, oh, okay, every 2-for-1 deal we make to upgrade in the lineup, we take advantage, we do it right that second. No, it's a little bit more of a balanced format. But pulling up the team here, we do have Mahomes at QB with Brock Purdy. I think definitely Mahomes is now in the tier of quarterbacks that you can roster too, and you can play the matchups between them weekly. Mahomes going up against New Orleans this week, Purdy going up against Arizona. Like, I honestly wouldn't mind if you wanted to play the matchup and go Brock Purdy. Is it something you have to do? Definitely not. Is it something you can do? I think so. Going over to what we have at running back, we're currently sitting with Kenneth Walker, James Cook, Najee Harris, Zach Charbonnet. Walker, I like as an RB1. James Cook, solid RB2. Najee Harris has guaranteed volume with the Jalen Warren injury. I think running back's well-balanced squad. Wide receiver, Wilson's been horrible. I think he'll be better in the future. Obviously, the Rice injury, I'd imagine this team would be at the very top if we had Rice. Yeah, if we had Rice and Jefferson playing alongside each other, and then Deontay Johnson in the flex, that would be nuts. We have Gesicki to play this week during the Laporta bye. Then we drop Gesicki. We pick up a running back when we get through the bye week. When Hawkinson does come back in, then at that point, we evaluate who we are looking to sell between Sam Laporta or TJ Hawkinson. But obviously, once we have both tight ends, it's not a spot that you need to be holding on to both of these players. You could potentially look to move off and see if we can get an upgrade elsewhere in the lineup. But as it stands right now, this is an extremely well-balanced roster where I don't necessarily see too many moves to make. Now, obviously, I wish I was smart enough to have told you to sell Patrick Mahomes for Jaden Daniels before the season started. But now to go through and panic sell Patrick Mahomes, probably not the move. Probably wouldn't get enough value for it, to be honest. So I think that we're probably chilling with this team as is. And yeah, just rolling through this week. Afterwards, dropping Gesicki, picking up another running back off the waiver wire. And I wouldn't fault you at all if you wanted to start Brock Purdy over Mahomes. Okay, but yeah. A very well-balanced team. I think this team's going to be so much better now that you have Kenneth Walker back in. But obviously, the Rice injury hurts. But moving this over to this question from Vincent. It's a trade question where we were sending Braylon Allen, Kareem Hunt, Stephon Diggs versus Ayuk, Amari, and Jalen Waddle. Diggs, Ayuk, people will hate me for saying this, but I think that they are very, very close. If you go over to the site, look at my rest of season rankings. I have Diggs wide receiver 20. I have Ayuk wide receiver 22. I don't think that there's a big gap between the two of them. Going from Hunt to Amari, give me Amari. Braylon Allen to Jalen Waddle, probably give me Jalen. I'm telling you right now, this side is the more valuable side in fantasy football. If I ask the live chat right now what side they would want, they would all want the Stephon Diggs side. Nobody wants to touch Brandon Ayuk or Jalen Waddle with the 10-foot pole. Do not blame them for it. But I like garbage, so we're going to go collecting garbage. We're going to take Ayuk, Amari, and Waddle. Now, Revelo coming out with a big dono trade question. Says 1 and 3 need to start winning. Should we accept this trade for a chance to win, then deal them next week? So we did move up Aaron Jones to 25 in our rest of season rankings overall. He's RB13. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex formats. Right now at running back, we have Gibbs, Hall, Brooks. You have Sermon to play this week. I understand the thought process going, oh, I have Jahmyr Gibbs. I need the running back this week. During the bye week, I need Aaron Jones. Maybe we can package together these two players and flip them for Jamar Chase next week. You have to go Jamar Chase here. The only way that you could do this deal is if you got it in writing with the other team. We are going to swap back sides after this week. And you will get Jamar Chase back on the squad. But I'm pretty sure, depending on your league rules, that that's collusion. So pretty sure that that's not a move that we are going to be able to make here. And I think you're probably just rolling with the best player with Jamar Chase. Now, Jolly Green coming out with a start-sit question. Here at wide receiver, Godwin, Neighbors, obviously both look like must-start receivers at this point. Kincaid must start tight end. We don't have another tight end to choose from. Brian Robinson dealing with the knee injury, and at the same time, you do potentially have Eckler coming back in. So I would probably monitor Brian Robinson, but not somebody that you need to go through and bench. Quarterback between Justin Fields, Mahomes. Obviously, Fields, if you look statistically through the first 4 weeks, has been comparable to Patrick Mahomes. Fields gives you more rushing upside as well. This matchup specifically against the Dallas Cowboys, Dallas missing two of their top defensive players. Does Underdog have the projections out here? They have Mahomes for higher, lower, 245.5 passing yards. They have Fields higher, lower, 185 passing yards, but you get the higher, lower, 43.5 rushing yards. It's close between Mahomes and Justin Fields. Probably go Mahomes, though. Probably go Mahomes. Wide receiver, you have Ladd on bye, so we go Brian Thomas, we go Dontavian Wicks. I hope Xavier Legette outscores these guys for sure for the sake of my underdog teams. We have so much Legette, but I think Brian Thomas is a much better player. I think Dontavian Wicks is in a much better offense, and Dontavian Wicks has a great matchup as well against the Rams. Now, real quick, we are 2 likes away from hitting 1,000 likes in the stream, so we're probably going to pivot over and answer some of the free questions that we have in the live chat. And Matt says, how can I send in a review? If you wanted to send in a review, go over to flockfantasy.com. You can hit that comment button in the top right corner that says expert advice and ask a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you're wanting over there on the site. But yeah, let's answer some of the free questions in the live chat. So if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat for us. 44 MSU says, Evans or Olave rest of season in a PPR format. I can just go ahead and show you where we have these guys ranked. They're pretty close to each other. The real answer in my mind is really whatever you want. I know most people are going to say Evans because Evans had the better week this week. But you look at my rest of season ranks. We have Mike Evans at 39 overall. I have Chris Olave at 33 overall. About in the same tier. And I do think it's up to you. Josiah says Shaheed or Rome rest of season. I'd very easily rather have Rome, to be honest with you. I just think Rome is so much of a better talent and has a much higher ceiling. I think Shaheed, this is his 3rd season in the NFL, and this past week was his 1st week with double-digit targets. Like, Shaheed historically is that field stretching option, boom-bust player, going to be good for real life, but for fantasy will be inconsistent. Jonas says Fields or Geno week 5. I would prefer Fields if it's a 4-point passing touchdown format. Crazy says package Ayuk and Stevenson an upgrade. We were saying to sell Ramondre Stevenson all along. I can run my victory lap there. But I will say, I wish I was smart enough to tell you to go sell Brandon Ayuk at the very beginning of the season. I wish I was smart enough to tell you not to draft Brandon Ayuk. But if you have him on your team right now, what do you realistically expect to get? Realistically speaking, what do you think somebody is going to trade you for Brandon Ayuk? The entire fantasy football community is panicking on him. I'm getting clowned on for ranking him as a low-end wide receiver 2. So if we can go back in time and we can sell Ayuk before the season starts, clearly we wish we would have. But as it stands right this second, my guy, if you got Ayuk, you're going to hold Ayuk unless you want to sell for 50 cents on the dollar. Henrique says, how do you feel about Worthy rest of season? Obviously, if you look at the route tree for Xavier Worthy versus Rashee Rice and where they operate on the football field, very different receivers. You can't just say, oh, Rashee Rice goes down, Xavier Worthy's going to take those targets. He's now the same wide receiver 1. Obviously, very, very different. With that being said, even though we don't expect him to take that 1-for-1 role, the injury still definitely does help. I mean, the injury that you have to Rashee Rice should open up 2 to 3 targets a game here for Xavier Worthy. So I think that Worthy is actually in a pretty good spot, to be completely honest. If I am viewing Xavier Worthy, I think he's going to pick up an extra 2 to 3 targets a game. I wouldn't be surprised if we all of a sudden see the fastest or one of the fastest players in the NFL playing with one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL, or I want to say the best quarterback in the NFL, Patrick Mahomes, and seeing 5 to 6 targets a game. And personally, that's a player that I would be excited about. Okay. Nicholas says, Reed or Drake in a full PPR format. This week in a phenomenal matchup against the Rams, and at the same time, with no Christian Watson, you go Jaden Reed over Drake London. Let's move this over. Deem says Henry for Hurts and Mason. Okay. My worst call this season, by far and away the worst call, was thinking I was smart and thinking I could come out with a hot take and go, oh, Josh Jacobs also going to a better offense. Jacobs younger running back. Jacobs hasn't seen the efficiency fall off. Jacobs going to catch the ball. Josh Jacobs over Derrick Henry. What we did not take into account is Derrick Henry's a much better running back than Josh Jacobs. So the last thing I can ever do here is look at a trade and take the side that's not Derrick Henry. I've already disrespected the man way too much all season now. Reality, I'm looking at it going, oh, okay, well, I think I'd rather have Jordan Mason over Derrick Henry maybe this week. They're really close in the short term. Long term, we get Jalen Hurts. If McCaffrey misses the rest of the season, it's very easily the Jordan Mason and Jalen Hurts side. Now, of course, if McCaffrey comes back a month from now and you traded Derrick Henry effectively for just Jalen Hurts, then you're probably screwed. Okay. So FaZe says Stevenson and Keon Coleman for Joe Mixon. 100%, I will take Mixon here. I mean, if you're looking at Stevenson, I'm stuck with him in the flock league, but the man's maybe getting benched in the worst offense in the NFL. I'm surprised you're able to get to Joe Mixon at that price. I'm very surprised. But let's move this over and let's get to some more of the guaranteed questions on the side. Of course, if you want to get a guaranteed answer to any question, go to that button in the top right corner that says expert advice. You can ask a team review, trade question, start sit question, whatever you're wanting over there on flockfantasy.com. And if you wanted that team review, what I'd definitely recommend is taking advantage of the offer that we have over on Underdog Fantasy, where if you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you will get a free Kirk Cousins pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game on Thursday. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be getting that free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog. That way we're able to hook you up with a free team review. And this is one of those free team reviews with that Underdog promo. This is Team Name Cooked. It says we traded CMC for Debo and Achane in week 2. Oh, I applaud you. If you traded CMC for Debo and Achane back in week 2. Great move. I would rather have Achane straight up over McCaffrey at this point. You just are offloading so much of the risk that McCaffrey does not come back rest of season. Looking at the league analyzer, we are kind of right here in the middle at 5. It is a 12-team format where we can start 4 receivers weekly, so the depth does matter as well. Starting off at quarterback, we have Josh Allen and Baker Mayfield. Obviously, if we are looking at Baker, he's been great so far this season. There's no situation in which you would ever start him over Josh Allen, though. I mean, Josh Allen doesn't have the bye week until week 12, I believe. So we are effectively rostering Baker Mayfield for a week 12 bye. So, I mean, if we potentially could, I would love to go through and I would love to see if we could sell Baker Mayfield's and a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade elsewhere. The thing is, it's just much easier said than done. This team has Goff, Rodgers, Bo Nix. If they're tired of struggling with these QBs, if we can send them, say, Baker Mayfield and obviously James Cook to get to Derrick Henry, looks like a no-brainer. Baker Mayfield, Najee Harris to get to Aaron Jones, looks like a no-brainer. A Baker Mayfield and a Dontavian Wicks to get to Amari Cooper, to get to Zay Flowers. I think that make a ton of sense, primarily because, honestly, Baker really has no value for us. So any value we can squeeze out of him, we would. I'm going over to this other team. This team has just Dak Prescott. They're probably chilling with Dak, especially with the passing volume being a little bit higher with the injuries that Dallas has on the defensive side of the ball. But going over to running back, we have 2 RB1s here. We have Achane and we have James Cook. We have Najee. Looks like he's just going to be a volume hog with the Jalen Warren injury. So ultimately, running back, we're chilling. I think that you're in a really good spot, not having to do much here. Rico Dowdle, we even have some depth. Zamir White is borderline cuttable at this point, but wouldn't fault if you wanted to see Zamir White for one more week against the Denver Broncos. Going over to wide receiver, it's a league where we can start 4 receivers weekly, so definitely wide receiver depth is going to be a little bit of a priority here. Going over to what we have with Debo, I do expect Debo to be that low-end wide receiver 1, high-end wide receiver 2 weekly. I actually think the McCaffrey injury does really help Debo Samuel here, where we should see just continued artificial, just manufactured touches as kind of a pseudo running back. We have Adams, who will not be playing, it seems, until he is on a different team. We have George Pickens, Ladd McConkey, Dontavian Wicks. So it's a league where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly, and it's a league where we don't have like the true stud at wide receiver, but we have depth as well. If this was a 2 wide receiver 1 flex league, I'd 100% want to be taking one of these depth receivers like Ladd McConkey and pairing him up with Pickens to go get that upgrade at receiver. But in your format, I think this is perfect. And then going over to tight end, we have Andrews, who at this point just looks like a streaming option. Obviously, if we could cut Andrews for Kraft, we would. But I don't know if we are able to do that. And yeah, if you could trade Baker and get an upgrade elsewhere in this lineup, as we discussed previously, then at that point, we could open up another roster spot where you could potentially pick up another tight end to play over Andrews if you think it's maybe 1 week too early to cut on Andrews. But I mean, we're right there where back-to-back goose egg games, haven't had a good performance all season. I think you could say that Andrews is on the chopping block, but really do appreciate you and really hope that it's able to help you out in some way with this. Reality is, great CMC move. I think you put yourself in a great position. We have depth in a league that needs depth since it's a start 8, 12-teamer. And really, obviously, just the main weakness that we have is going to be tight ends. But going over to Samsonitis, this is a start-sit question. Where wide receiver, I think we're going to go ahead. We will play Debo Samuel, wide receiver 1. I know people are pissed that we're still starting Tyreek Hill, even with no Tua. Definitely, obviously, with much lowered expectations. You do just need one big grab for Tyreek to break the game open. So we are going to go Tyreek against New England. We're going to go Kelsey over Kittle with no Rashee Rice. Running back, we are going to go Najee Harris with Jalen Warren banged up. Dobbins on bye between Singletary or Madre and Trey Sermon. We actually have these running backs ranked extremely close this week. If it wasn't for the report that you could have Stevenson benched for Antonio Gibson, Stevenson would be the very easy play. But honestly, I think what I probably do at this point is I just take the guaranteed touches that you have with Devin Singletary, even if we don't love the environment. I mean, but you did have the Lions able to run the ball a ton against Seattle last week. And then going over to the flex, I think in a great matchup against the Los Angeles Rams with no Christian Watson coming off a really strong performance, we're going to go with Dontavian Wicks. Now, Jackin Goff coming out with a free Underdog team review says, we only have Justin because of the Goff bye and don't trust Kyler against the Niners defense this week. Wondering if we could trade with anyone to upgrade at running back or wide receiver anywhere. Thanks. Love the streams. Really do appreciate you. And I can already tell you right now that I'm probably going to disappoint you with this breakdown, because looking at the league analyzer, we are so far ahead of the rest of the league here. Leaps and bounds ahead of the rest of the league. It's going to be tough for me to advise to do much. And yeah, we can go ahead and we can look at what we have with the squad. Quarterback, we have Kyler Murray. I understand not wanting to start Kyler against the Niners. I want to say, oh, you shouldn't roster 3 quarterbacks anyway. If you're going to be picking up a quarterback to start over Kyler, you drop the backup quarterback that you have with Goff, blah, 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 blah. The reality is, who the hell am I to say anything? This team is significantly better than mine. I don't love what we're doing at quarterback. I understand it, but I think you should have probably just dropped Jared Goff if you're going to pick up Fields. I mean, it's a 1 quarterback league. Last thing we wanted to do is roster 3 QBs. Now, going over to running back, we have Gibbs, Devon James Cook. So this is a 10-team league. So I'm going to say we have 2 running back ones here. We have Brooks, Nick Chubb coming back right now. Going over to wide receiver, we have Chase, A.J. Brown, Marvin Harrison. We have 3 wide receiver ones. While everybody is having to panic about Garrett Wilson because most people took Garrett Wilson either in round 1 or at the very beginning of round 2 of their draft, Garrett Wilson is our wide receiver 4. We haven't thought about Garrett Wilson in weeks for this team. Going over to tight end, we have Kittle and Hawkinson. The only thing I could possibly say with this team is you are so freaking loaded here that if we can go attack a team that needs some help at running back, this team has Ramondre Stevenson as their RB2. Let's go send them Jonathan Brooks and Kyle Murray, and let's get back Josh Allen in return. You can afford to quote-unquote overpay for the elite level quarterback. Let's go ahead and let's look for a team with the top tight ends. This team has Bowers and Kincaid. Go send them. I mean, it's not that much of an upgrade. Our tight end room is already nuts. Like, nuts team. My team does not sniff this. You have more value with just the combination of Gibbs, HN, Chase, Brown, Harrison on your team than my entire roster has itself. I just am interested to see the bottom team here. This is Metcalf, Waddle, McLaurin at wide receiver. It seems rostering freaking 3 tight ends. Yeah. Nuts team. I knew right away when we saw it with the league analyzer that it was going to be very hard for me to advise for you to do anything. And yeah, outside of paying for a true elite level quarterback, that I don't know what I can tell you to do. I don't know what I can tell you. But it looks like we actually got him out in the chat. Congrats. Congrats, my guy. Hogan says, I just put $10 in Underdog, but I made an account a while ago. Do I still get my free team review? Yeah, so say you made an account on Underdog Fantasy a week ago, but you didn't make a deposit on Underdog Fantasy until today. You had never made one in the past. Then yes, you should show up on my list of first-time depositors tomorrow morning, and you should get your free team review voucher tomorrow morning. However, if you have had an Underdog account for years and you go, hey, Mason, I just deposited another $10, then you're not going to show up on my first-time depositor list. So if you're to show up on that first-time depositor list and to get that free team review on the sites, which hopefully I can help you out a little bit more than I can help out this team right here. Effectively, it has to be your first deposit ever with that Underdog account and had to have used code FLOCK. But let's move this over to LT13. And dear God, TBD says, I'm 2-2 with that team, by the way. Play some better defense, my guy. Play some better defense. Okay, so looking at this, we're trading Jefferson for Chuba Hawkinson, or we're trading Godwin, Hawkinson, and Chuba for Jefferson. This is Jefferson by a freaking mile. Chuba Hubbard is viable for another week or two before you get Brooks back in. Hawkinson, I think, is an interesting buy low candidate, but if it gets us Justin Jefferson, for the love of God, just go get Justin Jefferson. Not even close. Now, shut the club down. Love to see you out here. My guy, longtime member of the flock. Wide receiver, we have Harrison, Malik Neighbors, so two guys we can start every week. Tight end, we're between Bowers and Kincaid. I think we go with Bowers with no Devante Adams, even if he burned us this past week. And this is a Dynasty League, so we have a bunch of players to consider here for the flex. Just putting the players that I know we can start here right now. And then we can make sure that we're not missing anybody else. The guys that I know we can start right this second are Ayuk, JSN, and Chase Brown. Let's go through and let's consider some of these other flex options. So I'm just going to have to get close to the computer with the cameras in the way. I got to see them all. So looking at this, we have, I'm going to hide this. We have Kincaid, Lloyd, Benson, Watson, Malachi Corley, Akers, Bucky Irving, Quentin Johnston, Jonathan Brooks, Jahmyr Gibbs on bye, Vidal, Kareem Hunt, Wrights, Ladd, Rome. If we were considering anybody else here for this flex spot over Chase Brown, it would either be Rome Odunze or it would be Kareem Hunt. Can y'all please spam the chat right now? Who would you rather start this week? Would you rather start Chase Brown, Kareem Hunt, or Rome Odunze? If you look at my running back rankings that we have put out, obviously we'll tweak these as the week goes on. But as it stands currently, I have Chase Brown RB22 and I have Kareem Hunt RB23 this week, waiting to hear if we get more news with this backfield in Kansas City. But we got Kareem, Brown, Kareem, Rome, Brown, Brown, Rome, Brown, Hunts, Brown, Brown. So yeah, that's how we have it. I have it ranked Chase Brown over Kareem Hunt, and I think we go with them over Rome as well. Should have more points scored in Cincinnati. Obviously, Chase Brown's been very efficient so far. You see the career high in both touches this week and with his snap rate. Not career high, I'm sorry, but his season high. Could be his career high as well, to be honest. Not the easiest call in the world, but I do think we go Chase Brown. And, of course, I'll keep tinkering with the rankings on the site because there's a chance that we end up putting someone over them. Now, SD35 coming out. We are looking at McCaffrey and Braylon Allen versus Jamison Williams and ETN. Is this a linked team? This is a linked team where we have St. Brown, Achane, Rome, Bowers, Taylor, Moore, Garrett Wilson, Alvin Kamara, Nick Chubb coming back in. This is a nutso team. We don't need the floor of Travis Etienne. We can afford to chase the ceiling of McCaffrey. Obviously, when we're going for McCaffrey here, we are swinging big. I don't know if y'all have ever played I don't know if how baseball video games are now, but back in the day with baseball video games, like you would press a button that would be like your power swing. We're either trying to hit a home run or we're going to strike out doing so. It's a very risky thing to do if like you are having to rely on Travis Etienne as your weekly starter in this league. But it looks like Etienne and Jamison Williams could both very easily just be options on the bench in your league here. So with that context, I would rather just swing for the fences with CMC. But let's move this over to S Glast 18. I'm sorry, we're going to have to skip over this for 1 second. Sometimes when the endpoint gets hit too much, it draws a blank, but we will come back to it, my guy, and we'll get you your answer. This next one's going to be for MDG. This is Brian Robinson versus Drake London. This does appear to be a full PPR format. Obviously, Brian Robinson absolutely crushed last week. This Washington Commanders offense looks much better than what you have in Atlanta. With that being said, London did have 12 targets. It does seem like Eckler will be back in this week. Brian Robinson is dealing with a knee injury. So I will prefer to go with London instead of Robinson. But it's not the easiest call in the world. Now, Sheffrey coming out. Here at wide receiver, Nico Collins, must start name. Devonta Smith on bye between Keon Coleman, Garrett Wilson, Tyreek Hill, and Juwan Jennings. Tyreek Hill, garbage quarterback play. Garrett Wilson, tough matchup. Actually, if you look at the implied team total, and I know that people are going to say, well, Mason, the Dolphins are horrible. And I get it. Y'all know, I remember I panicked as soon as Tua went down. I was the guy that got so much hate for saying to sell Achane. But if you look at the implied team total that you have right now that Las Vegas sportsbooks are putting out, and I know sportsbooks have gotten like a lot of things wrong so far this year, but I still stand by the fact that sportsbooks in the aggregate over a long period of time will be more accurate predictors of what will happen from a week-to-week perspective than I will be, than you will be, than almost anybody will be. And if you look at implied team totals right this second, I mean, I don't want to say right this second until we confirm that we are looking at the ones right this second. So let me pull this up real quick. Week 5 implied team totals. Love how every site has ads. I like how I'm better than sites with ads because flockfantasy.com doesn't have ads, even though every YouTube video I've ever made has an Underdog ad. But anyway, looking at this, we have the Jets defense with an implied team total of 19 points. The Dolphins with an implied team total of 17. The gap between these offenses is not massive. So I go Tyreek over Wilson. And real quick, Rajan says, if I subscribe to Mother Flocker, will I get a free team review? If you are an annual Mother Flocker and you use promo code FLOCK when you sign up to Underdog, yes, every year when you make your payment, you get a free team review voucher. But moving this over to running back, you have Montgomery, obviously, on bye. Brooks will be missing this week. It's Achane versus Swift. Swift crushed Achane this past week. I'm still going to go to Devante Achane. I hate to say it, but I'm still going to go Achane. Foreskin, if you're having an issue, please email me, mason.flockfantasy.com. I'd be happy if you think that you need a voucher and you don't have one. Be happy to hook you up. Just email me the Underdog email that you used and the flockfantasy.com email that you used. But anyway, for the flex, Smith on bye, Montgomery on bye. You have a great matchup for DeAndre Swift going up against Carolina. Garrett Wilson has a very tough matchup going up against the Minnesota Vikings. Wilson has been a much more consistent option than DeAndre Swift so far this year, even if Swift's past week was better than what we've seen from Wilson at any point this season. Let's see if we have any Underdog projections that we can look at here. Garrett Wilson, you have higher, lower, 54.5 receiving yards. Swift, you have higher, lower, 48.5 rushing yards. You have a lower multiplier for the Swift touchdown than you do the Wilson touchdown. So they are saying if it's a full PBR format, I go Wilson over Swift. It's a really tough matchup against Minnesota. I don't love it, but I think we're doing it. Now, going over to John's trade question. This is Wilson versus London. Give me London, but it's very close. Rome versus Jameson. Give me Rome, but it's very close. So honestly, I think it's a trade that's up to you. Can everybody spam the chat? What side would you prefer with this deal? Would you rather have Wilson and Rome, or would you rather have London and Jameson? Wilson and Rome or London and Jameson? One vote Wilson, 2 votes Wilson, 1 vote London, 2 votes London, 3 votes London, 4 votes London, 5 votes London, 6 votes London, 7 votes London, 8 votes London. It looks like most people are Drake London. Looks like most people are on the London side. London is the highest ranked player that I have in the deal. But like I said, I'd rather have Rome over Jameson rest of season here. So I think it's a fair deal. I think it's honestly up to your personal preference. It does seem like the majority of people in the chat, though, do have Drake London as the winner. But let's go over and let's answer some of the free chat questions. If you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. Be happy to answer as many of them for free as we can. And also, we are one like away from hitting 1,100 likes on the stream. Thank you so much for everybody showing your support. We'll be live it's going to be another 5-hour live stream tonight. Honestly, we may push it to 6 hours depending on the amount of questions that we have on flockfantasy.com. So yes, we'll be here answering as many possible questions, grinding away at these streams as we always do. So hit that like button if you enjoy the 5-6 hour streams. Let's move this over. Caesar says some dude dropped Rome with the waiver wire. Should I pick up? Obviously, it's tough for me to say this without knowing your league settings. If you play in his 16 league, I don't know. Like, who would you drop? I would say in any league with respectable depth, yes, I would rather pick up Rome over whoever your best option, the worst option on your team would be. Concealed OG, long time member of the Fox says, liked Pitts for Kraft in a Dynasty tight end premium format. So I have officially moved Tucker Kraft over Kyle Pitts in my redraft rankings. If that helps you out with this, I would be more scared to do it in Dynasty, to be honest with you. Just because it's so much more of a long-term commitment. And what's funny too, look at this. This is not everything. I'm not saying like, oh, like Kyle Pitts is still great in Dynasty or blah, blah. I'm not trying to make excuses for Kyle Pitts here. But just pointing this out too. They're separated by less than 30 days in age. They're the same exact age. So I would rather have Kraft right now in redraft. Dynasty, it's just tougher because obviously it's the long-term commitment. Frolicking effort. Always happy to see you. Always happy to see you, my guy. Joe says, is Wan'Dale a must start if Neighbors is out? If there's no Neighbors, Wan'Dale's probably a must start. I would expect with no Malik Neighbors, the Giants probably pick up 3 first downs. Okay. Diego says Pitt should go to the Chiefs. Like, if this was Madden, 100%, we would trade Pitts to the Chiefs. Not happen in real life, though. Junior Gullion says, or Jillian, I don't know how to pronounce this. I'm not smart. Says, we got Josh Allen for Jordan Love and Travis Kelce. What are we thinking? I think Kelce has an argument now to be made as tight end 1 in fantasy, centered around the Rashee Rice injury. With that being said, Josh Allen is my QB1 in fantasy football. I think it is a very reasonable trade. I think it's very reasonable. I think Kelce can be tight end 1, though. Cart says, how do you watch NFL on Sunday? Red zone, multi-view, 1 screen, 1 game, highlights. I know like the cool thing to do. I know what y'all want me to say. And of course, I'm very honest with y'all. I never lie to you. I always give you the right answer. The cool thing is, I multi-view it. I have 4 games on at once. I'm watching all 4 games at the same time, blah, blah, blah. I am a younger, attention span zapped, fantasy football fiend. I am red zone. So, just going to put that out there. I know people probably don't like to hear it, but I am for sure red zone. Okay. But please let me know in the chat. What are you? I'm assuming most people here are multi-view. We got 1 red zone. See if we got anybody else. Anything. Joseph's favorite game day food. Oh, now you're gonna get me down a rabbit hole. My favorite food in general, if I'm just gonna be casually eating, chicken sandwich. There's nothing that beats a chicken sandwich. I'm sorry. Red zone, red zone, red zone, red zone. Looks like most people are red zone. Red zone and multi-view. Dear God. But Javi says, how can I send messages through the screen? We pick your message and then it pops up. Imagine how crazy it would be as if like there was a way for y'all to send just immediately, no matter what was sent, it popped up. Like, ooh, that would not be great. No filter whatsoever. Just whatever was sent would pop up. Okay. Spicy chicken Sammy. Cannot beat it. Michael says traded Diggs and McCaffrey for Tyreek. What are your thoughts? I think we're taking on a lot of risk there to move off of McCaffrey. I like the idea of trading Diggs for Tyreek to add McCaffrey to it. I don't know if that's the move. T Money says Antonio Gibson or Braylon Allen. It's going to be very difficult. We want to hear some more. I'm sure we get some more coach speak out of New England regarding the situation between Gibson versus Ramondre. I'd probably go Braylon Allen at this point, expecting both running backs to have a role, but just expecting that Braylon Allen's in the better offense, while at the same time, I don't know. Braylon Allen's a better player. Like maybe Gibson sees a few more touches, but if Gibson sees a few more touches and a worse offense, and it's Antonio Gibson versus Braylon Allen, like I'd probably rather have Allen unless this New England Patriots coaching staff comes out and really emphasizes that it is going to be Gibson's job. But let's move this over and get some more of the guaranteed questions answered on the site. Definitely want to reiterate, if you ever want to get a guaranteed answer to any question, you can always submit it through flockfantasy.com. If you were wanting to do that, you would go over to this little comment button that says expert advice. You can ask a start sit question, a trade question, a team review. And also, you don't even have to be in the live stream when you ask this. You don't even have to be in the live stream when you get your answer. We actually send the answer directly through the site to you as well, where it's a YouTube URL. You can copy and paste it into a browser, and automatically you actually get the clip of me answering your question for you. So yeah, you can literally use this, ask it whenever, and get your answer whenever. But if you wanted that team review, definitely what I'd recommend doing is going over to Underdog Fantasy. This will be by far and away the cheapest way to get a team review. And over on Underdog, if you use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, at the same time, you'll be getting a free Kirk Cousins pick, more than less than half a total yard for the game this Thursday. And on top of that, you'll be getting a free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog. That way I know who we need to be crediting with that free team review voucher. But let's move this team review over to the money team. Here, this is super flex, where we're 1-3. My wide receiver quarterback studs have failed me, and now Rice is out for some time. Looking to make moves to turn this season around. So obviously, losing Rice puts us in a very difficult spot. Now, don't look at the league analyzer here. To be honest with you, we don't have Superflex redraft rankings on the site. We only have Superflex Dynasty rankings. So this is treating your league as if it's a one quarterback format. So to be honest with you, the league analyzer just doesn't work for your league right now. We're definitely hoping to get it set up in the long term where we can. But yeah, I mean, right now at quarterback, I know our stud QBs have let us down, but to be honest with you, I think that you're in a really good spot going into the future. I mean, if we're looking at your quarterback room right now, coming out of the bye week, you are going to be getting Jalen Hurts with A.J. Brown, with Devonta Smith. If you look at the historical splits with and without A.J. Brown for Jalen Hurts, it is a night and day difference here at quarterback. I mean, Jalen Hurts is a top-end quarterback that we can be super excited about. Kyler Murray averaged 50 rushing yards per game through the first 3 weeks. I think Kyler Murray is going to be much better in the future when we have a fully healthy Trey McBride. Marvin Harrison Jr. continues to improve as a rookie. So I really like what we have at quarterback. We have Flacco hopefully to start this week if you have no Anthony Richardson, and replacement for Jalen Hurts, who obviously is on bye. Now going over to what we have at running back, we're currently sitting with Josh Jacobs, Najee Harris, Chase Brown. So honestly, I would say the skill positions are a much bigger concern for us than what we have at QB. QB, I have no hesitation. I think that you're going to be I think you're in a great spot going into the future. But with the skill positions, running back, I'm excited with Jacobs as a running back 2, running back 1. I'm okay with it. Najee, I'd be very excited as my RB3, as my running back 2. Like, I'm just kind of okay with it. Like, the running back room just seems okay. Like, if we had a top end RB1 and then everybody else here was pushed down one slot on the depth chart of our hypothetical fantasy football team, obviously we would be very, very excited about it in that instance. Having Chuba Hubbard, having Chase Brown, quality depth running backs where we can start Chuba in the short term. Obviously long term here, not super excited about him with Brooks coming back in. But yeah, running backs fine structurally, just trying to figure out like what you could reasonably do. I'm definitely not wanting to sell somebody like Najee Harris. I think Najee's in a really good spot considering the Jalen Warren injury. Going over to what we have at receiver, we have Wilson and Ayuk, the 2 wide receivers that everybody and their mom is absolutely panicking about. We have Terry McLaurin as our wide receiver 3, and with the Rashee Rice injury, we have no depth beyond this. We're not going to be able to sell Tutu Atwell for anything. Going over to tight end, we have Freiermuth, so we're effectively just streaming the tight end position. So with this team, with us being a little bit weaker here, specifically at running back and wide receiver, if you wanted to go out and do something, I think actually the trade to make is tearing down at quarterback and selling Jalen Hurts or selling Kyler Murray and getting 2 viable players in return. Getting back an option that you think could be an exciting high upside RB, while at the same time maybe getting back another serviceable quarterback like Brock Purdy. But my issue with this is while structurally that's the trade that we would want to be making, the reality is I want to be holding on to Jalen Hurts. I want to be holding on to Kyler Murray. I think that these will be quarterbacks that continue to get better as the season goes on. I think if you're selling them now, you're going to be selling them at a low point. So the team definitely, I can see why it struggles. Our wide receivers have been garbage. I do think that Wilson and Ayuk will be better than they have been going forward into the future. Obviously, it's hard to say that they're going to return value for where you probably drafted them. But at the same time, just because they're probably not going to return value at this point, it doesn't mean that we can go through and we can look to sell them, because fundamentally, I mean, everybody in fantasy is panicking about them. So we are just kind of stuck with them for the time being. And then with tight ends, we definitely don't have the firepower to go out there and upgrade post Rashee Rice injury. So you are more so just stuck here with what we have at tight end, just streaming. Obviously, if you don't like the role for Freiermuth this week, no harm, no foul, and going ahead and just moving on from him and picking up a different streaming tight end option. But I definitely don't think we can afford to go and trade for a tight ends. Yeah, Kohler says Rice injury devastated this roster. If we had Rice, this team would be freaking nuts. If we had Rice wide receiver 1, Wilson wide receiver 2, Ayuk wide receiver 3, and then we could trade McLaurin and go get a running back upgrade, I would love it. But with the Rice injury, we can't make that trade anymore. And I don't want to sell one of the quarterbacks low. I think it's going to be a better team in the future, but I don't think there are really any trades to be made. Obviously, we are going to continue to churn the bottom end of the roster as well with these waiver wire options from guys like CEH and Joe Flacco. But let's move this over. This is a free team review from Do It for Mahomes. It says currently 4-0, but I think we've been getting lucky during most matchups. Okay, here's what you do if you're getting lucky in matchups. You tell your league mates that you know how to play good defense. and you tell them that you're a better manager, you're a better coach, and you're a better motivator than you are. You do not say that you are getting lucky, my guy. Was thinking of how to upgrade my quarterback/wide receiver spot. Any help, please? Thank you. Thank you. Really do appreciate you. And looking at the team, it does appear that we have changed our team name. So please, if this team is in the live chat, can you get me your updated team name? William says, I used the code to sign up for Underdog with the same email for Flock, but don't have the token to redeem for a team review yet. Anything I missed? If you just did it today, that team review voucher is not going to show up until tomorrow. Underdog every morning sends me the list of email addresses that signed up to Underdog and use promo code Flock. And then we go through and send that to the developers. Then they go ahead and they manually apply those free team review vouchers. So it should be there tomorrow, my guy. John says, will it be the team that has Mahomes? Maybe. Most likely it'll be the team that has Mahomes. I just don't want to spend a bunch of time breaking that down. And all of a sudden, maybe the team traded away Mahomes, and that's why they changed their team name. So we're going to skip by this, and we'll come back to it. I'm sorry. But Jordan, always out here, says, Wick's still on the waiver wire. Should we drop anyone for him? Also, drop Roshan for Jonathan Brooks. Absolutely love that. I would assume that there's somebody that we can drop for Wicks, unless our team's just loaded. Not dropping Ladd. Maybe Evan Ingram. Tight end, we have Ingram and Kraft. We start Kraft this week. If you want to drop Evan Ingram, I mean, obviously this is a team that's just the waiver wire options are consistently great. I mean, you're able to just pick up Jonathan Brooks off the waiver wire. I wouldn't drop Pickens. I wouldn't drop Bucky. I wouldn't drop one of the running backs. I wouldn't drop Ladd McConkey. So probably you're not getting Wicks. And then in terms of who we're throwing into the lineup this week, just in case you were looking for it, if Ingram misses, we go Brian Thomas. If not, we go George Pickens. But foreskin, please email Mason Dodd at flockfantasy.com. Mason Dodd, D-O-D-D. But let's move this over to Seller U124. Here, wide receiver, we have no Puka. Ladd McConkey is on bye. So we are choosing between Wilson, DJ Moore, Terry McLaurin, and Brandon Ayuk. You have a very tough matchup for Garrett Wilson this week, going up against the Minnesota Vikings. Obviously, nobody wants to start Garrett Wilson. I do not fault them whatsoever. If you look at my rankings this week, I have Wilson 17, Moore 18, Ayuk 19. Probably go Wilson. It is close. Going over to the flex spot, assuming that this is a full PPR format, I'm actually not looking at the running backs here. Instead, I think we go with receivers. I know everybody and their mom would rather start Terry McLaurin over Brandon Ayuk, so I would not fault you at all for going McLaurin over Ayuk. My thought process with Ayuk here is right now you'd have a 29-point implied team total for the San Francisco 49ers. So currently, sportsbooks are projecting out the Niners to be the highest scoring offense in the NFL this week. And then quarterback, we go with Dak over Fields. Running back, I think you have more passing volume in Dallas. I think you have more points going through Najee in Pittsburgh. And then running back, we are going to go with Chase Brown over Braylon Allen in a game environment that most likely we should expect the Jets to struggle just a bit. Now going over to the start sit from Mo. Here we are looking at Kupp, Worthy, Tyreek, and Wandale. So obviously no Kupp. Kupp does play Tyreek. Between Xavier Worthy, Tyreek Hill, Wandale Robinson, I know at this point it may seem like a hot take, but I think you got to start Tyreek Hill. You only need one big play to get the job done. The implied team total is not that different from what you have with the Giants than it is what you have with the Dolphins. Offenses should be very similar. Going over to running back here, we have no Montgomery this week. It's really Achane, Najee for us. If it's a full PPR format, I'm going to be going with the receiving upside that you have from Achane. And then down at the flex spot, you go with Jalen Warren with the banged up. You go with Najee Harris with the banged up Jalen Warren. Najee should just be penciled in to have a considerable amount of volume. Now, let's move this next breakdown over for Primester. This is a free team review from Underdog. This is DBBL Part 2 right here. It says, just traded Worthy and Baker for Dalton Kincaid. One quarterback format. I like it, this is a 1 QB league. Possibly looking to get Lamar or Jaden Daniels in a trade. A note, Kamara and Saquon owners are pretty anti-trade. Okay, good to know. But right now, if you're looking at the league analyzer, we are currently sitting with the third best team. But the reality is there is this little trio of teams at the top that are the best. Beyond that, you do have that serious drop off. So really, as long as we are in this top little trio, I think that we are chilling. Now, pulling up the squad, we just sent Baker and Xavier Worthy to go get Dalton Kincaid. It's a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the wide receiver depth just simply doesn't matter here. So I love squeezing out some of that value for the wide receiver that you have with Xavier Worthy. So now we have Burrow at QB, specifically because you have a top-end quarterback. I don't fault you for saying, oh, okay, if this is a 4-point passing touchdown league where the rushing upside here at quarterback maybe matters a little bit more than what you have with the passing volume. I don't fault you for going through and wanting to see if we can get the elite quarterback, whether that is Lamar, whether that is Jaden Daniels. But of course, it just comes down to what the price point looks like. The Josh Allen team has Purdy. Does like the Lamar Daniels team, are they on the same roster? No, the Lamar team has Rodgers, so it'd be tough to get them. The Daniels team does have Stroud, so I think Daniels would probably be a little bit easier to come by if you wanted to upgrade at quarterback. So here, one quick side note as well. We open up a roster spot, of course, by trading away Baker and Worthy for Dalton Kincaid. I think at this point, it makes Isaiah Likely a very easy player to cut. And to be honest with you, I am needing to make a pretty big change here. I need to drop Isaiah Likely in our rest of season rankings. I am surprised that we have Isaiah Likely ahead of Pat Frymuth. We need Frymuth probably at least ahead of Likely. We can wait one more week before we put him ahead of Andrews. I'd rather have Schultz here as well. But nonetheless, I think you go ahead and once you have Kincaid, I would drop both these tight ends. So effectively trading away Baker and Worthy to get Dalton Kincaid. We're only going to roster 1 tight ends. And then at that point, we have 3 open roster spots. And with those 3 open roster spots, you pick up your favorite 3 running backs off the waiver wire. You chase guys like Braylon Allen, Bucky Irving. Obviously, they will probably already be rostered, but the players that you think could be the next Braylon Allen, the next Bucky Irving, the guys that are having a small role from a week-to-week perspective, but if you were to see an injury to the player in front of them, then all of a sudden they would just be an absolute must-start every single week smash option. But going over to receiver, we did just sell that wide receiver depth piece in Xavier Worthy. So now what we are looking at is we have at running back, we have Henry, Cook, Mason. So 3 running backs we can start every single week. Receiver, we have Lamb, London, Smith. So 3 wide receivers we can start every week. And still some depth upside wide receiver with JSN, Ladd McConkey, and Dontavian Wicks. So I'll say it's an absolute no-brainer if we could go through and if we could package together Jackson Smith and Jigba with Joe Burrow in this league to pivot over to one of those quarterbacks that have the elite rushing ceiling, whether that is Lamar, whether that is Jaden Daniels, either one we would be extremely excited about, specifically in a 4-point passing touchdown format. Going ahead and looking at this team that has Jaden Daniels and CJ Stroud, their wide receiver 2 is Michael Pittman Jr. So I think you could potentially pull that off. I think the trade is JSN and Joe Burrow to see if we can get to Jaden Daniels. And then honestly, after selling Worthy and like a player like JSN, if they would rather have Ladd, give them Ladd. Doesn't matter who they want at the bottom 3 options. Just give them whoever they want. But after we say move off of Worthy and JSN, we still have Lamb, London, Smith, Ladd, Wicks at wide receiver. You don't even need to backfill here. If it's a league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, we have the elite quarterback, the elite tight ends. after making that first 2-for-1 deal and then dropping the 2 tight ends, opening up 3 roster spots. If you make that other 2-for-1 deal to upgrade quarterback, you effectively can open up 4 roster spots. This team is freaking nuts. We just want to roster as many upside running backs as we possibly can. I mean, specifically because the floor doesn't matter when you have a team this strong in a format this shallow. So go through and roster these guys that look like Emmanuel Wilson, that if an injury were to occur to the player in front of them, then all of a sudden they could see that massive spike in value. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way. And of course, thank you for being a member of the flock and really wishing you the best of luck in getting that Daniels trade. Now, this is another one of those free Underdog team reviews. This is a team where it looks like we changed our team name. So my guy, I'm sure that we maybe named our team hey, goodbye, right after we beat a rival or something, but I now need to know what the team name is. So if you're in this live chat, please let me know right now what the team name is. We will come back to this, but CM98 says other option was Laporta, Devante Smith for Harrison. I would much prefer Harrison over Laporta and Chuba Hubbard. And no, I'd way rather have Smith over Hubbard rest of season. Brooks will come back in. Chuba Hubbard will go back to being unstartable. I think he'll have a role from week to week perspective, but I don't think Chuba Hubbard is a talented enough running back. I don't think this Panthers offense is a good enough offense to support 2 running backs. This isn't David Montgomery and Jahmyr Gibbs. Yeah, so this is Harrison it's super easy. I wish I could say, Sam Laporta is so elite. We want Laporta, but we just don't. I have Devante Smith in the flock league. I would love to trade Smith for Tyreek. I think in the short term, if you were looking at Smith versus Tyreek with no Tua, I would rank Smith over him. But with Tua coming back into this offense in the long term, Tyreek Hill could potentially go back to being wide receiver 1 in fantasy. Whereas if you're looking at Devante Smith, Smith simply does not have the upside to be the true wide receiver 1 overall. Okay. Now, I see if anybody has any issues linking your team with the site, please. 1, we have instructions on the site. And 2, you can go to the link in the description, go to the Discord and send a message in the site issues section. And one of the developers would be happy to help you out. But let's move this over for McCaffrey's calf. Is one of those free Underdog team reviews, says, I'm wondering if there are any ways we can improve my team. I just traded Henry away for Alvin Kamara. Also, I picked up Tyreek and Etienne for Brian Robinson, Mike Evans. Just looking for ways to improve the team, and I'm wondering if we should stack for Amon-Ra or Josh Allen. Have a good stream, brother. Much love. Really do appreciate you. First thing I want to address is this is a 2 wide receiver 1 flex league. 2 wide receiver 1 flex 10-team league. 100% any chance that you get to go through and make a 2-for-1 deal to just get the best player in return, chase the highest ceiling possible in return. We do it. I love our Tyreek Hill trade for that reason. And looking at the squad that we have right now, good freaking luck for anybody to try to contend with us. I mean, this is a team where we have CJ Stroud, who has the decent passing volume, where you're able to go through, you're able to start Stroud weekly. Now, of course, are we sitting here saying that CJ Stroud is a quarterback that we are going to be playing every single week as a top 3 option? Probably not. Like, definitely if, say, you have Josh Allen, I'm a lot more excited, especially in a 10-team league. So I think Stroud is just kind of okay in a 10-team format. Definitely don't need to go and address the quarterback position, though. Now, going over to running back, with our running back room, we have Kamara. So we have a locked and loaded RB1. We have CMC, who can be an RB1 in the long term. Obviously, in the short term, it is very difficult to expect much. We have Travis Etienne. We have Najee Harris. We have Zach Charbonnet. We have Tyler Algier. So why I'm completely fine with McCaffrey on this team is if we are going to look at what we have with the depth of the squad, we have these high floor options that we are able to start every week. I mean, we can go through, we can play Najee Harris every week. You have a baseline level of touches we can rely on. We can play ETN every week. We have that baseline amount of touches that we can rely on. So when we're banking on the long-term upside of McCaffrey, I actually like the idea of holding on to these depth running backs that are more so high floor, low ceiling options because we need to cover for that McCaffrey production in the short term. Now going over to what we have at wide receiver. Wide receiver, we currently have Nico Collins, Tyreek Hill. So short term, we have a wide receiver 1, wide receiver 2. Long term, we have 2 high-end wide receiver 1s that we can be excited about. We have Amari J.S.N., Zay Flowers, Dontavian Wicks, Xavier Legette. So specifically with this being a team where you can start only 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, if you could package together one of the receivers and make a 2-for-1 deal to go upgrade inside the starting lineup at quarterback, would absolutely love doing so. Like that trade would look like, oh, okay, I send you Amari Cooper and CJ Stroud, and in return, we somehow swindle ourselves into Josh Allen, Jaden Daniels, Lamar Jackson, Jalen Hurts. The Allen team right now is Jordan Addison as their wide receiver 3 with the cup injury. Maybe we can send that offer to the Josh Allen team, see what happens. The Lamar Jackson team also has Jared Goff. Maybe we can send it to the Lamar team, see what they say. The Jalen Hurts team right now is starting Devante. This week they're starting freaking Jalen Waddle, Xavier Worthy, Terry McLaurin, and a 10-teamer. I'd absolutely love to see if we can send them CJ Stroud and Amari Cooper for Jalen Hurts. Specifically in this 10-team league, we start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. We have all these wide receiver depth names that aren't really going to make a difference. We have the elite tight end, get the elite quarterback. We have the combo of the high ceiling guys rest of season with just a volume, high floor guys right now. I think it's a great team, and honestly, I think that 2-for-1 deal to upgrade at quarterback can make it even better. But let's move this over to our next trade question. This is coming out from Driz. This is Pitts, Chase, Dowdle versus McBride, Kyron, London. So give me McBride over Pitts by a mile. Give me Chase over Kyron, but it's close. Give me London over Rico Dowdle by a mile. So we're going to go with the McBride, Kyron, and London side of this. Let me put this in the trade calculator and see what it says. Of course, y'all can use the trade calculator on the site for free, literally whenever you're wanting. One side is a London, Kyron, McBride. The other side is Chase, Pitts, and Dowdle. Yep, it does have the Kyron Williams, Drake London, Trey McBride side winning here. Okay. Now, let's move this over to our next start sit question. This is from Killer Kelsey. Says, hey, Mason, need help with my RB2 and my flex this week. Also, do you think Gibson starts over Ramondre? I think Ramondre probably sees more touches, but I'm definitely not starting either, to be honest. Wide receiver 2, we're going to go with Xavier Worthy with no Rice. Hope that we get the big play. Obviously, no Amon-Ra St. Brown. Running back 2 here, this is an interesting spot. Obviously, having no Montgomery, you have the positive Gibson report. I don't want to rely on Gibson because ultimately he could still be the backup running back in a very bad offense. So to be honest with you, I probably go ahead and I still take Zach Charbonnet going up against the Giants. Could be a spot where Seattle runs the ball a little bit more. Going over to quarterback, Fields, Kyler. Kyler is a brutal matchup against the Niners defense. I'm still going to go ahead and take Kyler Murray. Kyler Murray was actually running more than Fields was through the first 3 weeks. Obviously, this past week it was different. And then for the flex, we have no St. Brown, we have no Montgomery, we have no Calvin Ridley. So it's really between Braylon Allen and Antonio Gibson. We're definitely going to be monitoring what we have with the reports coming out of New England with the Antonio Gibson usage. But for the time being, I'd probably rather just take Braylon Allen. Is there's a chance that they see a similar amount of touches. Braylon Allen's in the better offense, and Braylon Allen's the more talented running back as well. Now, going over to the next team. This is from Catacur, says 2-2. Worried the season may slip away while waiting to return for Tua. Am I panicking prematurely? So, Achane and Olave versus Jacobs and Debo. Give me Achane over Jacobs. Olave, Debo, up to you. If it is a full PPR format, I would rather have Devante Achane. Full PPR format, give me the Achane side. I would rather have Jacobs this week, of course, but full PPR format, you're still going to get the reception floor for Devante Achane. Now, Noor coming out says, I'm 3-1, lost Bryce, so looking at adding more wide receiver depth. We have A.J. Brown, Chris Olave, Brian Thomas, Zay Flowers. We are good at running back. If this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format, why do we need to add George Pickens to be our wide receiver 5? I mean, I do think that Pickens has slightly more value over Zach Moss now that we see the Chase Brown usage. But specifically in a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex builds where you have all the depth in the world at receiver, I just don't see why we would be making the trade. I would rather package together Zach Moss and one of our receivers to go get an upgrade rather than trade him straight up for George Pickens. Now, Ray Charles coming out with a start sit question says, full PPR, flex, Leggett or Brown, or move Mason/Ramadre down to the flex and play Bucky Irving. Okay. Dear God. This is a interesting spot. Full PPR format. Leggett gives you the reception volume. I would go Chase Brown over Bucky Irving, by the way. I think he's in a better offense. I think he's probably a better running back. Do we have a pick 'em out on Chase Brown yet? Not really. They do. Underdog does have Chase Brown more likely to score a touchdown than Xavier Leggett. It's not a massive gap between the two. Full PPR format, you should have the reception volume with Leggett. You have no Adam Thielen. He saw double-digit targets last week. Obviously, Chase Brown absolutely crushed as well. Non-PPR format, I think we can say with confidence that Leggett's on your bench and you're starting Chase Brown. But full PPR league, I think you can make an argument for the receiving volume of Leggett. Now, Z Rosen coming out with a team review. It's one of those free Underdog team reviews. And of course, if you didn't know how to get that free Underdog team review, you can always go to the link in the description, the link in the comment section, and go use promo code FLOCK on Underdog Fantasy and make it minimum a $10 deposit. If you use promo code FLOCK on Underdog and make that $10 deposit, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you will get a free Kirk Cousins pick, more than less than half a total yard for the Thursday night game. And you will get a free team review in one of the live streams that we are doing every single night on this channel. All you have to do is make sure that you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your account on Underdog Fantasy. That way we can go ahead and credit you with that free team review voucher. But looking at this for Glock Purdy, says I'm 3-1, traded Harrison and Montgomery for Barkley and Puka last week. Beautiful. Would love to keep Brock. Any possible moves? First thing that I want to say is I'm going to pull up this team. It is going to be an obnoxious squad. And I already know that I'm going to have nothing that I can possibly add to it. How I know this right now is looking at the league analyzer. We have double the value of the bottom 2 teams. Literally double the value. Let's see how obnoxious this is. Running back, we have Saquon Barkley, the most valuable asset in fantasy football. We have Kenneth Walker as our RB2. Kenneth Walker is a top 10 back. We have Jordan Mason, who's a running back 1 at the moment, as our running back 3. We have the long-term upside plays of Charbonnet and Braylon Allen, where if there were to be an injury in front of them, then all of a sudden they turn out to be league-winning options. And, I mean, I would say, and you could possibly start them as a desperation. You'd never start them on this team. It's too good. We have Kareem Hunt, Roshan Johnson in ambiguous backfields that have upside. Going over to tight end, we have CeeDee Lamb, Nico Collins. We have wide receivers. We have 2 top 5 wide receivers, Lamb and Collins. We have the long-term upside with Puka Nacua. We have Josh Downs popping off the waiver wire. Going over to tight end, we have Sam Laporta, somebody who does appear like he is a tight end 1 rest of season at this point. The only move I could potentially tell you with a team that is this loaded at running back, a team that is this loaded at wide receiver, this is a 12-team format. This is not a 10-team league. The only trade you could possibly make is by going through and making a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade over your quarterback slot over somebody like Brock Purdy. Now, with that being said, if you're specifically telling me we don't want to trade away Brock Purdy, we have the team name Brock Purdy. Obviously, we're looking to hold on to him. There's not much that I can add to your team, my guy. I mean, obviously, any chance you get to make a 2-for-1 deal, we do it. If you can take Hunt and Josh Downs and pivot over to a wide receiver, you'd feel a little more comfortable to throw into a wide receiver slot. If we need to, we would. But yeah, this is a crazy team. Obviously, the Saquon Barkley trade set you up in a massive way here, and it's going to be extremely difficult for me to suggest anything, to be honest with you. Like, this team has more value literally with just these top 4 assets than probably my team has with its entire roster. Now, going over to this next squad. This is a team that's a little more reasonable. Not the most loaded team I've ever seen. This is Macon Lemonade. It's a 10-team league where we only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the wide receiver depth, not going to matter too much here. It says, currently looking to upgrade at running back 2. Do we have any trades or suggestions? Also, any tips/thoughts going forward with the roster? Always love your stuff. Thanks. Thank you so much, my guy. Really do appreciate you. Going to check this out. So looking at what we have, with this being a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, the depth does not matter. The only thing that we are looking to do is upgrading in the starting lineup, particularly at running back, quarterback, tight end. If we can't, honestly, at wide receiver, it doesn't matter. As long as we can take these names like Terry McLaurin and use them in 2-for-1 deals and get upgrades elsewhere, it's what we're wanting. Starting off at quarterback, we have Stroud and Goff. Definitely 2 quarterbacks that we can play the matchups with rest of season. Obviously, we prefer Stroud in the vast majority of weeks. But with that being said, I mean, it's a situation where you could afford to go and potentially upgrade at quarterback, knowing that this is a 10-team league. Do I think that CJ Stroud's a top 5 quarterback rest of season? Probably not. So, I mean, while we probably have a QB1 here, we probably more so have like a low-end QB1. Going over to what we have at wide receiver. This is currently a spot where we are sitting with Tyreek, Olave, DK, Deontay, JSN, and Dontavian Wicks. So this is what we are trying to do. We are trying to cash in on some of this wide receiver depth and go get an upgrade inside the starting lineup if possible. Where if we can take a player like DK Metcalf, who could really help out somebody else, and we could swing Metcalf and Tony Pollard to go get that running back too, our points per game drop off at wide receiver, you may not even notice it. I mean, we'll be starting Tyreek, Olave, Deontay Johnson anyway. Metcalf in, Metcalf out of this roster doesn't make too big of a difference. Maybe in the short term, it hurts a little bit that we end up having to start Tyreek Hill. But in the long term, that's fine. The main thing that we need to do here is we need to see if we can find a team that needs a depth receiver. This team right now is Xavier Legette as their wide receiver 3. You have Neighbors dealing with the concussion. You could see this squad being in a situation in which they want to go out there and they want to get that wide receiver upgrade. To be honest with you, one of my favorite buy lows in fantasy football right now is Josh Jacobs. So here's what I'm going to do with this team. This team also, this is the perfect trade partner for you, because this team also has Lamar and Jaden Daniels. So if you could potentially pivot up to an upgrade at quarterback at the same time, by selling one of these depth receivers with Metcalf having the big game on prime time, I mean, really close to having just a monstrous performance if he got that receiving touchdown as well. If we could trade DK Metcalf and Tony Pollard in a 2-for-1 deal to go get Josh Jacobs and Lamar Jackson, or honestly, say we throw DK Metcalf, Tony Pollard, CJ Stroud, this little combo of 3 players to get back either Daniels or Lamar, doesn't matter to us, it'll be a quarterback upgrade, and Josh Jacobs, a running back with the 3-down workload in a very good offense, unlike the Tennessee Titans. This team gets DK Metcalf to come in here as their wide receiver 3. I think that would be the play that we're looking for. I think we would love to make that pivot. I mean, going through and seeing if there are any other teams that potentially need help with wide receiver depth, there shouldn't be many since it is a 10-team format. This team has Pittman as their wide receiver 3, but the issue is they just simply don't have much depth at running back. I mean, if you wanted to potentially send them like a deeper receiver, like if we can go like up JSN and CJ Stroud and go get Josh Allen, it's a no-brainer, but much easier said than done. This team is Jordan Addison as their wide receiver 3. If you could potentially go, say, like Tony Pollard and Jackson Smith and Jigba to get to Aaron Jones, it's a no-brainer, but much easier said than done. This team has the Puka Nacua injury, so Roma Dunze is effectively their wide receiver 3. Kenneth Walker is going to be untouchable right now. There's no way we can pivot to Derek Kenneth Walker. And then going over to tight end, we have Kincaid and we have TJ Hawkinson. So very comfortable situation at tight end. Obviously, don't need to be really making any moves. But I 100% agree with you. With your league format, with your roster construction, what we want to be doing is we want to be selling a wide receiver with our RB2 or RB3. I'm fine selling Pollard or Rachaad White. I would rather sell White, but I just don't think you're going to get the same value that you would if you try to sell Pollard instead. But yeah, if we can make that 2-for-1 deal where we're able to go ahead and we're able to get that upgrade inside the starting lineup, I think that's going to be the main thing that we are looking at. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. And as always, if there's anything I can do for you, don't hesitate to reach out to me and let me know. I'd be super happy to help you out in any way that I can. But let's move this over to what we have with our next team. This is Spirani. This is another free Underdog team review, which is Unit 731. It says, who are some trade targets to look at for running backs? And what should I be offering? Trades aren't frequent in my league, but people aren't out right against them. I don't know why we read it like that. We are going to have to see if this will load this way. I'm sorry. For whatever reason, this is not loading right this second. We are going to have to skip by it. For right now, we will get back to that, my guy. We will get back to that. Now, Tide Chicks, always out in this live stream with us, says, hey, Mason, the Saquon deal's off, but I received an offer for Lamb. Currently don't have an RB2. Should we make the move? I could also trade Chase for Nico in a small piece like Christian Kirk. So to be honest with you, I actually did just move Nico Collins ahead of Jamar Chase in my rest of season rankings. So I don't mind pivoting off of Chase for Nico. Honestly, I think both prices here look very appealing. My hesitation maybe in trading away CeeDee Lamb right at this point is with the Brandon Cooks injury news, you're potentially in a spot that Lamb's going to be seeing even more targets in this Dallas Cowboys offense. So, I mean, going through and maybe coming up with like a little bit of a different structured deal here. Instead of offering CeeDee Lamb, maybe we could go Jamar Chase. And instead of getting a depth receiver back like Christian Kirk, does this team have like a low-end RB like Braylon Allen? No, really their only running back's going to be James Conner. It is a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. So Christian Kirk's not going to be super valuable for us. You'd probably have to cut Trey Benson. We're going to be doing that. So what I'd rather do is if we could get to James Conner somehow. If we could send them these offers where we send them Chase and Benson for Nico and Connor. Because the initial trade is Lamb for Nico and Connor straight up. If they're interested in Chase, trying Chase, Benson for Nico Connor. Literally just continuing this with maybe Chase, Devante for Nico Connor. Really, any of our depth running backs. Maybe Rico Dowdle and Jamar Chase for Nico Collins, James Conner. And then honestly, I think this is what I do. I give them their option of any running back on your bench, not named Jonathan Brooks. And then outside of that, that's probably the last RB we can look at. Obviously, we're not going to get James Conner in return if we don't include one of those guys. But yeah, if you could get a depth receiver, I would do this deal as well. I would prefer involving James Conner, but the Chase for Nico and Kirk, like honestly, I'd probably rather have Nico rest of season. We did move Nico up to our wide receiver 4, Chase down to our wide receiver 5. I think that would be honestly a plus deal. The Lamb trade, I'm just a little bit hesitant because I do think we're giving up the best piece in that trade. But anyway, I'm picking up the scraps coming out. Appreciate you, my guy. Going to be excited to check this out. Going to be a little worried to check this out with how low we are with the league analyzer. It says went double running back in the draft with handcuffs, followed by tight end, Laporta. So weak on wide receivers and Flowers. Tried having Tolbert on the team. Just dropped Gabe Davis. Sadly, dropped Deontay Johnson a week too early. So that's why this team's probably a little too low in the analyzer. Hurts to have my bench tied up, but waiting to see what happens with tight ends and running backs. Well, first thing, I really do appreciate you, my guy. I'm going to be really excited to go ahead and check this squad out for you. Second thing is, it is a 10-team league where you can start 4 receivers weekly. So the wide receiver depth on a team like this actually is going to be meaningful for us here. So starting off with quarterback, we have CJ Stroud. Obviously, we can start Stroud weekly here. Not too much hesitation in saying that. I mean, it would be nice to have a quarterback with rushing upside. It would be nice to have somebody like Jaden Daniels instead. But, I mean, it is what it is, right? It is what it is, effectively. Going over to what we have at running back. I mean, we are currently sitting with Kyron Williams, McCaffrey, Jordan Mason, and Blake Corum. So at this point, I understand that you were wanting to roster the handcuffs on your team. But to be honest with you, Blake Corum may not even be the handcuff to Kyron Williams. If you look at the snaps and the usage that we've had so far, it actually does look like the handcuff may be Ronnie Rivers. That's not me to tell you to go drop Blake Corum and pick up Ronnie Rivers instead. But instead, what I'm probably looking to do is if we can just drop Blake Corum, pick up a different running back that maybe isn't our exact handcuff for a different high upside option down there on the bench. That's personally what I would be looking to do. Going over to wide receiver, you have Nico Collins, Zay Flowers, Keon Coleman, Dontavian Wicks. You have to start 4 receivers weekly. So obviously we have Kyron Jordan Mason in our lineup every single week. We don't have to start 4 receivers weekly, but we can start up to 4 receivers weekly. So looking at this, you have a Nico Zay Flowers in our lineup. Keon Coleman, Dontavian Wicks. Are we super excited about it? Probably not. To be honest with you, I think Alec Pierce is somebody you're going to go ahead and you're going to drop now that you're getting this usage with Josh Downs, where it does look like Downs is going to be ahead of Alec Pierce with the target totem pole. So I think you drop Blake Corum. I think you drop Alec Pierce. You pick up 2 other running backs off the waiver wire that you think are exciting. and that are an injury away from making a difference, even if that injury wouldn't have to occur to our own roster. Yoshi Bosch is somebody that's getting close to being a cut. I kind of want to see what the usage looks like this week. And going over to tight ends, I just don't see how we can start Isaiah Likely at this point. So, like, honestly, I would not fault you if you wanted to cut Likely. I mean, especially, can we go through and let's check out the tight end position in your league. So, Zach Ertz is rostered. Okay, Tucker Kraft's rostered. I was going to see, are we playing with people that understand to pick up Tucker Kraft? But, yeah, looking at Isaiah Likely, I mean, so far this year, obviously you have the massive spike in week 1. But since then, we are sitting here with a total of 4.6, 1.4, 3.6 fantasy points. I don't see how we can rely upon him, even if we think the passing volume here is going to be a little bit better. I probably go ahead. I cut Likely, pick up a different tight end off the waiver wire to stream. See if we can find out who else is here. Colby Parkinson's. I'd honestly probably rather have Parkinson this week. It looks like Cole Kmet maybe on your waiver wire. If Kmet's on your waiver wire, I'd love to just drop Likely, pick up Kmet, play Kmet this week. But in terms of trades, I definitely think that moving on from Deontay's probably kind of put us in a very tough spot. In that what we're looking to do is really just play the waiver wire at this point. I think you cut Blake Corum, you cut Alec Pierce, pick up 2 running backs that excite you. You go ahead and you cut Isaiah Likely to pick up Cole Kmet or a different tight end on the waivers that you're excited about. But yeah, you can't afford to sell the wide receiver depth. We don't have enough wide receiver depth to sell, specifically in a league where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly, and we don't have a lot of running back depth either. But yeah, go pick up Kmet and then just work the waiver wire with those different options that we had. I wish I had a trade that made sense for you, my guy, but sadly I don't. But really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here. Now let's move this over to our next team. This is Arv coming out. Excited to dive into this for you, my guy. Sadly, it does look like this is not going to be loading initially, so we are going to have to come back to this for 1 second. But Jadaba says, I have a pretty good squad, but 1-3. This guy's 0-4. Figured a deal because he may want a running back for week 5. So we send him HN so we can get an upgrade for Jahmyr Gibbs. We send him Ayuk so we can get an upgrade for Tyreek Hill. And we give Rome Odunze to get that deal done. 100%. You want Gibbs, 100% you want Tyreek Hill here. This is a no-brainer. Absolutely love the trade and love identifying the team that has yet to win a game and taking advantage of them panicking about their player on the bye week. Now, Andrew coming out with a start sit question. Excited to dive into this. Says, not sure who to start as my running back 2 in a flex. Hope you can help. So here, running back 2, really the options are going to be between the Tampa guys and Chase Brown. So if you look at the usage that you've had for Bucky Irving, obviously it's been trending in a positive direction, but the usage as a receiver just really is not there yet. And we haven't seen the same big explosive plays that we've had from Chase Brown, at least to that extent with the touchdowns. Chase Brown's also going to be in a little bit of a better offense here where we can just naturally assume that there are more points scored overall. So I think we're going to go ahead. We are going to take Chase Brown. And then going over to the flex between Dontavian Wicks, Bucky Irving, Leggett, Smith, White, Downs. I would love to get a Devonta Smith. This is a tough spot. So we have Smith on bye. We have Brooks out. We have Ridley on bye. We have Spears on bye. I'm not starting Downs over these names, even if you have Flacco in. It really does come down between Rachaad White and Dontavian Wicks. In a full PPR format and a great matchup against the Rams, I think Dontavian Wicks probably has a higher ceiling than what you're going to see with Rachaad White. So we're going to go Dontavian Wicks there. But let's move this over and answer some of the free questions that there are in the live chat. So if you have any questions, please drop them in the chat. We'll be happy to try to answer as many of them as we possibly can. And also, we've been live for almost 4 hours at this point. We're going to be live streaming for at least 5 hours tonight, answering as many questions as we possibly can. So if you've not done so already, go down there, drop a like, drop a question in flockfantasy.com if you want a guaranteed answer, or drop in the chat right now, and we'll see if we are able to get to it. Okay. Start wider sounds... I have no idea what you're saying by that. Luis Garcia says Baker Mayfield or Joe Burrow. Obviously, if you were looking at the matchup going up against the Ravens for Burrow, it is very scary in that they just shut down. And I mean shut down Josh Allen. But with that being said, you do have a 24-point implied team total for the Cincinnati Bengals here. This should be an environment where the Baltimore Ravens are able to put points on the board. The Ravens are currently favored in this contest. So if you have the Ravens favored, and Burrow's going to be forced to air it out with Higgins, with Chase, with Yoshivash, I think I want to go ahead. I think I want to take Joe Burrow. Give me Burrow. Baker looked great last week, of course. Now, Logan says DK and Chubb or Achane and Ridley full PPR. Full PPR format, I would very easily prefer having Devon Achane over Nick Chubb. I don't think it's too close. But also, I'd very easily prefer having DK and Metcalf as well over Calvin Ridley. So, to be honest with you, I think it's a tough trade to nail down. Can y'all spam the chat? Would you rather have DK and Chubb, or would you rather have Achane and Ridley? In a full PPR format, because I'm expecting that Tua does come back, I personally probably prefer the Achane side. And keep in mind, I was the guy that people hated with every little ounce in their body for saying to sell Achane for Jefferson 2 weeks ago. But yeah, please let me know what you have in the live chat. DK, Achane, DK, Achane, DK, Achane, DK. Does look like the vast majority of people prefer DK. I don't know. The full PBR format, I think you get the reception volume with Achane. Cole says Dell and Ferguson for Jackson Smith and Jigba. I would way rather have Dell and Ferguson. The gap between Dell and Ferguson for me rest of season here is not massive. I think both are in 3 wide receiver trios. Neither will be the wide receiver 1. JSN will probably be the wide receiver 2 in his, but with that being said, at the same time, he's playing with a worse quarterback with Geno Smith, presumably with less passing volume in his offense as well. So, I don't know. I think I would probably rather have... I don't want to... Obviously, I'm not going to say I'd rather have Dell straight up over JSN. But if you're getting Ferguson on top of it, I'd maybe rather have Ferguson straight up over JSN just based off how bad the tight end position's been up until this point. Now, Logan says Ridley or Sutton. Probably rather have Ridley and just hope that you end up getting a trade for DeAndre Hopkins. John Space says, hey, Mason, thanks for the review earlier. I was brief pieces. I was able to get Drake and Najee for Adams. Thanks for the help. Oh, I love trading Devante Adams for Najee and Drake there. I think it makes a ton of sense. And really do appreciate you, my guy, and hope I was able to help. Really do appreciate you. Flo says, what's the roster looking like in the Flock League after waivers? I can go ahead and I can pull this up for you. So we are going up against Avery this week. Sleeper has yet to manage to figure out how to value the defensive aspect to my game. For whatever reason, they don't know how to quantify it. They don't know how to respect it. So right now, rest of season here, we're either going A-Rich or Brock Purdy at quarterback this week. To be honest with you, we probably go with Brock Purdy. Great matchup for Purdy going up against Arizona. Highest implied team total in the NFL. Running back, I'm probably going to remove Ramondre down to the flex. We have Connor and Swift. Not super excited about the matchup for Connor. Swift, really tough spot. Our team's been decimated. We have the Tua injury impacting Waddle. Chase wide receiver 1. We have Freiermuth at tight end for this week. The issue is for our flex, typically we could go through and throw in Devonta Smith. We could throw in Ladd McConkey. But both on bye this week. We also have Sam Laporta on bye. Obviously, we traded for Hollywood, who immediately goes on the IR. So now, all of a sudden, we are having to consider, do we play Eckler, Stevenson, or Javonte Williams? I'm definitely going to be monitoring the reports that we have coming out of New England. Also, the reports that we have coming out of Washington. Obviously, things are up in the air right now surrounding the Brian Robinson knee injury and Antonio Gibson potentially being the starting running back. But really didn't make too many big waiver wire moves this week. We should have probably balled out and went for Trey Sermon, but I chickened out. Okay. Zeus says, should we trade Deontay Johnson for Xavier Worthy? I can go ahead and pull up my rankings on the site, and I will show you right now that the answer to this question is no siree. So let's go ahead and let's add Mason Dodd's rankings. And yeah, looking at my wide receiver ranks, I currently do have Deontay Johnson ranked wide receiver 21 rest of season, right behind guys like Diggs, Evans, Metcalf. Whereas we have Xavier Worthy down at wide receiver 29, right behind guys like Thomas, Waddle, and Higgins. Okay. Rob says, full PBR Mason and JSN for Bijan Robinson. I would rather have Bijan Robinson with the Bijan receiving floor. But obviously, I'm also one who believes that McCaffrey may come back this season. But Twinny says, who to start at the flex between Kirk, Waddle, Dell, or Leggett? If Evan Ingram does not play, it's very easily Christian Kirk. If Ingram does play, I think you could go Dell. But we're going to have to monitor the practice reports with Dell, of course. But let's move this over and let's get to some more of the questions that we have over on flockfantasy.com. Definitely want to reiterate, if you wanted to ask any questions on the site, they get you a guaranteed answer. You can find where to ask them up in the top right corner, or if you go over to flockfantasy.com and look at this top right corner, you can see expert advice, get a trade question, team review, start sit question, whatever you are wanting answered. And if you wanted that team review, definitely what I'd recommend, the cheapest way to get it is by taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, on top of that, you will be getting a free team review on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog account if you want that free team review. And you'll be getting a Kirk Cousins pick'em more than less than half total yard. Now, a lot of people think that Underdog's not in their state. Underdog's in California, it's in Texas, it's in Florida, it's in the vast majority of states. But let's move this over and see if any of these leagues that previously did not load for us will load now. Please, please, please. Taylor Swift's boyfriend. Perfect. This team is loading. Going to be excited to dive into this. For S. Glast. Says, hey, really appreciate all the videos. Help the team go to a 3-1 start with an unlucky loss. Need help starting wide receiver flex this week with the Rice injury and the Amon-Ra bye. Team's devastated after the injuries. Anything you can do to help us recover is appreciated. Thank you so much. No, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Thank you for taking advantage of that Underdog promo for us. My guy, going to be excited to check this out for you. So going through and looking at what we have here, we are kind of in the middle of the league analyzer at 4. Quarterback, we have Jordan Love. I mean, this is a 10-team format. So to be honest with you, If this was a 12-teamer, I'd be very excited about having Love as our QB. 10-team league, do I think Jordan Love's a top 5 quarterback rest of season? Probably not. So I don't necessarily think that we have a high-end QB1 here. Going over to what we have with our running back situation. We are currently sitting with Derrick Henry, Aaron Jones, Devin Singletary. So, I mean, Derrick Henry looks like a locked and loaded high-end RB1. And a 12-teamer, I'd probably more so consider him as a mid-RB1 in a 10-team full PPR format. Aaron Jones, I would be in love with if he was our running back 2 in a 12-team league. 10-team league, definitely happy with, but I don't want to sit here and act like it's the best thing that we've ever seen. Devin Singletary, RB3 in a 10-team league is kind of whatever. Having Hunt, Dowdle down here as just upside shots, I think that they are completely fine pieces to have, of course. Going over to what we are looking at with wide receiver. Wide receiver, currently, we have Amon-Ra St. Brown, so the elite wide receiver 1. We have Chris Olave, a wide receiver 2 that we can start with confidence. We have Rome Odunze, a wide receiver 3 with upside. We have Shaheed, a boom bust option that in honestly a league where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly, I'm okay with. In a 10-team league where you start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex, I for sure think that he's a sell. But here in this format, it's definitely a much tougher call. And then going over to tight end, we have Travis Kelce. So obviously, if we are looking at Kelce, a much more exciting player now that you're in a situation in which you don't have Rashee Rice. So it is just an easier play. And honestly, I think you can go ahead and you could look to sell Dallas Goedert with that being said. So if we could potentially take Goddard, who has looked great over the past 2 weeks with no A.J. Brown and with no Devonta Smith for, the past game and a half. And if you could take Dallas Goedert and send him in a 2-for-1 deal to pretty much get an upgrade anywhere, I would really like it. Like if you could send Dallas Goedert and Jordan Love to a team that maybe needs a tight end that has an extra quarterback for us, and we can pivot to a QB that has some rushing upside, I think that would be very exciting. Like to go through and look at some of these teams that could potentially be that play with us. This team has Kyle Pitts and Taysom Hill, so like 2 tight ends that people are dropping right now. If you could send Jordan Love and Dallas Goedert to get to Lamar Jackson, I think that would make a ton of sense. And that team's okay at tight end. This team has Evan Ingram and Cole Kmet. If we can make that trade, Goddard and Love to get to Hurts, I would do that in a heartbeat. Much, much easier said than done. But yeah, and then going over to what we are doing in terms of the wide receiver position post Rashee Rice injury, obviously it's a lot tougher. What we're starting this week is we're going to go Derrick Henry, Aaron Jones at running back. Wide receiver, we go Olave and Shaheed probably. Probably Olave and Shaheed. And then if we have to start 2 flexes, I think you're probably looking at Rome Odunze and Devin Singletary. If you wanted to go Leggett over Rome based off the volume that he had a week ago, I think you're going to be fine with it. But the issue is, if we're looking at what we have specifically with the wide receiver depth post Rashee Rice injury, I don't know if we have the depth at wide receiver to go and sell a depth receiver and Love in a league where we can start 4 receivers weekly to go get a QB upgrade there, or a depth receiver and Singletary to go get a stud for the flex. I think really the only expendable asset that we have with the squad is Dallas Goedert. But honestly, I think there's a good shot that you could get something for Goddard. And I would definitely be looking to take advantage when we have Kelce. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that we are able to help you out some way, my guy. But let's move this over and see if we can find our next squad. So this is Do It For Mahomes. Perfect. The team name actually matches. Last time we looked at this, I couldn't find the team name. Maybe I just overlooked it and embarrassed myself. But anyway, currently we're 4-0, but we've been getting lucky during our matchups. We said this earlier, my guy, but you never say you're getting lucky with matchups. What you say is you're a great defensive coordinator. You're great at shutting down your opponents. To say we're getting lucky with matchups, you're not giving yourself nearly enough credit. Now looking, you're wondering if we should be making any moves, if any. Was thinking about trying to upgrade our quarterback / wide receiver slot. Any help? Well, first thing I do want to say is this is the number one team with the league analyzer. Now, with that being said, I don't want to overreact and say, oh my gosh, you're in a spot where we are just going to absolutely crush the rest of the league. The reality is, I mean, there are a bunch of teams up here near the top that are very similar with the league analyzer currently. So I don't want to be overreacting here. But nonetheless, at quarterback, we currently do have Patrick Mahomes. It's a 12-team format, so I still think Mahomes is a mid-QB1 in this kind of league. So you don't need to go out there and upgrade over him, specifically because it's a 12-teamer where you can start 4 receivers weekly. The wide receiver depth actually does matter a little bit more in this league. And I actually think that we're probably chilling as is. Now, going over to what we have with our running back room. We are currently sitting with 2 top 10 running backs. This is why we are probably so high in the league analyzer. We have Brees. We have Kenneth Walker. We also have Jordan Mason as well as that top 10 running back in the short term. Obviously, long term, it's tough to say that if we expect that you may get McCaffrey in at some point. And then we have Braylon Allen, Roschon Johnson as the high-end handcuff appeal options that you could view as a desperation play. So I love the running back room. Running back room is perfect. Wide receiver room, we have some serious questions at the very top. But ultimately, I think that we can kind of get by because it's a league where we can start 4 receivers weekly. I'm okay building around the depth. We're starting Olave, Worthy, JSN, Coleman. This is a team that is 4-0, and it's set up in a way that it's going to get better as the season goes on. Puka Nacua will come back healthy and be better than he is now. Xavier Worthy is a rookie receiver that we should expect to continue to increase his target share. JSN is a young receiver that should continue to take more from Tyler Lockett. Keon Coleman is a rookie receiver that should continue to expand his target share in this offense. It's a wide receiver room that's naturally going to continue to get better from where it's at this point. Going over to where we are sitting with tight ends, when we have George Kittle, when we have Tucker Kraft, I mean, it's a spot that you can definitely afford to trade away a tight end. Like, I am really excited about Tucker Kraft here. I think if you were looking to sell somebody, it probably is George Kittle. Obviously, you can look at my rankings and see we do have Kittle ranked well ahead of Kraft. But I think you would get more for Kittle if you wanted to make a deal. So to be honest with you, if this was an 0-4 team, I'd say, oh my gosh, we have to sell Puka. We have to sell the rookie receivers. We have to get the players in this lineup right this second. However, with this being a 4-0 roster, instead, I think you're in a really comfortable position where you can just kind of sit here and you can just look for the long-term upside. And all we have to do is, like, say over the next 4 weeks as we wait for Puka to come back, if we split, we go 2-2. All of a sudden we're 6-2 and we're getting Puka back in. So I think you're in a great spot, my guy, where you're not really having to make any moves here. But really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way. And if you were going to do anything, it would possibly be going through and selling Kittle. But Jason, long-time member of the flock. Appreciate seeing you, my guy. If you wanted to ask a question over on the sites, you can always do so with this button up in the top right corner, the expert advice button. You can ask a start sit question, trade question, or team review. And you can ask this whether we're live streaming or not. We'll answer it in a live stream, and it actually, that clip of the stream gets sent to you through the site. So you can answer it, then leave the live stream, and it'll get sent to you, and you'll get an email when your question was answered. You can answer it at a random 2 p.m. on a Tuesday and expect it to get answered that night. So, yeah, to be honest with y'all, if I were you, like, say, hey, I want to ask Mason a trade question in tonight's live stream, and this is, say, like, tomorrow at, like, 9 a.m., send the question immediately, because you can tell we just go in order with these. So I wouldn't recommend saying like, hey, I'm going to wait till the live stream and we're 4 hours into the live stream and then asking a question. Because to be honest with you, if you ask a question now, we've been live streaming for over 4 hours. I probably wouldn't be able to get to it until tomorrow's stream, which will start at probably about 2 p.m. So in general, if you're ever wanting to ask a question, I would just get in as early as you can. And even if you're not in the live stream at the time that it is answered, it's going to be sent to you directly anyway. Okay. But let's move this over to our next team. This one is not pulling up for whatever reason. This one's not pulling up either. Well, this one, meet me at the London. This team will pull up for us. Thank the Lord. Anyway, this is a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So it is a league where the wide receiver depth doesn't matter. And this is a league where we are having to deal with a juggernaut roster in that number 1 slot. Saquon currently has Saquon Barkley, Justin Jefferson, Nico Collins, James Cook, Deontay Johnson, DJ Moore, George Pickens, Trey McBride, Jordan Love. It is going to be very difficult to compete with that squad. But nonetheless, with this being that 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, 10-team league, what we are wanting to do is we are wanting to sell wide receiver depth pieces, and we are wanting to make 2-for-1 deals to get improvements in the starting lineup every chance that we get. So starting off at quarterback, where we are sitting with Lamar Jackson. Obviously with Lamar, we're chilling. We don't need a backup QB. You can play him every single week. Having Brock Purdy here, I would say that if you could potentially sell Brock Purdy in a 2-for-1 deal and go get an upgrade elsewhere, we definitely would look to do so. But again, definitely going to be much easier said than done. If we're going to look over at what we have with some of the teams that have the worst quarterback rooms in the league, this league is Dak and Tua. I mean, I don't know if they're willing to pay up for Purdy. So yeah, in a 10-team league, you're probably not going to get anything for Purdy, and I do think that he's probably worth the roster spot at the minimum. But if he does spike up and you can get a little upgrade at wide receiver or running back, we would. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Achane McCaffrey, Zach Moss, Rico Dowdle, and Trey Benson. So looking at this, I know you were saying in the comment, just traded Zay for Ayuk, hoping Tua's back soon, so we have a lot of that Miami offense. Yeah, so with Achane, definitely think it's hard to project him out to be an RB1 right now. More so looking at Devon Achane as being an RB2 in fantasy. Until you get Tua back in, then of course at that point, Achane does jump up, and Achane is that mid to high-end RB1 yet again, particularly as a receiver as well. But we have an RB1 that we can start. We have the RB2 that we can start right now. We have the long-term upside with CMC. So I do think that this is a team that can afford McCaffrey. Going over to receiver, we have London, Waddle, Rome, Flowers, Jameson, Dontavian Wicks, Jacoby Myers. So we have a bunch of wide receivers that are going to give us random spike weeks. And if this was like an underdog best ball format where you didn't have to figure out when you were starting one of these receivers, then I would love it. If it was just randomly they jumped into our starting lineup when they had that big play, I'm all about it here. Now, the issue with that is it's not the case. We have to try to figure out how we submit a lineup with 2 wide receivers and 1 flex weekly. We have all the depth in the world, but we don't have the top end production besides Drake London. So what I would look to do with this team, if possible, is I would look to try to consolidate some pieces where if we could go ahead and if we could potentially make some 2-for-1 trades, where if we can look at some of these players that are popping off with a massive spike week, somebody like Jameson Williams would be the perfect example of like trying to figure out when we should be starting him, particularly in a league where there are only 10 teams and only 2 wide receivers and 1 flex spots, I think Jameson would be like the perfect sell high candidate here. Like if you could potentially package together Jameson and Rome Odunze, another one of these guys that has a very high week-to-week ceiling, and just pivot over to a wide receiver that we're more excited with, I think that would be something we're looking to do. Also love the Zay Flowers for Brandon Ayuk trade as well. But if you can go from like Rome and Jameson to get to Godwin, I think it's a no-brainer. To get to Tyreek, I think it's a no-brainer, but that's probably going to be a lot harder. To get to Jaden Reed, to DK Metcalf, we would do it. To get to Garrett Wilson, Devonta Smith, we would do it. And obviously, I'm not saying we need both those receivers. We just need one. To get to Deebo Samuel, I would do that trade. Really, if you can package together, say, the 2 depth pieces here in a 10-team, 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league where we have all these starters of Jameson and Rome Odunze, and going over to the rankings on the sites, looking at my ranks, if we can make that 2-for-1 deal and tier up to get really any wide receiver inside the top 18 of our rankings, which you can see that right here, just in case you're not a member of the site. I think that's the move that we are looking to make. And actually, I know you're a member of the site. Never mind. I'm sorry about that. And then tight end, we have Kittle. Obviously, we're good to go to start Kittle every week. Don't need a backup. If Kittle does miss time, then we can go ahead and stream tight end position. But most people are streaming tight end anyway right now, so it's really no harm, no foul. But I really do appreciate you, my guy, and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this. But yeah, overall, I think that it's a good team, but you really need to make a 2-for-1 deal to tier up at wide receiver, to make our life a little bit easier when we are submitting the starting lineup here. It's going to be the main thing that we are looking at. Now, let's move this over to Robin Big. Love the username, my guy. Here it's Jaden Reed versus Tyreek Hill. Give me Tyreek Hill. My receivers are Lamb, Smith, Marvin, and absolute no-brainer. You can make a strong argument that right now Jaden Reed should be ranked over Tyreek Hill based off quarterback play, based off target comp, but long-term here, when Tua's back in, when Christian Watson's back in, Jaden Reed is a wide receiver 2. Tyreek Hill is the wide receiver 1 overall. So yes, for the love of God, go get Tyreek Hill. Now let's move this over to K. Soliner. This is Christian Mingle. It says, love you, Mason. Super high on Reed, but I know wide receiver could be spotty with London Pickens Kirk. What should we look to get in the trade market? So this is a league that's a 12-team format where we can start 4 receivers weekly. So it's definitely a setup where the wide receiver depth does matter a little bit more here than otherwise would. So league also where we have a bunch of these NFTs as the profile picks. I remember seeing these NFTs in the past. I don't know what they were called though, but anyway, Christian Mingle, for the love of God, tell me we did not change our team name. Can y'all tell me if y'all see the team name on this? Christian Mingle, that's 7. I am blind. I'm sorry. We've been live streaming for about 4.5 hours here, my guy. But anyway, like I said, this is actually a format where we are completely fine building around the wide receiver depth. And at the same time, because you can start 4 receivers weekly, quarterback will make up a little bit of a smaller percentage of our starting lineup output. So we can push off quarterback just a bit structurally here. So when we're sitting with a Baker Mayfield, we're effectively just streaming QBs. And specifically in a 12-team format where you can start 4 receivers weekly, I'm completely fine streaming quarterback here if it's going to mean that we are strong at other positions. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we are currently sitting with Baker Mayfield. Alvin Kamara. Like I said, we've been live streaming for 4.5 hours. Excuse me. We have Alvin Kamara, locked and loaded, top 5 RB. We have Jordan Mason, a running back 1 in the short term. And then when McCaffrey comes back, we're chilling because we have McCaffrey, running back 1 in the long term. We have Zach Charbonnet here, We have Tyler Algier. So this is a very well-balanced running back room. This is a running back that has the short-term production and the long-term upside as well. And then honestly, down here at the bottom end of the bench, like Charbonnet being that desperation play if we really need him, but also being the premium handcuff back, and then also having Tyler Algier as a premium handcuff back. I think it's the perfect way you want to structure a running back room like this. Now, going over to what we have with wide receiver. It's a league where we can start 4 receivers weekly. So we have London, Reed, Pickens, and Christian Kirk in our starting lineup. So to be honest with you, this is not a setup where we can afford to sell Christian Kirk and get an upgrade elsewhere. This is a situation in which we need to be holding on to Christian Kirk. We need to be holding on to George Pickens, and we need these quality wide receiver depth pieces in the flexes. We have Sutton, Romeo Doubs, Quentin Johnston. If this was a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I would say let's drop Quentin Johnston and go pick up another running back upside piece. But with this being a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly, and you could very easily see Sutton, Doubs, or Johnston turning into a week-to-week starter for us here, I think that is a really nice spot. Going over to tight end, we have Tucker Kraft and Mark Andrews. To be honest with you, if you wanted to cut Mark Andrews, if you found a running back that you liked off the waiver wire, I wouldn't fault you for it. If you wanted to wait 1 more week to see what you got from Mark Andrews, I wouldn't fault you for it either. So overall, I think this is a very well-balanced team. And honestly, specifically because your league settings, I'm not doing anything. I don't think you're making a trade. I think this is structured exactly how you want it. I think we just see if we want to cut Mark Andrews after this week. And if we do, we can go ahead and obviously we can keep streaming quarterback. And we can go pick up a premium running back if need be. But thank you again. Really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out here a bit. But let's move this over to Hot Daddy. Always out here in the streams. This is Spears, Ladd McConkey versus Devante Adams. Assuming this is a redraft trade, we for sure want Devante Adams here. Obviously, you're taking on some risk with the Devante Adams situation where we don't exactly know what the landing spot is, how much time he's going to be missing, when he would potentially come back. But yeah, I do think we want Devante Adams. Now, our next team review is coming out of the water. This is another one of those free Underdog team reviews. It says you traded Moss for Mark Andrews and Ramondre Stevenson. Thank you, sir. No, thank you, my guy. Moss to Andrews and Ramondre. I do not like the trade, to be honest. Based on the report that we are getting surrounding Ramondre Stevenson today, where it does seem like you potentially are in a spot that Antonio Gibson's going to be expanding his role, and Antonio Gibson may end up eating into the starting job for Ramondre Stevenson. I think it's a very difficult spot for me to tell you that, oh yeah, we want Ramondre, we get a running back upgrade. Andrews looks like he's barely worth a roster spot at this point. So I don't know if I love this trade, to be honest. But looking at the team, we are right now ranked number 1 in the league analyzer. Now, the top 3 teams are pretty close, but obviously we have a massive edge over the teams in the bottom half. This is a 12-team format where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. We have Brock Purdy, Caleb Williams as our 2 starting QBs. If you think Caleb has the long-term upside to continue to improve, especially as you get Keenan Allen back in, not going to fault you for it. Definitely not a spot that I think that it's a must start. I don't think Caleb is somebody you have to roster. I don't see a path in which we are starting him over Purdy anytime soon. I did have Caleb Williams and Brock Purdy, this exact quarterback room as my quarterbacks that I drafted coming out of the draft. But I did end up dropping Caleb Williams, just looking at the offensive situation with the O-line and the offensive coordinator. But I think you can hold on to him if you really want to, of course. Now, going over to what we have at running back. We are currently sitting with Saquon Barkley, Najee Harris, Zach Moss, Devin Singletary, and Antonio Gibson. So we have the running back 1 overall. We have an RB2 with solid volume. I think Zach Moss, I loved him as a buy low candidate 2 weeks ago. But honestly, after the Chase Brown usage, I'm definitely more concerned than I was previously. But I'm completely fine with Zach Moss as an RB3. To have Singletary here, I feel like Singletary may be a little bit of overkill. Actually, no, I forgot. We traded Moss for Ramondre. I apologize. So in this scenario, even with Ramondre, I mean, if you could, in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex, pivot off of Devin Singletary, a running back with a high floor with just his touch volume every single week, but move Singletary and maybe a wide receiver like Pickens to go get a stud receiver, I think we would. Looking at a team that needs a running back, this team right now, actually, they just traded for Zach Moss. We already targeted them in a trade. This team has Swift, then Javonte at RB2, RB3. If you could send them Singletary and George Pickens to get up to Garrett Wilson, to get up to Devonta Smith, get either one of those receivers, I think that would make a lot of sense. To go over to this team, they currently have Isaiah Pacheco as their RB3. I mean, they have Chase Brown, Jaleel McLaughlin as their RB2, RB3 combo. So if we could send them, say Devin Singletary and George Pickens to go over and get Chris Olave, I think I'd really like that as well in a league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Because, I mean, obviously, we are locked and loaded with the studs at the very top with Lamb, A.J. Brown. We have Puka here for the long-term upside as well. I mean, I think we can afford to just go out there and shoot for the stars and really just try to bring in the stud. It's not like we need the depth. And then tight end does seem like we're going to get David Njoku back in. If David Njoku is not back in and instead we need to pivot over to a tight end off the waiver wire for this week, Caleb Williams would be the guy that we are going to cut off this team. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way with this, my guy. I'm sorry for stumbling over our words at the very beginning. We've been live for about 4.5 hours, but appreciate you. Hope I was able to help you out in some way. Hope we get to see you out in a live stream sometime soon. Now let's go over and let's look at this team review for Eric. So looking for general advice, we just gave up Pollard, Amari, and Jacobs for Jonathan Taylor after the injury and Jamar Chase. So Jacobs to Taylor, give me Taylor. Pollard and Amari to Chase, give me Chase. This is an 8-team league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. It is always, and I repeat, it is always about getting the best player in the deal. We got the best player in the deal. We robbed the guy. This is a phenomenal situation to find ourselves in. It's a league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So I will have a big not worry. I'll have, it's a spot that I really don't like when it comes to what we are doing with our wide receiver room, where obviously at wide receiver, we are elite at the very top. Absolutely elite. We have Collins, Chase, Brown, Harrison. It's a league where you can only start 2 wide receivers, 1 flex. So my question is, what is the potential path for us to ever see somebody like I don't know. What is the path for us to ever see Jamison Williams hit this lineup? Ever. I have no idea. I don't know what that would look like. Like, so when we pick up like Dontavian Wicks this week, like what are we really doing? Like, I would way rather try to optimize for the running back upside on the bench where our RB3 is Trey Sermon, our RB4 is Justice Hill. This is a nutso team in an 8-team league. Everything's about getting the best player, shooting for the highest ceiling possible. We go ahead, we try to package together Jamison Williams and Kyler Murray and go get a better quarterback. Try to send Jamison and Kyler, go get Lamar, go get Daniels, go get Hurts, go get Goff. Go try to send JSN and Kyler and go get that quarterback upgrade. Or maybe go send JSN and Ferguson and go get to Kelsey. Go send Jamison and Ferguson, go get to Kelsey. Go sell one of these depth receivers. Go get that either upgrade at quarterback or tight ends. And down here in the bottom end of the bench, we just want to be rostering more running backs that are an injury away. We want to roster guys like Bucky Irving, Chase Brown, Braylon Allen here in an 8-team league. Or at the starter where you go down in front of them, then all of a sudden they can be viewed as league winners. I just don't see how that ever happens with Jamison Williams. Like Amon-Ra St. Brown gets injured. Jared Goff turns into prime Patrick Mahomes. I'm still not starting Jamison Williams over Nico Collins, Jamar Chase, or A.J. Brown. So sell the wide receiver depth, optimize for the onesies, and with the open roster spots, we want to go ahead and we're going to pick up running backs off waivers. But concealed OG, long time member of the flock. This is made this trade this week. Not sure how to feel about it, but we have Shakir, Rome, Hunt, and Chubb on the bench. 100% we want Tyreek Hill. Not even remotely close. We traded 3 quarters for $1. Love to see it. Tyreek obviously is very disappointing. I still think he's the best option in the short term out of all these players. But obviously in the long term, when we get Tua back in, then he is by far and away, and I mean by far and away, the best piece. So yes, you'll love to see it, and I definitely do want Tyreek here. Now going over to our next play. This is going to be Ralph Nichols. This is Obi-Wan Kenobi. Regardless how you say it. Here we are sitting with the third best team with the league analyzer. Saying, hey Mason, I traded for Pacheco early and managed to salvage that mess. I really want an elite receiver. What trades do you think we should push for? So this is a start 8 format, so we can start 4 receivers weekly. So the wide receiver depth does matter a little bit more here. And definitely with the league analyzer, want to point out that there are these 3 teams that are looking like juggernauts in this league. You can maybe include this team here at 4, but yeah, let's include the top 4 teams. This is our competition. The significant drop off that we have to the other players here really should not scare us. Starting off with the quarterback and tight end position, we're golden. We have Daniels. Daniels must start player every single week. Looks like you are absolutely set up to crush here. Going over to Sam Laporta. Sam Laporta looks like he can be a consistent tight end 1 for us as well. We have Bijan Robinson as the locked and loaded anchor RB. We have Joe Mixon as a 3-down back. We have Jacobs as a 3-down back. Running back is beautiful. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful. Going over to receiver, we have Harrison in a 10-team format. I'm not in love with Harrison as my wide receiver 1. Definitely would prefer him as a wide receiver 2. But hell, Cooper Kupp may come back a couple weeks from now and then all of a sudden push Harrison down. Ayuk wide receiver 3 I really like. Waddle wide receiver 4 I really like. Tank Dell wide receiver 5 I really like. I freaking love this team. This is a great squad. To be honest with you, I don't see many obvious trades that we can be making. I think that the trades that you would look to pull off, if we could, would be 2-for-1 upgrades at wide receiver, where you go ahead and you pivot off of Dontavian Wicks and Christian Kirk, and you go get a wide receiver that we're a little more excited about in the long term. We go Dontavian Wicks and Christian Kirk, and maybe you pick up a rookie wide receiver with upside. Maybe we go get somebody like Xavier Worthy here. I think that could be something we're looking to do where we are just chasing the upside primarily. But I mean, obviously that's much easier said than done in a 10-team format, but I would love to make that 2-for-1 tier up at wide receiver. My issue with it as well, though, is if we are looking at what we have specifically when it comes to the receivers on this roster, I don't want to be selling low on Kupp. I don't want to be selling low on Ayuk. I don't want to be selling low on Waddle. I think these 3 wide receivers will be better in the long term. I mean, I don't want to be selling low on Dell. I think it'll be better in the long term. I think Harrison will be better in the long term. So it sucks is like, I want to do a 2-for-1 tier up at receiver, but I think honestly, a lot of these wide receivers that you have currently at the moment are maybe a little bit undervalued. So honestly, kind of make things difficult for us to do so. But yeah, if we can go like Wicks, Kirk, go get Xavier Worthy, I'd really like that. But thank you again. Really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out in some way with this. Now, let's move this over to our next question. This is HBK Cade. This is Addison Zay Flowers versus Mike Evans. It's a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex league, I believe. We have Harrison, Worthy, Evans, Higgins as our 4 receivers. Yeah, so we have 4 quality receivers. We have great running backs. We have an elite quarterback. We can afford to make this 2-for-1 deal. Now, Robert E.T.'s The South coming out says, what's up, Mason? I'm 2-2 right now. I have a decent team, but curious how we can maximize here. FYI, toilet flushers only drafted dudes with dreads, with exception for Rodgers and Harrison Butker, but not really a trade option, okay? So toilet flushers is a meme. Say a couple different things. One, looking at this, there is a team worse than toilet flushers somehow. Schmitty's Biddies, sitting with Tank Dell as their wide receiver 1. Travis Etienne is their RB1. RIP for that team. But anyway, we are 4th in the league analyzer. It's a league where you only start 2 receivers and 1 flex, so the wide receiver depth not going to be a super high priority for us. And if you are looking at us being 4th in the league analyzer, all these top 5, teams 2 through 5 are all about the same. You have the juggernaut up at team 1. The team at 1 has St. Brown, Chase, Neighbors, Achane, Burrow. Team at 1's going to be nuts. But outside of that, we're definitely in the mix, obviously, to be a contender here. Mr. Bam Bam says, check the Dreads team, Pete Lees. All right, well, let's check out the Dreads team. Kyler does have dreads now. Kamara, Brooks, Ramadre. Does Tracy have dreads? Diggs, Deontay. Deontay has some nice dreads. Ridley, Jacoby, Adonai. It is a first. I've never heard of somebody drafting a team with only dreads. But anyway, here, quarterback's going to make up a high percentage of our starting lineup output weekly because you only start 2 receivers, 1 flex. So I love that we have Josh Allen. Josh Allen is my QB1, honestly, kind of with relative ease here as well. Going over to running back, we are currently sitting with McCaffrey, James Conner. So we have the long-term upside of McCaffrey. We have Chuba Hubbard to play in this short term, which has been fine up until this point. But now the issue is going to be, if we're looking at this going into the future, what does it look like specifically with Brooks coming in, Chuba Hubbard no longer being a viable option? We are going to have a massive hole here at running back. Obviously, not really our fault. We can't necessarily control the fact that CMC got injured, but still it happened. Now, going over to what we have at wide receiver. This is a wide receiver room. You have to sell off pieces, 100%. The easiest sell in the world here is Amari Cooper. If we are looking at Amari, what? I understand we probably start. If you think he gets dealt to KC, if you think that potentially Amari Cooper finds himself in a spot where you have Jameis Winston under center, then obviously this could change. But for how it stands right now, Amari is just kind of one of these target hog wide receivers that gives you the high floor but the low ceiling. That's not something we need when we have Harrison, Adams, Higgins, Waddle, Kirk, 5 viable wide receiver pieces that we can start in a league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So if we can pivot from Amari and Chuba Hubbard, and we can go get a running back upgrade, I think we would for the long term, so we don't have to be concerned about what happens when Brooks does come back. If you can go Amari and Chuba Hubbard to pivot over to Josh Jacobs here, I think that'd make a lot of sense. Obviously, you said toilet flushers is not in play for us. If you could go Amari, honestly, maybe not Amari. If you go Christian Kirk and Chuba Hubbard to get to Travis Etienne or Najee Harris, I would really like that as well. Selling the wide receiver depth piece that we'll probably never need, probably will never start, and doesn't have the ceiling to make a difference on our team. This team, Christian Kirk would be their wide receiver 1. So we send them Christian Kirk and Chuba Hubbard. We get back ETN so we don't have to have the hole at running back 2 when Jonathan Brooks does come back. I'd really like that. This team has Jerry Jeudy, their wide receiver 4. We send them Amari. Oh my gosh, if we could send Amari and Chuba Hubbard to get to Jordan Mason, that'd be an absolute no-brainer. Can someone please mute Blatz? We have very few rules in the live chat, but spamming a political belief when we're talking fantasy football here is just, yeah. No one cares, my guy. Literally nobody cares. Okay. But anyway, looking at this, if you could pivot over to Jordan Mason with that Amari package, it would be an absolute no-brainer for us to have that extended runway. And another thing is you just simply cannot be rostering this many receivers in a league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Like, you have McCaffrey out. So right now we're rostering Connor, Chuba Hubbard, Roschon, and Carson Steele at running back. Steele's a 0 at this point. However, we're rostering 3 more receivers than running backs. Like 100%, you need to go ahead. You need to sell a wide receiver and a running back to go get that running back upgrade. And with that open raw spot you have, you need to pick up another running back off the waiver wire so we can upgrade running back to the top end and build out running back depth a little bit more. This is a league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. The wide receiver depth's not going to be nearly this important. Now let's move this over to It's Sherm. Appreciate you, my guy. Says, hey, Flock, I'm in a rough spot right now with only 1 viable running back on the roster, and I'm sitting at 2-2, and I don't feel great about it. I know something needs to happen, and I would love any advice you have. You're saying 3 tight ends because Hawkinson's in the IR, and we have Kraft to cover Laporta's bye. Yes, sir. Completely understands. First thing I'm going to point out, this is a very even league. Look at the league analyzer. The top 6 teams are all neck and neck and neck. So as long as we are in that mix, obviously we are excited about it. We are in here with the 4th team. Looking at quarterback, we currently are sitting with Dak Prescott, Jared Goff. I'm completely fine playing the matchups between these 2 QBs weekly. I actually had Dak as the sell high candidate coming off a massive blow up game when it was against the Ravens in that garbage time performance. But to be honest with you, I think Dak Prescott's more appealing now, considering the fact that the Dallas Cowboys lose 2 of their top defensive players. So I think you could find yourself in a spot where Dak is forced to throw the ball a little bit more in the second half of games than what you would have naturally expected. Now, going over to what we have with the running back room. We are currently sitting with Jacobs, Chase Brown, Tyler Algier, Zamir White. This is a league where you're going to start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. The wide receiver depth not going to be a super big deal here. And yeah, running back depth is extremely questionable. Like, I'm fine with Jacobs as my RB1. I would like Chase Brown as an RB3. To have him as RB2 is just a really tough spot to be in. Going over to wide receiver, we have the elite receivers at the top. We have St. Brown. We have Harrison. We have Waddle, Worthy as those high upside options as well. But this is like a tough spot that you find yourself in, right? Where like Wan'Dale Robinson, Juwan Jennings are players that you're not going to be able to sell for anything. Like, understandably so. Nobody in your league is going to be buying them. They're probably worth too much to go out there and cut for running backs off the waiver wire. But I would rather be rostering running backs with this cost right here. So, and I don't want to sell Waddle. I don't want to sell Worthy. I think if Wan'Dale, if Jennings pop, they have any trade value, we go ahead, we package them immediately with Chase Brown to go get an upgrade at running back 2. If they fall flat on their face, we drop them immediately to go pick up a running back off the waiver wire. I think Tucker Kraft is going to continue to actually crush. The thing is, if you are looking at Kraft, we can't start him over Laporta. We have Hawkinson coming. So we have 3 tight ends with real value. I think all 3 of these tight ends can be top 10 tight ends rest of the season. So after this week, if you could take Kraft and package him with the running back to go get an RB upgrade and then backfill where we're not having to roster 2 tight ends at that point so we can pick up another running back off the waiver wire, I think that would be very interesting as well. But the issue is if you like what you see from Kraft, Laporta does have the name value that Kraft doesn't. So you may be able to swing a little bit more if you were to trade Laporta instead. But yeah, that's going to be the main thing that we are looking at, is trying to build out the running back depth any way that we can, where I don't want to be trading away Waddle. I don't want to be trading away Worthy, to be honest with you. But let's move this over. This trade question's coming out from JBLD. Say Mason, this is my $500 league. Moss, Brooks, and Rashad are the running backs. We picked up Kraft as well. So picking up Kraft, I think, does make Sam Laporta expendable. Going from Jaden Reed to Malik Neighbors, upgrade. Stephon Diggs to Olave, upgrade. Zach Moss to David Montgomery, upgrade. We pay Sam Laporta to get to upgrade all 3 slots. I really like it. I 100% agree. This is a move that I think you should be making. I think you're getting the best player with Malik Neighbors. I think picking up Tucker Kraft off the waiver wire gives you that kind of flexibility. Now, Fungi Chunks coming out with a trade question. Says, full BBR, I love Nico and I hate to give him up, but I have to do it. Nico to Lamb, give me Lamb. Connor to Kyron, massive upgrade. 100%. I think you're getting the best player in the deal. And honestly, you're getting an upgrade at running back at the same time for it. Absolutely no brainer, my guy. And appreciate you being a long-time member of the flock. Happy to see you on the site, my guy. Now, moving this over, the Notorious one says, hey, Mason, thank you for the advice last night. What guy should I target if we trade Moss and Shaheed? Moss, Shaheed for Terry McLaurin. Definitely need a lot more than Terry McLaurin. Going over and looking at, if we're going Moss and Shaheed and looking at wide receiver we want, I think we need a wide receiver in the top 19 of these rankings. Evans, Metcalf, Reed, Kupp, Smith, Olave, Wilson, Godwin, Debo, London, Harrison, Tyreek, Neighbors, AJ Brown, Chase, Nico, Jefferson, Lamb, St. Brown. I think you're needing a top 19 wide receiver there, my guy. Okay. Now, let's move this over to SM Farmer. Says, Sake is killing me. Assuming this is an inside joke that I don't get. Sake is killing me right here, Team 7. We're currently 0-4 with the roster. Ooh, okay. If we are 0-4, what we are looking to do is we are looking to trade any future value that we have to get production in our starting lineup ASAP. We're selling the long-term pieces, anybody that's injured, anybody that's a rookie, and that will continue to improve to get a player in right this second that could potentially help us out and could potentially put us in a spot that we are able to go to 1-4. We're able to go to 2-4. Maybe we fall a game. Maybe we go ahead and maybe we fall to 2-5. But as long as we can actually stay in the mix here, that's what we are going to be looking for. It's a 3 flex league. Tight end is a flex spot, so we don't need a tight end. But it's a league where we're going to start 1 quarterback, 1 wide receiver, and 1 running back. So it's a league where also you don't need to concern yourself with the floor at running back. So looking at the squad, we have Jordan Love at quarterback. So obviously QB will be much better going into the future than it was previously. With Jordan Love under center, I mean, you don't have a ton of rushing upside, but you do have a lot of passing volume, especially this matchup against the Rams, which honestly we're really focused on trying to win this year if we can. I do like having Jordan Love here. Now, going over to what we have at running back, we're currently sitting with Breece Hall, Josh Jacobs, RB1, RB2. I'm very excited about Breece, very excited about Jacobs. In terms of the guys that we're looking down here, we're never really looking for the floor plays at running back. The floor of these guys could not matter less. The only thing that really does matter here is us being able to go through and us being able to get to the highest ceiling options possible, specifically in the environment where you only have to start one running back weekly and the rest are flex spots. Going over to receiver, we have Waddle, Rome, Ladd, Pittman, Wicks, and then tight end at Bowers. So this is what we have to do. I do not like selling Jalen Waddle right now. I think if you're selling Jalen Waddle, you are selling for pennies on the dollar. It absolutely sucks to have to sell Waddle when he's been so damn bad with no Tua. All your league mates know he has been so damn bad with no Tua. He's pretty much unstartable in this format for the foreseeable future. But with that being said, while I do think that Tua comes back in the long term, so the long-term value of Waddle is better than it is in the short term, it doesn't matter. We're 0-4. We need points right this second. Going over and looking at what we have with our next guy, with Rome Odunze. I like the long-term upside of Rome. Can I start him right now? Not really. Not unless I want to fall to 0-5. So we probably need to go through and we probably need to throw Rome Odunze on the trade block. Ladd McConkey probably needs to get thrown on the trade block. The rookie receivers, the wide receiver dealing with the quarterback upgrade that have more long-term value than short-term value, these are players that we sell. We go to one of the best teams in the league. We go, hey man, I'll give you Jonathan Brooks and I'll give you Jalen Waddle. And we see what we can get in return. Yeah, can we get Najee Harris and Deontay Johnson? Get the short-term production in here. This team dealing with some of their own respective injuries. Jordan Mason, phenomenal pickup if we could get him. If we can go, hey, we'll give you Brooks and Jalen Waddle. We'll give you the long-term upside. Give me Jordan Mason. Help me contend right this second. Go, hey, we'll give you a Rome Odunze and we can't even afford that. We'll give you Rome Odunze and Jonathan. You can't get to Kenneth Walker. There's no way. This team, maybe we can go, we'll give you Jalen Waddle and Rome Odunze. Give me Stephon Diggs. Shallower format, 2-for-1 deal is what we're looking for. It's an 0-4 team. We need to sell the long-term value. We need to get production in right now. We cannot afford to fall to 0-5. Obviously, Pacheco is in play as well. If you can squeeze any value out of Pacheco, if you can pivot from Pacheco and Waddle to go get that wide receiver upgrade in the short term like Stephon Diggs, maybe you're losing out on some long-term value. But to be honest with you, we're not nearly as concerned with the long-term value as we are as just getting production in our lineup right now to make sure that we are not falling to 0-5. Make sure we're not falling to 1-5. We need some points. Okay. But let's move this over to 50 caliber cat. Says 1-3, made some trades to get better. Bad luck first couple weeks. Went against Henry and Baker Spikes. Lost the last week by 3 points thanks to Kyler and Carson. Ooh, Carson. Some trades I made for context. Week 3, we sent Mason Waddle Lockett for Lamb. Really like that. Week 5, we sent Olave Parkinson for Etienne Hunts. Will I be okay going forward or do we need to stay put? All right. So Nantucket Nuggetry. Where are we in the league analyzer? We're the number 1 team in the league analyzer. Okay. 1-3, we're chilling. Now, definitely it's going to be a little bit of you said 1-3, so I was looking down here for a team near the bottom. Typically 1-3 teams are down here. But anyway. We have a lot more value than pretty much everybody in this league, not named the number 2 team, not named Amon Mission. That's actually a pretty good name. I like the Amon Mission name. But yeah, it looks like we do have a lot of long-term value here. It is a 14-team format where you can start up to 4 receivers weekly. So the depth matters a ton in this league. 99.99% of the trades that I recommend in this live stream, we are trading 2 players to get the best option we can in return. This is a very different scenario where this is a spot where instead we are highly incentivized to maybe trade away the top end option and see what we can get in return. See if we can trade a Jonathan Taylor and get 2 viable starters. Now, of course, I'm not telling you have to do it, but I'm saying just in general, that is a viable trade that you can make in a league that's a 14-team format where you can start 4 receivers weekly. Now, starting off at quarterback, we have Kyler Murray. When you have Kyler, obviously, you have rushing upside. I think McBride coming back in is going to open up this offense. I think Harrison's going to get better as the year goes on. So, to be honest with you, I am absolutely chilling with Kyler Murray here. Don't really have much hesitation whatsoever, especially in a 14-team format. I think Kyler's a top 7 QB, so I think you have a high-end QB1 in this league. Going over to what we have with our running back room, we have Jonathan Taylor and Travis Etienne. So it looks like we have an RB1 and RB2 combo here as well. And yeah, I mean, if we're like changing the bar that you have here, Kareem Hunt can be an RB3 in this league. Trey Sermon can be the short-term play for Jonathan Taylor. Roshan, Alexander Madison, Tank Bigsby. These are typically names we're not excited about in 12-team formats, but in a 14-team league, this is very quality running back depth. I think it's one of the reasons why we are ahead of the rest of the squads with the analyzer. Going over to wide receiver, we have Lamb and Chase. It seems so much better than it would have been in week 1. We have the Deontay Johnson breakout here as well. Deontay could possibly be a top 14 receiver. So you possibly have 3 wide receiver 1s in this format. Leggett as a wide receiver 4 in a 14-team league looks great. Going over to tight end, we have 2 top 14 tight ends in Tucker Kraft and David Njoku. This is a phenomenal squad. I will say the wide receiver depth maybe matters a little bit more here than it would in that league where you start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So say David Njoku comes back and Njoku does crush. If we can, at that point, package together like David Njoku and Leggett to go get an upgrade at wide receiver, like this team has Zach Ertz and Noah Fant at tight ends. Like we can go Leggett and Njoku. Yeah, we could try for Godwin. It's probably not going to happen. I'm probably going to get rejected there. This team is Kyle Pitts. Kyle Pitts is pretty much a droppable tight end at this point. If we can go like Leggett and Njoku to get, probably not making a sense for a receiver there. Or maybe we can go Leggett and Njoku or Leggett and Kraft, see if we can get to DK Metcalf, depending on what happens this week. I think that would be very appealing, essentially trading that tight end, getting the upgrade at wide receiver 4 in a league where we can start 4 receivers weekly. But overall, I think you have a great squad. I think the team's definitely a lot better than would have been at the beginning of the year based off how some of these names are trending, especially in Carolina. And yeah, if you look at the league analyzer, we are by far and away the number 1 team, considering that this is a 14-team format. So some of these names are going to be disgusting. Like going through and looking at Stacy's, they have Kamara, but then outside of that, they have pretty much nothing through the rest of this roster. But I really do appreciate you and really hope I was able to help you out here. And yeah, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. Thank you for taking advantage of the Underdog promo that we have. And yeah, good luck in the 14-team league. I think honestly, you don't really need it though. Let's move this over for Ben Bon. Says it's a 12-team half PPR 4 flex league. 4 flex league, honestly, not really relevant here. It's a wide receiver. All the players are in about a similar range. I would rather have Nico over Chase rest of season. I'd rather have Gibbs over Henry. However, this is a half PPR format. So half PPR league, I think we pivot over to the Derrick Henry side. I think Henry Gibbs will be a very difficult sell for me. In a full PPR format, I can easily say Gibbs. But in a half PPR league, it's going to be a difficult sell for me to act like Gibbs is much better than Henry. Now, Andrew coming out with a trade question. This is, we lost Rice, not feeling it with DJ. I actually like pivoting off of DJ. Looking to upgrade, is this a good trade for us? So if you look at my updated rankings, I currently do have in the overall ranks. DJ Moore ranks wide receiver 24 at 51 overall. I have Garrett Wilson ranked at 30th overall, wide receiver 13. Going from Hunt to Chandler is definitely a slight downgrade. I mean, I would do this deal if you really are okay at running back. I mean, I would rather keep Hunt and have them keep Chandler, though, if possible. Okay. Next trade coming out from Adam. This is JSN, Zach Ertz, Terry McLaurin versus DK Metcalf, Dalton Kincaid. So JSN and Metcalf, big upgrade. Ertz to Kincaid, big upgrade. We pay Terry McLaurin to get it done. Could possibly swap out McLaurin for JSN or Pollard, more likely JSN. Yeah, I would honestly way rather have the DK Metcalf and Kincaid side here. I don't think you have to swap anything out. Yeah, just take DK, Kincaid, and kind of run. Like, I'd rather a Kincaid over McLaurin. I'd rather a Metcalf over JSN. Zach Ertz is about equivalent to a waiver wire option. So I think we're upgrading at both spots that actually matter. Now, Dude Patrick coming out with a trade question. Just curious on who wins this deal. So this is Amari and Zach Moss versus Garrett Wilson and Tyler Algier. So obviously Moss to Algier is a downgrade. I think Amari to Wilson is an upgrade. I have Amari 61 overall. I have Wilson 30th overall. I probably go Wilson unless you assume that you end up getting, say, Jameis Winston under center for the Cleveland Browns. If that does happen, then you can pivot over to the Amon-Ra St. Brown side. But if you have Watson all year, I think you want the Wilson side. But let's move this over and see if we have any free questions in the live chat. If you have any questions in the chat, please drop them right now. And right this second, we just hit, actually no, 10 seconds. We're about to hit 5 hours on the live stream. So if you have not done so already, please go down there, drop a like on the stream. Back-to-back days, live streaming 5 hours. We're probably not stopping anytime soon. We have a bunch of questions that we need to get through. Shock says Swift over Irving with Gibbs on bye. Yes, I would play DeAndre Swift over Bucky Irving with a good matchup coming off a strong week. Webb Nolan says, is there a way to get a free team review if you use the Underdog code 2 years ago? I'm sorry, my guy. Obviously, we have the rolling promos on Underdog. It's a different promo based off the different year. So this one started on September 5th. If you are an annual mother flocker on flockfantasy.com and you use promo code FLOCK, you should get a free team review for myself every year. But obviously it costs money to be an annual mother flocker on the site. In my opinion, I think it is already worth it. I think we're going to continue to provide extra value on extra value. So I would recommend it. It's not free. Emmanuel says, Mason, what time are you going to sleep? I do not know, my guy. We have to get a ton of these teams through. Zach says, okay, so yeah, maybe we haven't said this in a while on the live stream, but if you wanted a team review, you go over to flockfantasy.com. This is where you can always ask any questions you want, whether it's a start set question, trade question, roster review. Go over to the expert advice section. You can ask something. You can ask a team review, a trade question, a start sit question. What was asked earlier about the Underdog promo and how you can get it, which I'm sorry if you are already on Underdog. This started on September 5th, but if you're not on Underdog, I have great news for you. If you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you will get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus, you will get a Kirk Cousins free pick, more than less than a total yard for tomorrow night. And on top of that, you'll get a free team review on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address. That way I'm able to go through, and that way I'm able to accredit you with a free team review voucher the next day. Yes, I am still here. JP says trade Moss high. I actually wish I could have said to do that 2 weeks ago, but you can try. Obviously, the Zach Moss usage is concerning in this offense. Not going to act like it isn't. Okay, so let's move this over. Okay. Now, Max says, when do we start to panic on Bijan? Do you feel like that this game will be a turning point for him this season? I hope so. I mean, the thing with like panicking with Bijan is obviously it doesn't look to be like the RB1 that you maybe drafted him to be in terms of the RB1 overall, but he's still been a low-end RB1, high-end RB2 in fantasy if you play in a full PPR format. So it'd be very different if you drafted Bijan like every week. He's been a running back 3. I believe he's like the running back 14 on the year. And he's had very tough matchups. Zachton says, do I sell Bijan? I mean, everybody's panicking with Bijan, so I wouldn't. He has the receiving usage. But let's move this over to some more of the questions on the site. Obviously, trying to get through as many of these as we can. This question is from Angel here. This is a start sit wide receiver. We are going to start Stephon Diggs. Even with Dell back in, we're going to go DK Metcalf. For the flex, we have Gibson in there at running back. Okay, I guess we have 2 players on bye. And then for the flex spot, I think we are going to go ahead and we're going to take DJ Moore. Brian Thomas Jr. would be appealing if you had no Evan Ingram, but it does look like Ingram's going to be trending towards playing this week. So there is the outside chance that all of a sudden the target share does come down for the receivers in this offense. Now, going over to our next team review, this is for the quarterbacks. Says, hey, Mason, thanks for the review. I lost my week the first week due to Ayuk, Brees, Achane. Any advice? Oh, we lost our first week this week due to those guys. Some teams might not be open to trading, or some teams that are open to trading are the Jefferson owner, involving a trade with Neighbors, and the Collins owner. First year playing fantasy, so I appreciate the advice. Really do appreciate you, my guy. Gonna be excited to check this out. I am sorry that we cannot read here apparently, but we have been live for 5 hours, so we are struggling just a little bit. Now, going through and looking at what we have at quarterback, we have Kyler and Mahomes. So, I mean, obviously, when we have both these quarterbacks, we don't need both of them. I would look to sell one if we could. Both of them coming off of very poor performances, however. So, to be honest with you, I don't think we can expect to get much for them. We're probably in a spot where you're kind of stuck as is. Unless you get a spike from Mahomes, unless you get a spike from Kyler. And then at that point, we probably look to go ahead and sell them and see if we can upgrade elsewhere. But I mean, it's a really strong team. We have the number 1 team in the league analyzer, right? So we go over to running back. We have 2 top 10 running backs for the rest of the season. We have Brees, Achane. We have running back depth pieces. You have the volume with Najee. You have the volume with Singletary. I will say if you could potentially go ahead and sell Singletary in a 2-for-1 deal to get an upgrade elsewhere, just because, I mean, this is a running back that is just a cheap volume guy in a bad offense. We don't necessarily need that where some other teams may. So looking at some teams that potentially need some help at running back here. It's a 10-team format, so. Bean Dip could use Singletary. Like this week, looks like they're going to be starting Charbonnet. They had the Pacheco injury. You said that this team is willing to make a deal with Nico. To be honest with you, if you could go through and maybe package together like Singletary and Neighbors and go get Nico Collins, I probably would, just because I do think that Nico Collins will have significantly better quarterback play than what you're going to have with Malik Neighbors in the long term. Blake, yes, I do think Debo's better than Wilson. But going over to wide receiver, I mean, we're obviously chilling here. We have Neighbors, Debo, Wilson's league where we only start 2 receivers and 1 flex, so the depth doesn't really matter. Brandon Ayuk is that bench option for us. Can't sell Brandon Ayuk now. I mean, everybody in the live stream, and I mean, everybody is panicking with Ayuk, kind of just stuck as is. I would love to see if we can package together Dallas Goedert with an upgrade elsewhere. With another player to get an upgrade elsewhere. Like if you can go Goddard and Debo Samuel to pivot over to get to. Now you said the Jefferson owner was interested in making a deal. You go through and try to find a team that needs a tight end here. This team has Evan Ingram and Pat Freiermuth. Yeah, if you can trade for Jefferson. If we can go like Goddard, I think we offer like Singletary and Neighbors for Nico, Goddard, Neighbors for Jefferson. If you wanted to, if you were saying that you wanted to pivot from Neighbors to Jefferson or Nico Collins, which honestly in this format, I think you can afford to do. And I think I would recommend it based off the offenses that they are in. And then obviously with Bowers, if Adams does get dealt, I think you're in a spot that Bowers is just a very consistent tight end or rest of season, even if he did disappoint this week. I think you're honestly really good to go with this squad. But yeah, by far and away the best team in this league. I don't really think that you need to be worrying too much here. And yeah, if you can pivot over to that true elite wide receiver one that's in a good offense at the same time, I think we probably would. Now let's go over to Will Harris's team. It says, sorry, private league. My team is in first with Daniels. You actually can link a private league with flockfantasy.com, my guy. 1-3 Murray. So should we be looking to sell CMC? What can we get? So our team is not in first. Our team has Jaden Daniels and we are 1-3. Our team is the first team here. So if you're 1-3, I do think that you could potentially explore the possibility of selling Christian McCaffrey. Because on a team that is 1-3, obviously it's a little bit of a different scenario where we are not inherently just looking at the long-term upside and just getting the best player in every deal that we can. But instead, a big thing that we're looking at as well is just trying to get some points in so we don't drop another week here. This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex format. We have Jaden Daniels, so we have the elite level quarterback. Going down to the bench, we're not rostering another QB. I definitely don't have to when we have Daniels. Running back, we are freaking screwed. Yeah, there are moves we need to make with this team. Wide receiver is the strength, right? We have Harrison, London, and Olave in this lineup. Running back, you're sitting with Bucky Irving and Rico Dowdle as your starters. We have Braylon Allen, Chase Brown. I really like Braylon Allen, Chase Brown as these guys that, could be desperation plays for us. I think I probably include Bucky Irving and Rico Dowdle in this as well. These are desperation plays where if their situation were to improve, then all of a sudden they could have a higher ceiling in fantasy football than they do currently. Now, with that being said, are they players that I want to rely? No, I don't want to rely upon these guys as my running backs. We want to be taking as many shots as we can for one of these running backs to come in and solve our running back situation. So we don't have Bucky Irving as our running back 1. And at wide receiver in the flex, we're starting Harrison, London, and Olave every single week. So why are we even rostering? Why are we prioritizing 3 roster spots down here on the bench at wide receiver? I think if you can package together like Leggett, Chase Brown, go get a running back upgrade, let's do it. If we can package together Christian Kirk, Braylon Allen, go get a running back upgrade, let's do it. If we can package together Dontavian Wicks and Bucky Irving and go get a running back upgrade, let's do it. Any opportunity you get to take one of these wide receiver bench pieces and send it with one of our depth running backs to go get a running back upgrade, we do it, and we don't stop there either. We pick up another running back off the waiver wire that you potentially think's an injury away from making a difference. That's the main thing that you're looking to do. If you're this strong at receiver and this week at running back, we just simply can't afford to roster all these wide receivers on the bench. So I think you do need to go through. You need to be looking to make 2-for-1 deals, selling any wide receiver on the bench that you can get for any upgrade at running back. And then with that open roster spot, we go ahead and we pick up another running back off the waiver wire. I think it's honestly very straightforward. And then you don't touch Harrison, you don't touch London, you don't touch Olave, you don't touch Daniels. And honestly, I think even Kraft can become the cornerstone assets of this team. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that I was able to help you out in some way here, my guy. But let's move this over to Brees Lightning. Number 1 team with the league analyzer. So say, Mason, thanks for live streaming literally all the time. Appreciate you, my guy. We are almost 5.5 hours into this one. We need huge help. I'm 1-3 and in a full PPR format, 10-team league with only 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. Somewhat stingy league, so I'm wondering what my options are for a trade to win ASAP. Thanks in advance. I am very surprised to hear that we are 1-3. This is a team that's sitting at the very top of the league analyzer. This should be a team that's in a decent position overall. Now, of course, I'm not going to act like, oh, we're at the top of the league analyzer. This means that we are 100% going to be crushing everybody. Obviously, it's a case-by-case basis. But anyway, looking at what we have here, we are sitting with Josh Allen. So we have the elite QB1. Love to see it. We don't need a backup quarterback 1 when you have Allen. So it allows us to roster more high upside running backs down on the bench. Going over to what we have at running back right now, we have a top 5 RB in Breece Hall, locked and loaded anchor. We have Joe Mixon coming back from injury. Love to see Mixon as an RB2. We freaking have Montgomery as an RB3. Love Montgomery as an RB3, even in a 10-team format. Braylon Allen, Bucky Irving, Kareem Hunt. If we're looking at Allen and Irving, both these running backs are desperation plays for you, but more importantly, they have the appeal where if you were to see the injury in front of them, then all of a sudden they could become league-winning options. So beautiful running back room. Going over to wide receiver, it's a league where you only start 2 receivers in a flex. So the wide receiver depth doesn't matter. The wide receivers on the bench, we are primarily looking at chasing the guys that have upside. Here we have Harrison, London, Smith, Reed. Cornerstone pieces. I mean, honestly, I think what you could look to do here is if you wanted to just do a 2-for-1 tier up at receiver, it'd make a lot of sense. Like with the amount of excitement that you have for Jaden Reed right now, if you could take Reed and Devante Smith and pivot over to a legitimate elite alpha wide receiver 1, like Reed and Smith and get to Jefferson, Reed and Smith and go get to Jamar Chase, this team would probably do the deal. I mean, they have Kupp injured right now. So they're starting Chase, Addison, Christian Kirk. So like Reed and Smith to get to Chase. Reed and Brian Thomas to get to Tyreek. You're not even starting. Like these teams down here are Reed and Smith to go get to CeeDee Lamb. And of course, you don't have to be trading those two players exactly. If instead one of them's Drake London, literally all I would do is go approach those owners and go, hey, I'll give you your combo of London, Smith, Reed, whoever you want. I'm just assuming if you are, is this Badaki here? We may just got a trade in the box to look at after this. But anyway, I mean, if you could go through and if you could just do that 2-for-1 tier up, I would imagine most people are going to be excited to trade for Jaden Reed based off the hype that we have seen as of late. You have Kyle Pitts at tight ends. You could obviously afford to upgrade tight end here as well. The issue is like, what does that trade inherently look like? I think trading a wide receiver for a tight end right now straight up is going to be very difficult in a 2 wide receiver 1 flex format. If you could go trade Waddle and Pitts and get to Jake Ferguson, specifically in this league where you just have so many wide receiver depth pieces and you can only start 2 receivers in a flex, and it is by far and away the best team with the league analyzer, I think we would look to do that as well. But I think so effectively we want to sell wide receiver depth, 2-for-1 tier up at wide receiver. And also if we can go wide receiver and Pitts to get an upgrade at tight end, we would do that at the same time. But let's see what we have from, I believe, Badaki in here. Okay. This is the offer that we have from Badaki, everyone. Can y'all spam the chats? What side would you rather have? Would you rather have Ladd McConkey or Calvin Ridley rest of season? Would you rather have Ladd McConkey or Calvin Ridley? Ladd? Anything but Ridley. Ladd. 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 Okay, so this is going to be a close trade. This one that I really am going to have to sit on and think about. I'm probably going to accept it, Badaki. Just stay on the edge of your seat for that one. You'll get the acceptance notification coming through very, very soon here. Very, very soon. I would refresh Sleeper probably every 30 seconds for the next day. Looking for that. Looking for Ladd McConkey to go over to your team. But much love. Appreciate you stopping by, my guy, of course. But let's move this over. We have a team review coming out from Ginga Baby. Says, not sure what to do with this. We need some help. Okay. Here, right now, we are sitting at the 7th spot with the league analyzer. After us, it appears that things fall off quickly. Like, looks like some of the teams in this league just have absolutely no shot. Oh, this is, okay. Is this a Dynasty format? I can't tell if this is a Dynasty or a Keeper League. This is going to be a Dynasty League. A Keeper League doesn't have this many players. Okay, so good. Doesn't mean that we are contending. We need to take a little more nuanced approach with this. So currently we are sitting with a Dynasty League. where you start one quarterback up to 4 receivers. So it's a dynasty format that does appear to have a little bit more of a redraft approach when it comes to the starting lineup requirements. Quarterback, we are sitting with Lamar Jackson, Deshaun Watson. So obviously, we don't really need to concern ourselves too much with our quarterback 2 is, specifically in a format in which you're only starting one quarterback anyway. Lamar is definitely a quarterback that we can build around to win this year. I mean, if you were a rebuilding team, if you could pivot from Lamar to Daniels, maybe it would be interesting if you could pick up a little bit of an added juicer. But going over to what we have with running back, we are going to say that we're probably contending here. You have Gibbs. Gibbs is one of the very few running backs in Dynasty that you could say that we can actually not only project his production for this season, but we can in the long term as well. We have Jonathan Brooks as a long-term piece, and Brooks going to come in to help us contend right this second at the same time. I mean, we're sitting with J.K. Dobbins as a short-term, just contending depth piece, of course. Going beyond this, Spears, Singletary, Swifts. These are running back depth pieces that we can contend with in the short term. Going over to receiver, we have Waddle, Rashee Rice, more so, as gray area assets, where obviously Rice looks to be more of a rebuilding piece at this point, but you may end up seeing a Rice suspension next year as well. Waddle's going to be better in the long term this season, but still, I don't want to say you want Waddle on a rebuilding team, even if his value is depressed at the moment. He's still a contending asset. Dontavian Wicks, cornerstone piece. We can build around him in the short term and the long term. Brock Bowers, cornerstone piece. We can build around him in the short term and the long term. So to be honest with you, as I sit here with this team, I think you can kind of make an argument for a couple different moves. A couple different directions, whether you want it to be a rebuilding roster or a contending team. I wouldn't be confident in saying that this team wants to go all in on a contending approach. However, because we are sitting here specifically with no 2025 first, you are in a position in which we need to contend this year. You are in a position in which we are already leveraged up and we are already extremely skewed to trying to be productive this season. And with that in mind, we need to go and find one of the teams that are rebuilding, and we need to send them Rashee Rice. Going through and looking at some of these rebuilding rosters, who can we find rebuilding? This team is Rome, Keon, Jameson. They have Pacheco. Why do they have Jordan Mason? Is there anybody rebuilding here? This team has Kamara. Team's not rebuilding with Kamara. This team has Jacobs and McCaffrey. You're not rebuilding with Jacobs and McCaffrey. It seems not rebuilding with Deontay Johnson. It seems not rebuilding with Barkley. Does nobody in this league want to pivot to a rebuild? Maybe this team here. That team's probably good enough to contend. That's the issue. I think what you have to do with the team, I can't find a trade partner that makes sense for you. I'm sure you know your league mates better than I do. If we can find a team that is rebuilding and we can send them Rashee Rice, give them the long-term upside play for 2025 and beyond, and we can pivot over to a wide receiver that we're excited about for this season, and hopefully has a little bit of an extended runway. Like if you can go Metcalf and go get Devonta Smith, it's an absolute no-brainer. So not Metcalf. You can go Rice and go get Devonta Smith. It's an absolute no-brainer, a wide receiver in that range. Obviously, you can go over to the site and look at the wide receivers that are currently inside the top 24 in Dynasty rankings. But I'd hope that we can get a wide receiver too for the short term and somebody that's not going to fall off in 2025 as well. This is a team where we're highly leveraged to try to contend in 2024 and 2025. And it sucks that you're now have to sell Rice for pennies on the dollar. But that's kind of what happens when you put yourself in this spot by trading away all our future picks. Now let's go through and let's get some of these questions going. First one coming out from Jopico. This is James Conner versus Travis Etienne. If you look at my rankings, I have James Conner 48 overall. I have Etienne 50 overall. I do have them close. I would rather have James Conner. I do think that Etienne is a potential interesting buy low candidate, but the price that I've seen in the live streams so far has been a lot cheaper than this on Etienne. Now, Vader, always happy to see you, my guy. This is, you said, also I could send Debo over. My wide receivers would be Jefferson, Amon-Ra, Waddle, and one of the 3 guys I don't send. This is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, 10-team league, if this is linked. If these league settings are correct, this is a 2 wide receiver, 1 flex, 10-team format. So you 100% want Amon-Ra St. Brown. 100% Amon-Ra St. Brown, and don't want to think twice about it either. Now, Jack coming out says, hey, Mason, I'm 0-4 in my keeper league. Anything helps at this point. Go Flago. Much love, my guy. Appreciate you. Here, we're going to have to drop. Actually, we don't have to drop Pitts. Obviously, we were able to go through. We were able to start Pitts over Taysom. Going over to the flex. I mean, we have Jaden Reed now popping up for us. So obviously, this should be a team that's in a much better situation going into the future than what it has been. We have Reed. We have Jordan Love back in. I can definitely see how this team would have struggled with no Reed, no Love. But yeah, I think we leave this lineup as is. And yeah, sadly, you're going to have to start Kyle Pitts tomorrow night, unless you can get Tucker Kraft off the waiver wire. Now, Julian coming out saying, Darnold and Adams for Jaden Reed, or am I overpaying? I think Darnold, honestly, is about the equivalent of a waiver wire quarterback that you play based off the matchup that he is in. I would rather have Jaden Reed over Devante Adams at this point. So I'm going to go ahead. I'm going to take Jaden Reed over Adams and Darnold. Thank you, go Reed. Now, Brazy, always out here, says 2-2. Your Frymuth. Okay, for a second. You said your Frymuth over Gesicki call last week was A1. We're 5.5 hours in the live stream. I read that as your Frymuth over Goddard call. I was going to say, I did not take Frymuth over Goddard, but yeah, Frymuth over Gesicki call last week was A1. HN and Flowers killed me. We need some help. All right, so let's go ahead and let's figure this out. Obviously, HN very disappointing. There's no way in hell I can start Eckler or Braylon Allen over HN. You go HN, you just take the receiving usage. And going over to the flex, looking at the receivers here, I think we probably go ahead and take a Brian. It's either Brian Thomas, Amari, or Zay Flowers. Obviously, Thomas was the best wide receiver out of this group last week. If you look at Flowers, I think you should have some more passing volume in Baltimore this week in comparison to what you've had in the past, knowing that they'll probably have to end up keeping up with this offense. All I know is you for sure leave the rest of this lineup as is here. Your last spot for the flex, I just simply don't know. It's going to be one of these 3 guys. If you're burned from Flowers, I completely understand. If you have no Evan Ingram, I think we go Brian Thomas. And if Evan Ingram does play, I think you can go Amari Cooper. It is funny the headshots that you have of these players. Like Brian Thomas, massive. Amari Cooper, tiny. Massive, tiny. Massive, tiny. Okay. But DK Jones says 2-2. We have Dobbins, Ayuk, T, AJ Brown, Chase Brown, Derrick Henry. Is this a good trade? And any changes you would look to make? So Dak to Jalen Hurts, big upgrade. Pittman to London, big upgrade. We're paying Brian Robinson and Terry McLaurin to get it done. Yeah, we go with the Jalen Hurts and Drake London side. Obviously, Brian Robinson looks great, but at the same time, you should have Austin Eckler coming back in, and I do think we lower our expectations here just a bit. Now, moving this over to Res Dog says, should we drop Benson, San Fran wide receiver, and Hawkinson's on the IR? So we got Shaquille Coleman, Dowdle, Brown, Leggett on the waiver wire. So I would drop Trey Benson for Chase Brown. Looking at the other potential drops that you could have, Keon Coleman would be my favorite pickup. I don't know if we drop any of these players for Keon, if Hawkinson and stick your Ricky are on waivers. Yeah. I think we probably leave the lineup as is. We have Laporta, Barkley, Amon-Ra all on bye. So the lineup looks like it's going to be locked in like this, but I would drop Benson for Chase Brown. Now, D. Nickel says, with JT out, Gibbs and Pollard on bye, I'm in shambles. We need some help. Pick up Fields instead of Murray. Okay. I'm actually fine just holding on to Kyler. I don't think you need to waste the raw spot on another quarterback. I think Kyler's good to go, especially when you get McBride back in. Wide receiver, we go ahead and we play Amari Cooper. Good matchup. You don't have to deal with the disaster in Miami. And in the flex spot, assuming no Taylor, it's Leggett, Shakir for us. I mean, you have Gibbs, Taylor. I think you honestly go Dell if Dell plays. Sounds like Tank Dell is going to play. You're attached to a great quarterback. Had consistent target volume at the beginning of the year as well. I think you're just kind of stuck going through and playing him. Now, let's move this over. And what we are going to do here is, we'll get to this. 4-0, most points in the league. Not sure if I should trade a depth piece of mine and one of my starters for a better receiver. Not sure if it's worth giving up the depth for a better starting lineup just in case injuries occur. Any potential trade package ideas? Well, if you're 4-0, I mean, honestly, we don't need to really be too risk adverse. Now, I will say this is a league where you start 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 3 wide receivers, a tight ends, and a flex. So because this is a league where you can start 4 receivers weekly, it is a format where the depth is going to matter a little bit more. Now, with that being said, this is just an obnoxious squad. We have a top 5 quarterback rest of season with Jaden Daniels. Obviously, with Daniels locked and loaded, no hesitation. Don't need a roster, a backup quarterback here. You absolutely love to see it. I'm looking to see if we do have a quarterback on the bench. No, sirree, we do not. Going over to running back, we have 2 top 5 backs. We have Kamara and Saquon Barkley. Going down to what we have on the bench, we have Charbonnet, Zach Moss, Brian Robinson. So you do have plenty of depth here at running back. In 100%, we would look to go sell one of these backs. Yeah, this team is nuts. Wide receiver, we have Diggs, Debo, Harrison. Debo and Harrison could be wide receiver 1s. Diggs looks like a high-end wide receiver 2. We have Jaden Reed in the flex. 100. The move. This team is obnoxious. This team is phenomenal. It's 4-0. Looks like there's no way. I mean, we even have Fairbairn as our kicker. Tight end, we have Ferguson. Ferguson looks like a locked-in target hog, especially with the Cooks injury. So first thing that we look to do is you cut Hunter Henry. You don't need a backup tight end here. Cut Hunter Henry, pick up a running back off the waiver wire that has the upside if the starter were to go down in front of him to make a difference in your lineup. Second thing we do here is we probably drop the Baltimore defense. Obviously, they're going up against the Bengals this week. Let me see what their matchups are going into the future. You got the Bengals, then the Commanders, then the Bucks. I guess you get the Browns, Broncos stretch. And obviously, it's a phenomenal defense, but I just don't want to be rostering a backup defense here. Who are we starting at defense? Starting the Raiders. Can't blame you to start the Raiders, to be honest. It's a phenomenal team. Don't worry about not having enough depth. Go through. Please just cut Hunter Henry. Pick up another running back off the waiver wire. If you could package together Zach Moss and Stephon Diggs to get to a true elite wide receiver 1, I think that would be a very interesting play. Just given the fact that your team doesn't really need the running back depth. I mean, you even have Brian Robinson that we can play over Saquon Barkley with Barkley on bye this week. But yeah, no, do not hesitate. You're going down the right path with what you're talking about. I don't think you need to pivot over and be concerned about the depth all of a sudden. Now, let's go over to Raw Goopy coming out with a massive donor for this team review. Says, please help. We are 0-4. This is raw talent. Do we have the raw talent here? Oh, okay. We're 0-4, and we are the bottom team in the league. This is going to be an uphill battle. Uphill freaking battle. Need help bad. Who should we look to move? Hold Tyreek. Wait on Richardson to go or Fields. Okay. First thing to pull up here is I want to say with Tyreek Hill, I think that he is a very interesting buy low candidate on teams where you can wait for the long-term upside. I think that Tua does come back. I think that when that does happen, Tyreek Hill is presumably the wide receiver 1 overall in fantasy yet again. So for me to go through and say to sell Tyreek Hill, I hate to do it. But specifically in a league where you are 0-4, we are the worst team according to the league analyzer. It seems like we may not have another option but to go through and sell Tyreek Hill. You need production in your lineup right this second. Going over to quarterback, we start Justin Fields with Anthony Richardson banged up. Going over to running back, we have Bijan, Pollard, White, Charbonnet, Sermon. Going over to receiver, we have Tyreek, Olave, Terry, Rome, Wandale, Quentin Johnston. So another player that we honestly probably have to sell on this team is we probably have to see if we can squeeze some value out of Rome Odunze. It's a 10-team league where you only start 2 wide receivers and 1 flex. So the wide receiver depth is not going to matter too much here. Obviously, Rome Odunze is a very talented player that we want to assume has a high ceiling for the rest of the season. I don't want to give up on Rome Odunze by any stretch of the imagination. But specifically here, if you are an 0-4 roster and we need to focus in on how we get points in this lineup right this second, I think it does make a lot of sense for you to potentially pivot off of Rome and see if we can go get an upgrade at wide receiver at the very top. Like if you're able to potentially go ahead and sell Rome and Tyreek Hill and a 2-for-1 deal where we're able to go through and get to Jamar Chase, get to Justin Jefferson, get to Nico Collins, get to any of the elite level wide receivers, I think we would love to do that because you still have the depth here where we can go with that elite receiver that we have, Olave and Terry McLaurin in the starting lineup. Also, if you're looking at what we have at tight ends, I mean, with Evan Ingram, I would love to sell him and go get somebody that's going to be viable right now. But the reality is we kind of missed the boat. Evan Ingram has no value at this point. So, I mean, we are kind of just chilling as is here. Hopefully Evan Ingram does come back. I would love to get Tucker Kraft off the waiver wire if Kraft is somehow still out there. A running back, I think you're kind of stuck as is. If you could make a 2-for-1 tier up to get an improvement inside the starting lineup, or if you can go like Zach Charbonnet and Tony Pollard to pivot over to Travis Etienne and just get that running back that we're going to be more excited about this week, even if you're giving up the additional long-term upside with Zach Charbonnet on an 0-4 roster, again, I think that is something that you're going to have to do. Effectively, everything that we are doing on an 0-4 team is we are hitting the panic button. You are selling the long-term upside. You're pivoting over to get production in this lineup right now. I think that the guys that we look to sell is we look to make that 2-for-1 tier up at wide receiver by selling Tyreek and Rome. You look to make the 2-for-1 tier up at running back by selling Charbonnet and Pollard or Charbonnet and White. But I'd imagine that you are going to get a lot more value if you were to sell Tony Pollard than you were if you were to try to sell Rachaad White. But I really do appreciate you and really hope that we are able to hopefully get some production in this lineup right this second. And again, I would go with Justin Fields over Anthony Richardson this week with A-Rich being banged up and Fields coming off a monstrous game. I don't necessarily think you have to risk it. Jawit Hoodie says, hi, how would I receive my free team review voucher? You use promo code FLOCK and Underdog, make a $10 deposit, and have an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address. And then you sit back and you relax, my guy. Sit back and relax. Now, Logan coming out with a trade question says, I have Jefferson, Harrison, Neighbors. My running backs are Chuba and Rico. Pacheco's on the IR. So Malik Neighbors, Keon Coleman versus Bijan Robinson and Mike Evans. I know everybody's going to hate me for saying this. I understand why. Obviously, Malik Neighbors has been significantly better than Bijan Robinson so far this season. It has not even been remotely close. But with that being said, to be honest with you, I probably prefer Bijan Robinson. Going from Keon Coleman to Mike Evans, I for sure prefer Mike Evans. If our running backs are Chuba Hubbard and Rico Dowdle and we lost Pacheco, you have no other option, but you have to go get Bijan Robinson here. Okay. So let's move this over to Hunter's question. This is JT being hurt with the high ankle is considering the same as last year. I hate this trade. I hate it. We're trading $2 for 5 quarters. We want Amon-Ra St. Brown and Jonathan Taylor. Is this an 8-team league? This looks like it's an 8-team format. If it's an 8-team format, you just want the best players in the trade. For the love of God, do not be filling out your roster with a bunch of these depth options in an 8-team league where depth options are going to be very easy to come by. You'd have to drop 3 players here as well. I go through and let's think about the 3 players that you would drop on your roster right now. Raheem Mostert, probably pretty easy drop. Mark Andrews, probably pretty easy drop. Wan'Dale Robinson, okay, never mind. This team's not nearly as good as I was expecting. Maybe this is not an 8-team league. For whatever reason, it's pulling in that it's an 8-team format. But regardless of if it's an 8-team league or not, I still want Jonathan Taylor and Amon-Ra St. Brown. Please. And now, Mycon coming out says current team is Love, H.N. Hall, Dell, Neighbors, Kittle, Irving, Adams, Allen, Jameson, Rice. Any other trade ideas? I think looking at this, honestly, you're very strong at running back. We don't particularly need to go get a running back. But if we have Love, I don't mind doubling down on the thesis that this is a much better Green Bay Packers offense than it had been earlier in the year. I think that Jacobs is still a very interesting buy low candidate. Obviously, we had Reed and Jacobs as buy low candidates last week under the assumption that Jordan Love coming back in was going to elevate this offense dramatically. You can no longer buy low on Jaden Reed, but Josh Jacobs, I still definitely think that you can. So, yeah, I'm in on the Jacobs side. Okay. Now, moving this over, Bobby Ray. This is Taylor versus CeeDee Lamb. CeeDee Lamb by a mile. You could do this for Jamar Chase. I would rather have Lamb over Chase. I would trade Taylor for either Chase or Lamb right now, though. I would honestly done it in a full PPR format before the injury, but after the injury, it's an absolute no-brainer. Cali Kid, longtime member of the flock, says if JT's out, is Trey worth the start in a full PPR format? And if Ramondre gets benched, is Gibson worth the pickup? Gibson's definitely worth the pickup. Wide receiver here, wide receiver 1. We will go Garrett Wilson over Ayuk. And actually, Ayuk is such a good match. I'm still going to go Garrett Wilson over Ayuk. Ayuk's in a good matchup, though. Tight end, I guess, hopefully we can pick up Tucker Kraft so we don't have to start Laporta. Running back, we go with Najee Harris with the Jalen Warren injury. And then for the flex, I hate to say it, I'm going to play Brandon Ayuk over Dontavian Wicks. You have the highest implied team total of any team in the NFL with the San Francisco 49ers. And I think you could drop Bucky Irving to pick up Antonio Gibson based off the Gibson report. But I would not be playing Gibson over any of these guys. And then looking at running back, I'm not playing Trey Sermon over Najee or Bijan. Now, next 0410 Mango says, is this worth accepting? Terry and McLaurin are close in rankings. Thank you in advance. I agree with you. Terry and McLaurin are very close in rankings. I have them at the same exact rank because they are the same guy. But anyway, I get what you mean. Terry and Jameson are close in rankings. Looking at this, I would definitely prefer Terry going from Judy to Algier. You get the premium handcuff back. I probably would rather just have the best player in the deal. I understand the thought process with this where, you are presumably getting the running back that has a ton of upside if anything were to occur to Bijan. But can y'all take a guess? How many targets does Tyler Algier have this season? We're 4 games in. How many targets do you think Tyler Algier has? I'd be very interested to see what y'all have to say in the chat. Alex says 2 targets last week. His volume's more concerning than T's. I don't know if that's regarding this. 4, 8, 5, 8, 12, 4, 3, 2, 15, 4, 9. Tyler Algier has had, let's pull this up, just to confirm, and I want to be on record, I drafted a lot of Tyler Algier in underdog drafts this year. I actually have a lot more Tyler Algier than Bijan in underdog drafts. So I would love for Algier to come out here and crush it. We're trying to be realistic. Tyler Algier has a total of 3 targets. 3 targets for 32 receiving yards. Like he's not anywhere close to like the Braylon Allen range of like, oh, you could possibly start this guy even with the healthy Bijan. No, there's no way in hell you could start Algier with healthy Bijan. Now, Cali Kid says, need a win this week with no tight end best available on waivers are Njoku, Otten, Komet, Ertz, Gesicki. We definitely rank them as Njoku, Komet, Otten. Komet, Otten, you can switch back and forth, but Njoku is by far and away the best option if he does play. Now, wide receiver, we are going to be going with, we have no Cup, we have no St. Brown, and we go Evans and Wilson. Tight end, obviously, like we said, Njoku if we can. Running back, we're going to be going with Bijan, not overthinking it. Najee with no Jalen Warren. And then for the flex spots, I think we already answered this question, but we are going to go with Brandon Ayuk here. Like we said, you'd have the 29-point implied team total, so it should be a very good environment in this Niners offense. But we've been live for almost 6 hours, and your boy has not gone pee a single time. Come on. Give me some credit. I have not stood up from this seat in 6 hours. Built different, bladder of a champion. But to be honest with you, I'm about to piss myself. So, I'm sorry, Jason. Yeah, we'll get to all the questions tomorrow. Like I said, even if you're not in the live stream tomorrow, as soon as we answer it on flockfantasy.com, it will be sent to you directly. So even if you're not in live stream, we should be able to get you your question. Maybe live stream me definitely before the game. I'll answer every single trade question and start set question that was asked before the game comes through. But really do appreciate everybody hanging out with us here. Again, thank you so much for being a member of the flock. And if you wanted to get a team review, if you wanted to get a start sit question, if you wanted to get a trade question, the way that you could do this is go with the expert button up here at the top right corner of flockfantasy.com. I would definitely recommend if you want a team review, just get it in ASAP. Like I said, once we get to it, it'll be sent to you directly through the site. You'll get an email of it and everything, the clip from the live stream. So yeah, if you wanted that team review, definitely the best way to do it. And the best way to support these 5-6 hour live streams is by going over and taking advantage of the offer that we have with Underdog Fantasy. Or if you go over to Underdog Fantasy and use promo code FLOCK, you'll get a 50% deposit bonus up to $1,000. Plus with promo code FLOCK, you'll get that free Kirk Cousins pick, more than less than half a total yard. And on top of that, ladies and gentlemen, you'll be getting that free team review over there on flockfantasy.com. Just make sure you set up an account on flockfantasy.com with the same email address as your Underdog Fantasy account. That way I'm able to hook you up with that free team review voucher the following day. But much love. Really do appreciate y'all. I really hope I get to see you out in the live stream before the game tomorrow, or at the very minimum after the game tomorrow, so we can talk about hopefully a good Bijan Robinson performance.